The action takes place as the elder lies with his eyes closed, and his disciples talk about how if he leaves, there is no telling what will happen to them. When Elder was young, he tried to survive on the streets, and by sheer luck he fell into the Wasan faction. Since then, he made it to the top and became an elder, a position that someone like him would never have achieved. He was able to become an elder because he lived in an era when everything was abnormal. This place has been torn apart by war for decades. Countless people have lost their lives in it. Soon, people began to refer to these times as the era of war. Many of the Wasan faction, the organization to which the elder belonged, also died. In those days, it was impossible to find anyone to take the place of an elder. Therefore, without much choice, the place went to Soshon. Seo Chung was the oldest and the most educated. And so the age of war ended and peace finally came. Within the Wasan faction, Soshon spent most of his time studying Murim. But he didn't take disciples because he hadn't rightfully taken the place of an elder. Seo Kian was too busy worrying about what others would think. And now he feels incredibly sorry and annoyed. After becoming an elder, Soshon gained access to all the Murim books kept by the Wasan faction. He became even more powerful, but there wasn't much meaning in Sochang's life. He couldn't find love, so simple for others. He only practiced martial arts, never even touching a woman's hand. Sochang wanted to excel at Murim, but he wasn't good enough. One of the most chaotic eras in Murim history, countless stories are still passed down. There are heroes and villains who made their names famous during that time, but Seo Chun is not among them. He's sure he's lived his life for nothing. He regrets his life very much. Suddenly, the elder heard someone calling his name. Seo Kong opened his eyes and saw the master in front of him. The master told him that he was crying in his sleep again and saying something. Seo Chong realized that something unimaginable had happened. Then So Chang realized that he was 8 years old, a fourth-generation disciple in the Murim. And in front of him is Master Yu. Seo Chong is just sure that he has traveled back in time. He realized that after spending a few days in doubt, Sochan, who had been given the position of an elder in the era of war, had died, and now Soshan has returned to Wasan as a child. Before the flowers were sprinkled with blood, and before the world was filled with wars, Soshan was very happy to be back. He didn't know how he had gotten back in time or who had sent him here, but none of that mattered now. After a week of reflection, Soshan decided once again that he could now use the memories from the past to live a new life. When Soshan took the place of an elder, he learned many secrets of the Murim alliance and the Wasan faction. He also knows all the events that will happen from now on, and now Socheng knew with full confidence that he would do it. This time it would work out. In his previous life, Socheng was strong, but not anymore. Now he's just a child barely 8 years old, and in the Wasan faction, there is no such thing as freedom. Everyone must clearly follow the same rules. Soshan was horrified at the thought of having to go through all that hellish training again. The teacher shouted for them to run without stopping. Soshan remembered that child or adult, training to death didn't change. Every teacher knows the limits of their students. It is important to rest before passing out to recover, then everything repeats again. The worst part for Socheng was that he hadn't even gotten to the training camp yet. The training center for the fourth generation is located in the Temple of Nakan. The way to this place is called the Nakan Hell. Soshan realized that he had a long and not at all easy road to travel all over again to achieve his goals. After 1 year, Sochang reached the age of 9. Master Yu praised the boy and said she was proud of him. At first it was strange for Sochang to be treated like a child, but over time he got used to it. On that day, the master told him that from now on he could train on his own. Seo Kong was very happy to hear this news. He couldn't train while the master was by his side every day. But that didn't mean he was bored. He still had to go through Nakana Hell. When he just thought he was getting better, the masters would raise the bar and make everyone suffer. Even though this is the second chance in Soching's life, but he doesn't want to go through this hell again. Once was enough. And Soshan began to systematize his memories. Even though he knows what will happen in the Murim, he doesn't know everything. Human memory has its limit, so Socheng began to write down all the important events that happened in the future. Who would have thought that he could use what he had learned? Soshan was excited that he would finally be able to do what he had been waiting a whole year to do. 66 years before his death, there was a genius in the faction, famous for his hidden talent, and thanks to this genius, the secrets of Manhua Qigong were discovered. It's the foundation of the basic martial arts techniques that everyone knew. Who would have thought there could be secrets in such a simple matter? So Chang crouched down by the tree to feel the fuse energy. Quoting verses near a manhua tree allows you to absorb its energy. And it's not just absorbing its life force. If that were the case, the tree would have been depleted long ago. It could not be called a technique. It is not taking away the life force of the tree, but borrowing it. Qi energy does not only exist in humans, it also flows in animals and plants. All living organisms exist and breathe qi energy. This kind of technique was So Chang's favorite. So Chang understood that if he revealed this secret, he would receive honorary titles, but that wouldn't be right to that person from the future. So Chang decided to save it for himself. Though Qigong is known for its stability, its disadvantage encapsulated in its limited speed and strength didn't make him particularly popular, but with the discovery of his secret he was highly praised and recognized. With the discovery of the secret, the problems associated with speed and power disappeared. So Shon realized that with this, he could surpass the others. Master wasn't around, so he decided to just do it. So Ching no longer had any reason to suppress the flow of Qigong. Using the technique, So Chang's Qigong that had a 5th level instantly grew to a 10th level. Seo Chang was unable to push Qigong beyond its limit due to lack of training, but in time it would be. Afterward, Chul, a 3rd-generation disciple, came up to So Chang. He said that he had heard that So Chang had reached the 5th level of Qigong. So Chang confirmed it. Chul said that he would now teach So Chang the techniques of manhua. The boy was overjoyed and thanked him. Soon So Shon began his training. Chul was adamant that it was important to learn the basics of Wasan before engaging in sword battles. Therefore, he did not accept any complaints. Chul had noticed that usually students would whine about not being allowed to use a sword right away, but So Ching was different and liked it that way. One day So Ching was practicing manhua by the tree again. Suddenly, some boys came up to him and bullied him, saying that the tree was his only friend. Seo Chang remembered that there was no greater evil than children. In a normal situation, he would have said he was busy and asked them to back off, but even if he did, they would still continue to annoy him. The world is full of hate, so Soshon told them that he would interrupt this series of events by breaking the hatred, and ordered the wicked children to do what they intended. Soshon said that he had learned the manhua technique to destroy hatred. The evil children did not expect this and did not understand what was wrong with this Sochang. Soshon began to massacre each of them in turn, and was even able to use a kanho kick. Upon hearing Soshon call his punch a kanho kick, the children started laughing at him and said it was just a regular kick. Then Sochang offered them a taste of his manhua technique. He began to beat the boys to a pulp. Suddenly after seeing this, one of the guys kneeled down in front of Soshon and asked if he would like to be his secret friend. After all these events, Soshon realized that he had gained 6 months of experience in just 1 month. Sochang developed internal energy at the age of 8. He spent a whole year accumulating Qigong energy. He mastered it in just 1 month, but Sochang realized that any knowledge was useless if the body didn't keep up with it. He couldn't risk harming the growing boy's body. So he made the decision not to be greedy. If his body would allow it, Seo Chang would start practicing with the sword. But there was no other choice. He would have to go step by step to his goal. Suddenly, the very guy who wanted to be his secret friend approached Seo Chang. Seo Chang thought he had come back for more, but this fellow did not come alone, but brought his master. The master asked So Ching that he was the one who loved manhua. So Chang introduced himself and said that he was a 4th-generation disciple. The master replied that he was a person equal to his master Yu. The master said that he had heard that not long ago there had been a quarrel between him and his disciple. Soshon asked what he meant. Suddenly, a guy started shouting and saying that he had told the master about the sneak attack that Soching had carried out. Sochang began to say that it wasn't true, and that his student was harassing him as usual in training. The master was surprised and asked if he was really being harassed by his disciple. Seo Kong replied that yes, it was. The master then slapped Sochang and asked how dare he talk like that if he knew that his student wanted to be friends with him, because Soching has no buddies, and he added that Soshon should know his place, because instead of showing gratitude, he responded with violence. Also, the master said that he might have considered forgiveness if Soshon had apologized, but made the decision that the guy needed to be punished. Seo Chong realized that he couldn't dodge, and even if he could, it would make things worse. He would have to be patient. Seo Chong couldn't let this affect his master. Suddenly opening his eyes, Seo Chong noticed his master Yu above him. She grabbed the guy's master by the arm and asked what he was allowing himself to do. The master replied to her that no explanation was needed because her student had been cruel. The boy gave in and said that Soching was bad. The master also added that Soching had disregarded kindness and acted like a coward by attacking his student, not to mention lying. Sochon replied that it wasn't like that and he was practicing in seclusion. Master Yu said her student would never do such a thing, and she believes her child. He's not that kind of person. The master was angry at this answer, thinking that Yu was accusing him of lying. Yu replied that she only believed her child. The master took a pose to attack. Yu was surprised and asked if he was sure of what he was doing. The master stopped and said that he seemed to have gotten too excited, but children are children. The master asked to forget what had happened and said that he forgave Soching. Suddenly, Master Yu started coughing. Seo Chung was very frightened and ran over to her to make sure she was all right. Yu said it was fine and she just overdid it. She should have been more careful, that's all. Seo Chung knew what was going on. After all, how could he forget what happened 5 years later when he would be 14? Master Yu would pass away because of his illness. Obsessed Blade Yu, it was a nickname given to her because she was always smiling. The master had always had talent in martial arts, but illness had weakened her. Although her abilities have not deteriorated, she experiences severe seizures when she makes sudden movements. With her skills, Yu could have become one of the Sword Wasan. But her condition didn't allow her to do so. Sochon still couldn't forget the day his master fell to the ground from another seizure in front of him. Sochon decided that there was no way he should lose his master this time. He would do anything to prevent that from happening. Seo Chung decided that there were 2 big things he had to do. Change the fate of Master Yu, who will pass away in 5 years, and first to reach the triple sublime mind. 300 years ago, there lived a legendary thief who became famous all over Murim. He was the triple sublime mind. He was active for a century after his first appearance, but apart from his notes nothing has been discovered. When he became inactive, the government announced to the public that he had been caught, but no one believed it. People discussed that the government had caught the triple sublime mind and thought it was nonsense. After all, neither the government nor the Murimians had found a single trace of him in the last century. But 6 years later, the legendary treasure trove will be discovered, and the world will be swept up in a storm. After this discovery, people will converge on the treasure site. It was enough to wreak havoc among the people, but it didn't cause any wars. Sochon decided that until then, he should clean the place out. After all, the treasure would allow him to gain wealth, which in turn would help him in the future. But the bad news is that there's no getting out of the Sochon faction in the next 6 years. Even though 15 years old is almost an adult, but even that wouldn't give him enough freedom as an adult within the faction. Seo Chun began to think about what he should do. After 2 months, Soching had achieved 2-year development in just half a month of work. Sochon had known before that Svigong was simply amazing. Seo Chong came to see his master Yu, but while he was knocking on the door, he heard Yu coughing. For now, he could only ask the doctor to examine her, but he had even rejected the requests of the Murim leaders and elders. Sochon remembered something about being obsessed with rare books on medicine. Seo Chun had lost count of the number of times he had tried to bring the doctor there. If only he could get the medicine the doctor uses. But it's too expensive. And then Sochong realized that it didn't have to be a medicine, it could be a medicinal plant. These herbs can be used to both cure and enhance qi. And why didn't Seo Chong think of this before? The boy began to think that there must be newly discovered medicinal herbs. And then he remembered a fruit that would be found 20 years later. He has the power to turn an ordinary peasant into the greatest martial artist. Seo Chong hoped it would work. The fruit was found in a flooded cave north of where Sochon was. The boy thought it would be easy to find because the one who found it had spread the word about its location to the world. Soching despised himself for having only the treasure trove on his mind all this time. He decided that his mind should be more flexible. Sochon came to visit the master again, to inquire about her well-being. The boy knew he'd get his chance when Master attended the meeting in a week. The time came and Master Yu went to the meeting. She told Seo Chong that she would be back in 4 days. Sochon decided to go after the fruit. It was not easy to get out of the faction through the various rat holes. However, he had succeeded. Seo Chang even suggested that he could get there in just a day. The path was difficult. Seo Chang spent too much energy to get to the right place, but it was worth it because he made it in time. It was necessary to dive underwater. Seo Chang buried his belongings nearby and stretched himself properly. He jumped and hoped he wouldn't stiffen up. Seo Chang realized that he should have been better prepared before jumping. If it wasn't for the master, Seo Chang would have already swam back. He immediately ordered himself to pull himself together, because this pain was nothing if he could save the master. Finally Seo Chang swam out into the cave. It was more difficult, and he thought he would freeze to death if he kept going like this. Seo Chang decided to use the energy to create heat. He set a clear goal, to take the fruit and return to the Wasan. And suddenly he finally saw a tree that shone unusually beautifully. It was amazing to see such a miracle growing in a cave underwater. Seo Chang noticed the fruit, however, it wasn't that simple. Seo Chang didn't expect to see the mythical animal there at all. He noticed that judging by the size of the snake, it was at least 100 years old. But for now, it was asleep. However, Seo Chang didn't remember anything about the giant snake guarding the tree. The boy didn't understand why it was there, but then Seo Chang realized that of course he didn't remember not the snake, because this place wouldn't be found until 20 years later, and things would be different. Seo Chang was already thinking that maybe he could escape from there. But Master Yu's fruit and health played a huge role. The guy realized that even if he came back here in a year, it wasn't a given that the snake wouldn't be there. Seo Chang slowly and quietly crept through the snake and saw that there was not one, but 2 fruits. He couldn't even believe his luck. Extremely quiet and careful, Seo Chang pulled out each fruit, and finally exhaled, "Done the deed, walk boldly." Suddenly, the snake opened its green eyes. Seo Chang's breath caught with excitement. It was pointless to run. Seo Chang and the snake stared into each other's eyes for a long time. The boy was afraid to move even a little. And, miraculously, the snake closed its eyes again and went to sleep. Seo Chang was overjoyed at his good fortune. He finally swam to dry land with the 2 fruits. Seo Chang was cold, tired, and frightened as he headed back to the faction. Now he was faced with another task. How to slip Master Yu a fruit without her noticing. The boy was in doubt whether she would take it if he said he'd ripped it off somewhere on the street, and it was better to tell the truth. Suddenly, the master came over and asked him what he was thinking about. Yu said that Seo Chang looked as if his mind was burdened with deep thoughts. Master advised Seo Chang that if he couldn't solve the problem himself, it might be helpful to get help from someone else. Seo Chang realized that if she started to suspect something or ask questions, there was nothing he could do about it. It was all for her well-being. However, there is a chance that the fruit will lose its medicinal properties, and that would be the worst-case scenario. Then Seo Chang got up the courage to offer the master a taste. Yu was surprised and asked what it was. Without thinking, Seo Chang replied that it was medicine. He knew it was too stupid. But he had to make her eat it at all costs. The master asked if Seo Chang had stolen it. The boy replied that he hadn't. She then assumed that he had traded it for something, but Seo Chang denied it too. After that, the master assumed that Seo Chang had tricked someone to get him. But Seo Chang shouted that it wasn't like that. The master asked him again where he had gotten it. And Seo Chang told her that while she was away, he had gotten out of the faction and accidentally found the fruit. But Master Yu felt that Seo Chang was holding something back from her. She said she could see it on his face. Seo Chang was about to make an excuse, but Master Yu said that she trusted him. Seo Chang couldn't believe that the master trusted him without any proof. Yu replied that if the master didn't trust his disciple, then who to trust? And if she suspected Seo Chang of something, she would have started asking questions a long time ago. The boy was surprised. Yu said she didn't know what it was, but she noticed that from that day on, Seo Chang started acting more mature. He was trying his best to hide it. The master said that she understood that Seo Chang had a reason for that, and it was the same reason he brought her that fruit, so she believed him. Seo Chang thanked the master sincerely. Afterward, the master asked him to protect her while she took the fruit. Master Yu began to devour the fruit. She noticed that it went beyond any medicine she had tried. Yu didn't understand why her body wasn't listening. She thought that her body was failing. Master told herself that she couldn't leave this world and abandon Seo Chang because he was so young. At this time, Seo Chang was standing at the door and could not find a place to sit. Suddenly, the master came out and hugged Seo Chang tightly. She said that he had saved her life. So Cheng asked what had happened. Master replied that it seemed to be all about the life force qi. Life force qi, it is a special type of qi that people are born with. It is the purest source of qi that cannot be replenished, so if one is deprived of this qi, there is a possibility of dying or getting sick all the time. Master said that it was just her guess, but if you imagine Kai as a bowl of water, then the Master's problem was like a crack in that bowl. Master said that it was only natural that her body would be weakened due to training with unstable life force qi. The Master couldn't imagine that the fruit would restore the destroyed qi power, whereas no medicine could. Seo Chong replied that it didn't matter anymore. Seo Chong realized that all that mattered was that the future had changed. With joy, the boy threw himself into Master Yu's arms. Master Yu apologized to the guy for making him worry, and said she had something for him. Unexpectedly, the Master pulled out the very fruit from her pocket. Seo Chun was surprised. The Master said that she wanted him to eat it. Master asked not to say that So Ching wants her to have it just in case, because she knows her body is already fine. So Chang then asked her to eat another fruit to prove it. However, the Master replied that he could use it more. Then during one of his practices, So Cheng looked at the fruit and knew that now that the Master's health had returned, he could cross it off the list. He suggested why not continue his workout after he ate this fruit and absorbed the surrounding energy. So Cheng knew that with what he had achieved in his past life, he could have developed manhua qigong any way he wanted. But he would end up drawing unnecessary attention to himself. That would lead to a restriction on his actions. So Cheng decided to practice qigong and hide from everyone by developing other techniques. He recalled the art of the purple blur. It was a technique that was only passed down to the supreme elders in the Wasan faction, but as an exception, 5 elders also learned the technique. Many were killed during the war. If a supreme elder died at that time, his disciple inherited the seat. Because of his young age, he did not yet have a disciple of his own. Keeping this in mind, the new elder considered the likelihood of his death and chose 5 elders under him to whom he passed on key knowledge. Unfortunately, the transmission of the purple blink was forbidden. With what was going on in the world, it was the only decision made. But peace had been restored and all the worst predictions had been put to rest. But there are difficult aspects to the art of purple blink. Even a practitioner of this art cannot fully realize it without reaching a certain limit. The purple mist technique is named for its color while in use. It is a power that can only be achieved by reaching one's limits. Until the user reaches a certain point, the full potential cannot be utilized. Therefore, So Ching decided that this was the perfect technique that he could study secretly. Seo Chong realized that by the time everyone found out and started asking questions, the era of war would have already arrived. And when that happened, he could provide a good excuse. After So Cheng ate the fruit, a month had already passed. Thanks to this, his body was able to absorb the energy around him without any problems. If you sum up all the qi absorbed, it would give 30 years. This made So Ching sad. His body was simply unable to fully absorb the fruit and its power. For his untrained and young body, it was simply too much. But Seo Chong concentrated on channeling blood and qi. It was worth it. The Master was proud that he had finally managed to absorb the fruit and put it to good use. She knew it had been very difficult, but she was genuinely glad. Master was surprised that So Cheng managed to absorb half a year's supply of qi in just a couple of days. This fruit is incredible. So Cheng was surprised that the Master didn't notice that he was using manhua qigong to speed up the process. The guy realized that the purple blink technique had been properly initiated. Now he would be able to advance to the next level. Master said that given his progress, she was thinking of toughening up his training, and suggested he start today. The Master told me that she came up with these workouts while trying to cope with her terrible condition. You explained that at this moment, Seo Chong had 30 years of internal qi accumulated, and it was a huge amount. But it wasn't very good either. There is a saying in the Murim world about the body and Kai: the balance is critical. The human body is much more fragile than people may think. And if there is an imbalance in that balance, the body will be damaged. Seo Chong replied that he knew about it. But he immediately remembered that he couldn't say that he knew all the details. It might come back on him. Therefore, Seo Chong decided that from this day forward, he would absorb everything Master Yu taught him. So Cheng began his training. Master told him to use up his qi and then climb the wall. So Shon remarked that it was a great way to train. The human body is like steel. It becomes stronger with each blow, but make one mistake and death awaits. Seo Kong began to tell the master that he was in too much pain. The master replied that it might be painful, but it was only pain, and it would soon pass. She was sorry that she was subjecting Sochong to this pain, but she knew that if Sochong didn't do it, he would get lazy. Seo-chan shouted that it was okay, and a little laziness wouldn't hurt him, but the master replied through tears that she couldn't let him become lazy when his future was at stake. And she asked him to forgive her. Sochong replied that he was fine, but asked him to find a way to help him, and promised that he wouldn't get lazy. Master replied that it's okay if Soching hates her, so we need to keep it up. And she has faith in him. A few months later, Master Yu was already praising Soching for doing well and the rock climbing was over. All this time, all Soching could think about was that he hated rocks and asked the master to stop encouraging him because he was sick of rocks. Sochang realized that after training, he had grown up and reached a high level of manhua qigong. Unexpectedly, Master Yu came up and called out to him. Sochong went with the master and she informed him that she would be teaching him the art of sword wielding from today. Sochong was glad that the time had finally come. Master said that she would now demonstrate the sword art that Soching would use. The master told him that it was manhua sword qigong. Socheng was upset, since he already knew that. Seo-chung noticed that the master had come close to his limit. He remembered that the master had passed away just before this moment. Sochong thought that the master lacked insight, and what if she helped her, because the master deserved to reach the highest point. Seo-chan decided that he would do it. If the master couldn't go beyond her limits because she lacked insight, Sochong would just help her. A week later, Master Yu didn't understand how Seo-chung had made such progress. A year ago, it was obvious to her that he was unusual, but who would have thought that he would become like this? Master thought he was a genius. But of course, Seo-chun wasn't. He was just using what he already knew, but from the master's point of view, her disciple would be a genius, and with his skills, he could enter the Lotus Squad. Suddenly, Soching asked the master to show him a different sword technique than manhua sword qigong. He also said that he did not question the master's teachings in the slightest, but he would like to see a demonstration of true swordsmanship. Master Yu said that she understood and would show him 14 the art of manhua qigong sword wielding. But before doing so, she asked Seo-chong if he knew anything about this technique. So-chang replied that 14 art is a technique of the Wasan faction derived from their 24 art. It starts with the qigong movement at the curb and ends with the 14 step. The master replied that his knowledge was enough to start. Seo-chong noticed that for the first 9 seconds, the master held perfectly, but from 10 onwards, she began to have difficulties. She seemed to lack not insight but skill. The master finished and said that it was 14 sword arts, and added that his foolish master wasn't skilled enough to execute it perfectly. Sochong began to shout that it wasn't true, and her swordsmanship would not leave even the greatest masters indifferent, and Sochong said that her unworthy student had not seen her technique properly. He asked the master to show her again, but only slower. The master replied that if she could do it. She knew that it was much more difficult to perform this technique in slow motion. Although the 14 manhua qigong techniques were powerful, they required more concentration. Sochong saw that the imbalance of the 5 elements, due to the fact that the master had eaten the fruit, her water qi was much stronger than the others. The fruit saved the master, but made it difficult for her to advance to the next stage. The imbalance of the 5 elements, this is just the beginning of the next step. Master Yu is diligent and hardworking. It is said that her excessive persistence is the reason for her limiting limits. Some people were annoyed by her serious approach to business. No one understood what Master Yu's secret was. It's all about relaxation. Sometimes you just need to get away from everything, as Master Yu was advised by Seo-chong. The master replied that they had lived to the point where So-chang was now teaching her, and thanked the boy. At this time, the Imperial Palace was discussing the fact that Master Yu had done this. Not only had she healed her body, but she had also become stronger. Then there was a proposal to test the Master Yu. The future changed again and applied new colors. Master Yu received an assignment. It's been a long time since she received an assignment. Seo Kong was getting worried, but the master reassured him, since even though her body was cured, she was still not given some great mission. Master also said that she had enrolled Soching for the Lotus Association exam, and told him to be ready. Master was confident that Seo-chong would do well. and told him not to feel that he had a heavy burden on him. It would be okay if he didn't pass the exam, after which the master said goodbye and said she had to go. So-ching said that he would pray for her safe return. So-shon began to think about the Lotus unification. This branch, as one of the few buildings in the Wasan faction, could be visited by the fourth generation of disciples. It is also the place where outstanding fourth-generation students are chosen to train before becoming adults. So-ching didn't know what he should do. In his past life, this was really where he wanted to go. Now he doesn't know whether he should do it or not. So-shon should also not forget the triple sublime mind. So-cheng pondered that after 5 years, the note of the triple sublime mind would be discovered. Nevertheless, he needed to get to the strength contest quickly. So-shon will need at least 1 year to accomplish everything. And he will need help from someone, but it will take 2 years to find someone trustworthy. So-shon really needs at least a year, 2 years at most. In other words, he needs to get to varsity by age 13. It would be quite exhausting, waiting for the opportunity to get into a duel only at the age of 13. So-shon realized that he would have to keep his strength low because he was young. He decided to show only the skills that would allow him to pass the Lotus competition. There are 3 years to wait. This year, So-cheng will enter the Lotus Association and show off his abilities. Even though he hates to show off his efforts, there is no other way. The day of the Lotus unification selection had arrived. So-cheng looked at the competitors and felt embarrassed to be in such surroundings. So-shon walked by and one of the guys noticed that his face was very familiar. It was the same guy who had brought his master to the showdown. So-cheng immediately realized that these guys would fail, and he really wouldn't have to use his strength to get through. Suddenly the people around him started screaming, and some of them even started crying. One of the guys fell to the floor and began to say that he knew that some genius would appear. So-shon noticed that this reaction was because of the girl who appeared, named Nak. Nak, the phoenix of the plum plant martial art. Everyone was discussing her appearance, and So-ching couldn't help but pay attention to her. As the only woman among the 5 great Wasan masters, she is a descendant of a superb master wielding a blood and iron sword. Her skill had reached the point where she was the first person to have the word phoenix attached to her title. But there is a proverb that the most beautiful flowers wither first. During the war, Nak was very active and received the title of hero, but she died before her 20th birthday. During the contest, Nak beat everyone. The boys stood around thinking that maybe next year they would be lucky. Suddenly, So-cheng raised his hand and shouted that he wanted to fight. The surrounding guys were not happy with this behavior and bullied him. So-shon approached Nak and she wished him good luck. Sia-shan greeted her, and the girl said she was granting him the right to attack first. The judges were watching and one of them said it would be over in 3 seconds. So-shon launched an attack and Nak was greatly surprised at such internal energy. But the girl calmed herself down. She thought about having to anticipate what his next attack would be. At this time, Seo-chan had already used his next attack. Nak tried to hold her defense. However, So-shon was unlike her previous opponents. His strength was obviously different. Suddenly, the judge announces that Nak has lost. And the winner is Seo-kian. The guys who had already lost to Nak started shouting that they wouldn't recognize this victory. Because it was only an advantage in strength, not in sword skill. So-shon had assumed that would be the case, so it didn't matter to him how imminent it was. He was worried that it would hurt his master's honor. The judges' discussion began. The owner of the blood sword and iron sword named Shim said that she didn't approve of it. Wise Elder Haxon suggested listening to So-shon's story first. One of them said that he agreed with Elder Shim, and that it's out of the question, because how can they accept someone who insulted a sword-wielding Wasan into the Lotus clan? The Great One in the Tso clan told the two of them not to argue too much with Elder Hack. Herbalist Yun said that he had heard the news that swordsman So's disciple had drunk the elixir. And they can't extract the elixir from his stomach. But he would like to see what effect it would have. Plum Blossom Blade Master Jekyll asked to be allowed to join the Lotus. Even though he is only 10 years old and has only received half of his education. After all, no matter how talented someone might be, if they teach them even through beating them, they will become strong enough. Finally the meeting was over, and the elders came to the general conclusion that the only ones to join the Lotus clan would be So-shon and Nak. A year later, So-cheng was practicing by the tree. Suddenly, Nak crept up to say hello. So-cheng didn't expect it and said that if she continued to sneak around like this, he might fall into a state of chi deviation. Nak apologized for scaring him. So Cheng replied that she didn't need to apologize, since she's still a big kid. Or is it because she's a student of that old lady's student? Nak was about to take offense at the joke. But Soshon told her not to take offense, because admitting a mistake was the right thing to do. Nak called Soshon an older brother and said she had an interesting question to ask him. Seo-chan agreed and the girl asked to be honest with her. She asked if the abilities he was showing were really his real ones. Soshon replied that she did, and reminded her that she knows Elder Shim hates him, and that's why she'd better not go near him. However, rejecting Nak was very difficult for So-cheng. After all, the memories of the moment when he first saw her are still firmly seated in him. As the first in the superlative generation of the Murim faction and a plum blossom sword phoenix, she was to be praised. And countless men would try to win her over, since her abilities and reputation were much better than So-cheng's. He would only follow her without having the slightest bit of courage to speak to her. A few years later, Nak had become beautiful to the point where it was said that she was the most beautiful warrior of Murim, and at the same time she became a hero. Soshon, being nothing, followed people for several years, several decades, until he died. Seo-kong told himself that now he had to be patient a little longer. Sunbei suddenly came up to him. Sunbei grabbed Soshon and called him a Hilak enlightened, meaning that he only had fortitude, not Murim abilities. Sunbei began to shout that how dare Seo-chong take his warning as nothing. He had clearly told Seo-chun not to hang around Princess Nak. Seo-chong began to explain that it was a misunderstanding because he couldn't ignore his order, and that Seo-chun had only given her a message from the teacher. Sunbei calmed down and let the guy go, calling him an insolent bastard, going about his business. Soshon calmed himself down and said that he should just be patient, because there wasn't much left. After everything, So-chang went to the herbalist for an examination. The herbalist said that it didn't matter when he examined him, but Seo-chung's strength was always amazing, and he added that although Soshon is 12 years old, if you think about it, he has already reached the Gab stage. No wonder he is seen as a miracle. Soshon knew that this was not the effect of the fruit at all, but the training of the plum blossom. The herbalist told So-ching that he and that wimpy girl had eaten such a good thing, and that they were selfish rascals. After all, they should have taken care of the elders first. This made So-ching very angry. He asked him to stop teasing him, because it was so funny to make fun of a child and humiliate his master. The herbalist began to laugh loudly and replied that of course it was funny. Then Soshon said that if his examination was over, he would go about his business, but the herbalist said he had news of his master. So Soshon sat back down. Then Soshon thanked him and said that he was very grateful. The herbalist also said that Soshon should get ready to go outside. The boy rejoiced, for he had been waiting for this for a long time. The elder went on to say that So-ching knows very well that the members of the Lotus clan are much better and splendid compared to the rest of the disciples. But Soshon wasn't interested in that. He had finally waited and the time had come. Soshon was happy. 14th attendant Gupeng greeted the boys and said that he would be looking after them from today. Gupeng said he would take roll call. Then he called out the names, Hong, Soyan and Sunbei. Also, Soshon added that they're not going to go to their deaths or anything, so they can relax a bit. All that awaits them is the descent from Mount Wasan. Gupeng said it was time for them to go and led the children away. So-ching decided to ask him where they were going. Gupeng replied that they would reach the south, cross Chongqing and arrive in Guizhou. The Soyan girl queried whether it was definitely in Guizhou. Gupeng said it was a provincial area on the border of the light and dark factions. Gupeng also added that it's just as dangerous here as in Guizhou. There are many masters from the Justice faction around, so they won't get hurt or killed. So-cheng was only happy at this time that they were heading to Chongqing. He thought of the treasury of the Triple Sublime Mind. In all directions, Chongqing has been the center of influence of the Justice faction. The treasury of the Triple Sublime Mind is there in Chongqing. Their group traveled south from Shirangsi, arrived at Chongqing, and continued south to Guizhou. But So-ching had no way to penetrate the treasury. And if he had been able to, it would have caused problems. The treasury was not for show. Organizations and warships lurked around it. For now, he could not act. Suddenly, Sunbei spotted a ship and asked the elder what kind of ship it was and where it was going. Soyan told him to look at the sail. And Gupeng told him that the ship was called a Hosen, a kind of border ship. The man who was driving the boat asked them to quiet their killing intent for now and calm down. The ship approached and the man from the ship apologized for interrupting their journey in such clear weather. He also added that they are members of 18 pirate groups that protect the waters of this river. And they were protecting the waters of this river for free, so they were in a difficult financial situation, and asked Gupeng if it would not trouble him to make up for their losses by donating some money. Gupeng replied that they were protecting the waters of this river, so it was the least he could do, and added that they didn't have much money, and that was all they had. The pirate seized the tribute and said it was an honor to meet them. Soyang and Sunbei started yelling why he gave in to these pirates. After all, they shouldn't just let them get away with it, and that even if they don't have experience fighting on the water, pirates are nobodies against the swords of the Wasan. Gupeng became very angry and shouted for them to be quiet. And he apologized to the man who was driving the boat, explaining that the two men were too zealous. Gupeng asked if they seriously thought he was afraid of the pirates. Giving some money without creating conflict, if they did otherwise, it could cause problems. Soyang and Sunbei didn't understand what problems the older man was talking about. And he said that, for starters, a whole country couldn't be guaranteed to contain every pirate, and asked if they knew why. And then Soshon replied that because pirates are experienced sailors and they have an advantage on the water with their attacks. Gupeng confirmed and said that if someone decided to run away, the news would immediately reach 18 factions. After which, Gupeng asked the question of who they thought would be the victim in this situation. If not them, and not the Wasan faction, and Gupeng explained that the victim would be this honorable citizen leading the boat. And even if they killed a few pirates, the pirates wouldn't even lay a finger on the Wasan, but their target for retaliation would be the boatman. Soyan began to scream that it wasn't their fault. Gupeng said they don't say who is right or wrong. It's no secret that the 18 faction is going down the wrong path. It is natural for them. And also Gupeng added that if the guys are not going to take responsibility for the life of a boater, it would be best to leave it at that. And if word of this spreads, no one else will offer them their boat and escort. And for this to stop, 18 factions must disappear. But their size and power is not so small. Not only the Wasan faction, but also the Murim alliance must begin to take action. So it's also inappropriate. Gupeng asked if they knew why. And So Cheng replied that it would upset the balance, because the power of the most powerful organizations creates a perfect balance. They were equal in power, so none of them could begin to act. If a Murim declares 18 factions as his enemies and starts a war with them, he will lose military power. The remaining houses can join forces and dislodge the weakened Murim alliance. Gupeng replied that So Cheng understands that very well. And he added that the guys know it too, they just don't want to admit it. With some regret, Gupeng said that it wasn't that he didn't understand their hopes, but great power comes with harsh reality, and they needed to think about it. Finally they arrived in Guizhou. Gupeng said they had business there and needed to hurry. There they were met by the king of merchants Li. His name is not very well known now, but in the future he would be the first merchant in the central areas. Soshon realized that the king of merchants was not someone to be enemies with. He must have this money flee on his side. Soshon knew there was no need to doubt his skills. And if he left the treasure in the care of the merchant king, he would be the one to dispose of it. And if you bribe Li, he becomes the most trustworthy person in the world. And it's noteworthy that Seo-chan can safely leave him the treasure. Suddenly, an unknown man approached Gupeng. He began to admire them and said that they looked like they were from the nobility, and they were probably swordsmen from the faction. The man said he was a backwards merchant, and seeing their lofty gait, he could not contain his admiration. Gupeng replied that there was no need for them to unpack at the inn, so let him guide them to the Kailang branch of the Murim Union. And if he decided to do anything, it would not escape Gupeng's gaze. The man bowed politely. Gupeng told the boys that if their destination was Murim, they would not have to stay in Murim. And if there was nothing else in sight, they would be accommodated there. A merchant from the hinterland was surprised that they were providing accommodation in Murima. So he asked Gupeng what his name was. Gupeng gave his name and said that the man was very enterprising. The merchant thought that Gupeng was a big shot. The merchant could not stop and said to himself that he had some extraordinary premonition, for these were disciples from the great Wasan. Sunbei couldn't stand it and told the merchant to be quiet because he had already lost all shame. Gupeng asked Sunbei what his manners were. After all, he is a faction resident and should be neat and more friendly. The merchant apologized and said that he seemed to have caused some embarrassment and he should make up for it in the future. And asked me to follow him. the merchant led them to the Kayan office and told them they were there. He quickly went about his business. They were met by the Kaiyang branch manager, Shin. He said he was honored to meet the 14th honorary swordsman. Gupeng replied that he was also honored to meet the branch manager who commanded the front line in Guizhou. Shin said he had ordered shelter and food to be prepared, and asked that the very guys who were members of the Lotus Union were with him. Shin said he was glad to have the opportunity to meet the master on whose shoulders the responsibility for the future of the Wasan would fall this year. Gupeng replied that in the name of the Wasan faction, he assures that whatever mission they are given, they will handle it. Shin replied that Gupeng was as honorable as anyone, and said that he would soon inform them of their assignment. Also, Shin warned that the royal family is in Kaiyang right now, and they will probably be working together on a mission, so you should get to know them. Seo Chong remembered about the royal family of Zhuge, and didn't know if it was the right time or not. Great Minister Sak approached Gupeng and greeted him. Gupeng was glad to see him after 3 years. Sak asked if those youths behind his back were from the Lotus Union. Gupeng confirmed. Sak said he had just brought the royal family to make her a great young generation in the faction, and if all goes well, he'd like to create a place to negotiate in harmony. Sak introduced his nephews and nieces. Sang walked up to Gupeng and said hello, saying, in Kangho he was credited with the title of the beautiful Jade Sage. Then the young lady Shuren introduced herself and said that Sang was her older brother. Seo-chan shouted her name in surprise. So-shon immediately apologized. Sak replied that there was no need to apologize, because on the other hand he was glad that the Lotus Union member knew their Shuren. Sak then introduced the boy Zhu. He timidly took a step forward and introduced himself. Sak said he doesn't usually show himself, so it's not surprising, and asked to keep in mind that he's uptight. Meanwhile, Sunbae was telling Soying that he has a feeling that Seo-chan will befriend his younger brother. Seo-chan honestly didn't even think of being here. He was only pondering the possibility. This era witnessed the birth of an incredible number of heroes who went down in history generation after generation. Sang, who would be dubbed the Celestial Warrior in the future, would become one of these heroes. When the Murim world was filled with wars, Sang showed amazing skills. Sang was great at military strategy and tactics, while the scheming Shuren became an expert in politics. During the war, most of the Murim tactics were created by these two. People even thought that Zhu had been reborn as a boy and a girl. Zhu, who was evaluated a little later, became a priority wanted along with those two. However, the strange thing was that Seo-chong didn't expect to see Zhu in such a place. At this time, Sak yelled at Zhu to get even and called him mediocre, and that just looking at him would make you disappointed and furious. Sak said that it was all because of Zhu, and that he was the one who had created such a mess, and that was why he was called a frivolous weirdo. So Ching was surprised at such terrible treatment. Sak said he wasn't asking for much, just to do regular meditation like everyone else, and to stop studying useless things like the structure of mechanisms. Mechanism building is an art that has been abandoned and considered useless. With the art of utilization, mechanism building was a pride in the Zhuge family, but now this combination has been forgotten. If the enemy force was a jewel, crushing it would have attracted some attention, but that wasn't even the point. It was forgotten because of the two demonic powers, so learning something like the structure of mechanisms would be enough to earn contempt. Meanwhile, Soyeon asked Sang if their little brother was strange and in the mountain Hua sect. Suddenly, Zhu apologized for his behavior. Soyeon joined Sang, and Sunbae began to socialize with Shuren. So Ching asked Gupeng if he could go with Zhu. He explained that even though he was called a frivolous weirdo, they would find common ground. Soyang laughed and said that strange people are attracted to each other. So Hong approached Zhu and asked if he wanted to be friends with his uncle. Zhu got very aggressive and replied that Seo-chung was only 2 years older than him and started yelling at him to stop talking nonsense. So-shon laughed and said that he was a little tough guy and if his uncle saw such a thing, he would be scared. Zhu got even angrier and asked what he was trying to accomplish. Seo-chang replied that he just wanted to play. So-shon realized that he should just flatter him first, because with him, even one wrong move was dangerous. Unexpectedly, Zhu replied to So-ching that it was strange for him to say such a thing himself, but So-ching had better not get involved with him. Zhu thought he was a pathetic fool who hadn't even reached 20% skill in attacking the small star of the heavens, and was obsessed with building mechanisms, so completely useless in this era. Seo-chong realized that this was an oddity. And just as Zhu's nickname suggested, it would take some time for his talents to be appreciated. Zhu was seen while exploring the treasury of the Triple Sublime Mind. It was because some mechanisms were in the treasury. The faction, especially the Juga family, were able to get hold of a huge amount of treasures. Thanks to the knowledge of Yuga's mechanisms, at that moment, Zhu thought that the neglect towards him would stop. He couldn't be more wrong. Of course, there were people who changed their minds about him. But most people thought he was at least good for something, and when Zhu was almost completely forgotten, his existence became widely known again. And it was because of the structure of machinery. Mechanical engineering, thought to be useless, was revived in the era of wars, and since the mechanic's skill had been forgotten, the only one who could take the necessary action was Zhu. Later, the royal family's influence skyrocketed. It was natural because the only person who was called an expert in the structure of mechanisms was Zhu. Leaving all the work to Zhu was very destructive to his nerves. He was the only one who knew the mechanisms, so he had to keep an eye on everything. He worked on everything himself, and his room was under the supervision of a so-called guard. It was impossible to keep his mind stable under such pressure. Zhu finally became overworked and burned out. About 10 years later, he took his own life. At this time, Seo Chong replied to Zhu that he knows he's far from a gift, a pathetic sight who whines about anything. Seo Chong said that he's aware that Zhu is crazy about the structure of mechanisms, and that's not a bad thing. On the contrary, taking an interest in something that others don't dare to do is awesome, and if he sticks to his faith and continues to work hard, there will be nothing in the world that he cannot accomplish. So there is no need to stop, no matter what others say, to walk the road that is to his liking, and also, as he had done before, not to give up. Everything he has achieved, everything he has learned, don't renounce it. And that if the world doesn't accept it, So Cheng will, and those who neglect So Cheng's brilliant little boy will know his wrath. Zhu was just shocked at such a speech. Zhu asked to tell the truth, and asked if his uncle had asked Seo Chong to flatter him to influence him in some way. So he kicked Seo Chong out. After a while, Xin showed the map to Gu Peng and said that moving from Guizhou, they would reach the east in 2 days and get to Winggang. In 2 or 3 months' walk they will reach a village, which in turn contains a Murim and a river of evil banners. Also, Xin said that from today's report they found out that they have been pushed back, and he hopes that the Murim wars of the Guizhou branch will support them. Sak replied that it might be a little dangerous, but it was a good experience for Sang and Shuren. Gu Peng confirmed that the Manhua sect would support the idea. Xin replied that in that case, they should set out today at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Meanwhile, Seo Chong went out for a walk with Zhu. Zhu said that there is no war at all between the true faction and the false faction. So why is Guizhou the only place where there is turmoil and strife? So Cheng replied that Guizhou is a place that divides the two factions, even if peace and harmony have been formed. If they are not capable of killing each other on the front lines, it will result. Seo Chong realized that Zhu was really only interested in machinery and didn't know anything about what was going on in the Murim. Therefore, he should get it into his head. So Chang tells Zhu that no matter how he tries to keep control, the Murim soldiers are patronized and embittered, and Guizhou is just such a place. The chains of patronage and spite lead to him being unable to change anything. No matter who tries, he can't break them ingeniously. Zhu asked what he meant by genius. And that his intentions are obvious, but they're not that bad. But then Zhu said, if Seo Chong meant something else by genius. Then if it was uncle who sent him, then it's just a cheap trick. Soshon asked the little guy to humble himself, because he knows that he is also considered strange on Mount Hua. Soshon knew his nature was very unstable, but he didn't think he was that fragile. And really that's strange, but Soshon realized that if he didn't believe in this weirdo, no one else would. Seo Cheng gave a friendly shove to Zhu and said that they had a lot of work to do. Zhu started shouting that he had lost his mind. Meanwhile, Mr. Sak arrived at the warrior's house. He said that he had arrived as soon as he heard about what had happened. He asked for a more detailed explanation. One of them said the River of Evil is 600, the Murima Alliance is 400. And they have 3 Supreme Masters but no Supreme Masters. Sak said that the first thing they would do was to find out the progress of the battle and decide. But he was interrupted by a military man who ran into the tent and shouted that he had an urgent message. Sak asked what the matter was, and the warrior told him that news had come that a trio of rabid dogs had been sighted in the battle against the River of Evil. Gupeng said that no matter how one looks at it, they can't relax. So he will leave Sunbei and Soyan for 2 warriors. So Cheng wondered why only the 2 of them. Gupeng replied that he had forgotten to tell him in advance, and that he really wanted to take him with him, but he thought it would be too difficult to bring 3 Kaiyang warriors. So he has no choice but to leave him, the youngest, here. Soshon was saddened, but he agreed and wished them a safe journey and that he would pray for their well-being. Gupeng appeared on the battlefield. Vien rejoiced when he saw the 14th swordsman accompanying him. Sak was also glad that these dogs were nothing against him. Shuren asked Sang what was happening to him. He replied that for some reason there were too few of them. Sang approached Uncle Sak and said that he thought they were trapped, because there are 100 to 150 men in the enemy unit. Sak replied that he didn't have much experience in the military yet, so they were probably just wrong. Sak told him he better look ahead because these are the last lives of the River of Evil. Suddenly one of the warriors looked through his binoculars and was horrified. He began to shout that they were advancing on the city while they were in the field. Some of the warriors did not know what to do. Some wanted to flee because they did not know what would happen to the women and children. No one had any idea that they would be trapped. Meanwhile, Soshon looked off into the distance and said that there were about 100 of them, but there must be a master there. Soshon realized that they only had 1 first-class warrior. He hoped that those geniuses probably realized that it was a trap. Soshon waited for reinforcements to undoubtedly be sent. We just have to hold out until then. He also noticed that Yu had disappeared from his sight. He figured the kid had hidden away after hearing about the trouble. It was for the best. Soshon gathered his strength and told himself that it was time to begin. At that time, the enemies had already breached the gate. One of the enemies burst in and started shouting for them to come out because he is Puck, and upon learning about him too, even the children stopped crying. He suddenly noticed Socheng standing in front of him. Park didn't realize who the kid was standing in front of him. Seo-chun replied that he didn't need to know who he was because he was going to die soon anyway. Park laughed at that. Park then asked Socheng if he was really going to fight all of them alone. Seo-chang replied that he was not alone. Puck replied that he was even a little excited that he was so confident. Soshon replied that he would punish him with his sword for underestimating them. The fight began. Suddenly, another of the enemies asked Socheng what makes him so confident, and attacked the guy. Soshon did not expect it, for he was always behind. The enemy asked if he had wet his pants from fear, but Soshon pulled himself together and realized that now it was his turn to go forward. So he started to hold his defenses. So-chang began to apply the manhua qigong technique, the butterfly dance, and also the overthrow of sensual beauty. Soshon was able to defeat one by one. He also used the plum blossom technique. Park was watching this and he became enraged, shouting and asking Socheng who he was. The guy replied that he was just passing by. 30 minutes before, Soshon had tried to create some tactics with the remaining warriors in the city. Soshon said to wait for them in front of the gate, blocking the enemies from rushing in all at once. And second-class warriors need to stay close and ensure in places where their help is needed. And finally in the center will fight Soshon with one enemy after another, and this way maybe they can win. One of the warriors didn't believe in Soshon at first, but after seeing him in battle, he realized that they had the Hozan's backing. Meanwhile, Soshon told him to be on guard because the enemy is pushing too hard, and that he understands his feelings, but they are too few and need to stick together. Suddenly, another enemy attacked Soshon, shouting that Soshon would die this very second. However, the guy managed to apply defense in time. The enemy began to laugh, that it was not the faction of the Hozan that was clamoring for honor that was kicking. Soshon answered him. At first, he was a convinced swordsman, but having been to war he changed his mind. Soshon defeated him. One of the enemies began to shout that 30 warriors had already fallen. Pak heard this and became angry. He ordered him to think positively. After all, if they fought hard against 30 men, they must be exhausted. Puck realized that he couldn't back down any longer. Maybe ordinary people could, but since he was responsible for all of this, he would definitely be persecuted. Suddenly, Puck shouted to his warriors that whoever killed this boy would be reported to the senior officer and gifted with gold. Hearing the word gold, the enemies became even more furious and with frenzied eyes saw So-chang's prey before them. So-chang realized that this was now a real ambush. Just as suddenly, 1,000 arrows appeared in the sky. The enemies couldn't understand where they were even coming from. Zhu at this time was standing with a bamboo crossbow in his hands and was happy with his success. So-chang realized that this was definitely what the Tang clan of Sichuan had used during the war, and being men of honor, they were embarrassed to use Zhu's invention because it's a killing device, so they sold it to the Tang clan. So-chang admired his little boy. He knew that Zhu would definitely become an outstanding person in the future. So-chang shouted to Zhu that it's a great job and no doubt he's a genius. So he needs to help his big brother and they will do it together. Zhu didn't blurt out much praise and replied to So-chang that he was talking nonsense again. Puck at this time shouted to his dogs to charge in and destroy everyone in their path. Despite his age, So-chang fought honorably and protected the women and children who relied on him. The guy noticed that his warriors' spirits were down and they were exhausted, so he decided to cheer them up. He shouted that he was So-chang of the Hozan faction, and he was asking for support from the glorious warriors. The warriors realized he was still a child, but they believed in him and shouted for everyone to follow young Master So-chang. Park didn't understand what this guy was doing. He was sure it was a bluff, since So-chang had fought without rest and was surely exhausted. So-chang replied that under normal circumstances that would be the case, but not in his case. Something like this wouldn't even make him sweat. So-chang began to advance on their horde and Puck's dogs began to run away. Park didn't expect that and started running away. However, So-chang managed to grab him in time and told him that Park wasn't going anywhere. He wanted the details of the operation from him. Park began to shout that he didn't know much and asked to be released. Seo Qian replied that he would have to kill him in that case. Afterward, Park promised to tell whatever he wanted to tell and would do whatever So-chang said. Finally Gu Peng, together with Mr. Sak, arrived at the gate of the city. When they saw the broken gate, they were afraid to see what had happened. But when they entered and saw the mountain of defeated enemies and So-chang, they realized that the warriors had defeated them. Sak began to question the older warrior and said that even though the Evil River's troops consisted of third-grade warriors, but how did he single-handedly defeat an entire 100? The warrior began to shout that it wasn't all his fault, but young Master So-chang's. Sak was angry and ordered him to tell it like it was. After all, everyone knows he is only 12 years old. The warrior shouted that it was true, and yet he had seen it with his own eyes. Then Sak replied that if he was saying that all the warriors of the River of Evil were third class, and half of them ran away in fear, then maybe there was some truth to it. So-chang justified everything by saying that he has a lot more inner energy than his peers, and that played a big role. Gu Peng praised the boy. He had looked over So-chang before, and although his fighting skills were average, but his foresight and inner energy were impressive. Gu Peng knew that usually if one participated in a real battle at such a young age, their body would become frozen. So-chang on the other hand fought calmly and led the warriors. Gu Peng truly believed that young So-chang would become a key figure in the future. Sak decided to celebrate the victory and they had a feast, in gratitude for the labors shown by his faction friends. Xian Bei walked up to So-chang and said that he was now in a completely different light. It was nothing compared to what the elders had done. Sang and Shuren also congratulated So-hyun on his victory. So-yang too admitted that she had underestimated him. The boys were sitting at the same table and all rejoiced at their victory. However, only little Zhu was absent. Zhu was sitting alone at the door of the hall where the feast was being held. Suddenly, So-chang opened the door. Zhu asked what he wanted, and then Zhu asked So-chang to keep it a secret that he was using a bamboo crossbow. Because using a concealed weapon in such a prestigious faction is humiliating. So-chang replied that to be honest, they had won because of the little genius. And if he hadn't been there, Seo Qian would be dead. But So-chang added that it's unfortunate they have to keep it a secret, but at least So-chang acknowledged Zhu and asked him to cheer up. Zhu thanked him and said that the great man was not him, but So-chang. So-chang laughed and said that he had finally realized the greatness of his older brother, and he added that he need not be envious as he was lucky enough to consume the miracle cure, and if Zhu takes it, he will be equal to him. Zhu was surprised and asked what the miracle medicine was. So-chang replied that yes, the martial artist has a complicated fate. But no matter how difficult it is, the medicine simplifies everything and solves any problem. Zhu replied that if the world was like that, there would be plenty of martial artists. So Cheng then asked what he would say if his older brother got him the medicine. Then Zhu replied that if it was true, he would not only be his younger brother, but also his subordinate. And he hoped that Seo Chong would remember that promise. 2 days later, a crowd of people stood at the gates of the city. A man approached, and the guard asked the purpose of his visit. The man replied that he had come to congratulate the victory because he wanted to present a gift to the 14th sword attendant. Gu Peng announced to his boys that today he would teach them how to deal with people. And he explained that when they received a gift, if they asked for a favor, it was better to refuse, because it's taboo for a Taoist to be greedy. One should always accept moderate gifts. And if the gifts are expensive, the attitude towards them may change. Also, if someone's tone promises anything, that person should be avoided. Communicating factions like theirs is a heavy burden. The boys went with Gu Peng to receive congratulations and gifts. Someone came from Sichuan. Some came just to express their gratitude and bestow warm words. Some praised the lotus unit. The gifts were different, to taste and color. Sometimes nice, sometimes not so nice. But there was only one person So Cheng was waiting for. The guy knew that he definitely had to be around here somewhere. He was waiting for the king of Li's merchants. Guy had done a lot to help him and was waiting for him to show up. Suddenly a man came up and said hello. He said that they had met again. So Shon looked and remembered it was that small merchant, but it definitely wasn't him. He might have changed his name, but his passion for money is matched only by the amount of his fat. It is also his great pride that, even if it were necessary for him to confront the union of the Murim, he would not retreat. At the very least, So Chang realized that he wouldn't act like an ordinary merchant and didn't possess an average physique. So Shon decided that when it was over, he should be sure to check the visitor's book. At this time, the merchant told Gu Peng that he had heard the news and marveled. And that, usually when talking about sword masters, the Hozan faction rises above everything. Gu Peng replied that he had already talked to too many people, so he was declining. The merchant asked for some time. But Gu Peng replied that he had to go. The merchant asked him to stop and grabbed Gu Peng's arm. The guards grabbed him. The merchant started yelling that they even knew who he was. He began to shout that he was a warrior of the Cayenne Branch Union, Gold Merchant Organization, and that he was the head of a small merchant association called the Gold Merchant Organization, and his name was Li. It was as if it hit Seo Chong. Merchant Li went home upset, but So Chung stopped him and said hello. The merchant was greatly surprised. The merchant apologized to him for the trouble he had caused and asked him what had brought him here, if it was the 14th swordsman's orders. So Shon replied that he had made that decision on his own and had business to attend to the merchant. So Shon suggested walking somewhere else and talking there. The merchant agreed. Li sensed that there was something to it, and it smelled like money. So he gladly followed the boy. So Ching suggested that we skip the pointless talk and get down to business. He asked the merchant to speak freely. So Shon said that deals were usually based on trust and manners. The guy clearly understood that if he needed his help in the future, it would be better to establish an equal relationship. The merchant asked what So Shon meant by business. The boy replied that he was interested in the business he proposed. Li replied that honestly, even he didn't think there was anything special about a petty merchant like him. And he doesn't understand why Seo Chong trusted him, and added, besides, apparently So Shon had come there without putting the 14th sword attendant and the rest of the Lotus Squad members on notice. So Cheng said that he had an interesting proposal. The merchant was very interested, but So Shon also added that he would like to know about his business first. The merchant of course agreed. Li said he calls it a business to make it sound bigger, but it's really nothing special. They sell the most popular product, rice, but the whole point is that Li wants to sell rice as military provisions. Then So Chang said that it turns out he needs a chance to become a war merchant. So Shon asked if he needed financial support. Li replied that there was nothing wrong with that, and they needed help of a different kind. So Cheng said he was willing to listen. Li replied that the question was a bit sensitive and asked to listen to the end. Then the merchant said bluntly that they needed connections. No matter how, he needs permission to trade militarily. The merchant can't get the full, but he can prepare the partial. So Shon replied that he won't get angry in the conversation, so the merchant can talk. And the guy won't judge until he listens. The merchant then asked that being a member of the Lotus Squad, So Ching must have visited with Gu Pengam to the meeting place where the head of the Cayenne branch was located. The fellow confirmed. The merchant then assumed that he knew about the conflict in Guizhou. So he asked Socheng to tell him about the areas that were cut off or having trouble replenishing supplies. As Socheng heard, Li's greed is no joke. And the person who originally helped the merchant is also insane. And judging from the situation, he's asking for information that's supposed to be secret. Socheng realized that the merchant king was not the kind of person who could distinguish between good and evil. The word gold in the name of the organization is not just for nothing. He is only interested in money. Socheng had expected this. Socheng replied to the merchant that he could help, but everything would be limited to Weinan County. Li, of course, agreed. Socheng also added that in a normal situation he would have said no, but he thinks the merchant knows the reason. The merchant thanked Socheng for listening, and frankly he's surprised his head is still on his shoulders. And now Socheng said that the time had come for his proposal. The merchant promised to listen. Socheng didn't hold back and immediately asked if he knew anything about the triple sublime mind. The merchant immediately realized that it was about the treasure tomb of the three-eyed ghost thief. Socheng said the fruit he ate a few years ago was originally found in a tomb, not an underground cave. Socheng asked the merchant what he thought about it. Li could see in Socheng's eyes that he was not lying. The merchant replied that if the treasury really exists, how does Socheng plan to move all those treasures without anyone noticing? It's impossible, and continued that Socheng is a Lotus Squad slain and he may not worry about his safety. But Li is an ordinary merchant and will definitely be killed by robbers. Socheng replied that there was no need to take everything. He asked Li to gather the men to go with him to the treasury and take only the most precious things. Socheng also added that the merchant should keep it a secret, and then he would suggest that the military of the Vannan detachment give the replenishment of supplies to the control of the Gold Merchant Association. The merchant replied that he understood. He asked if the treasury really existed, why Socheng trusted him with it. Socheng could not tell that he knew the future. So he replied that simply no one else would believe his story, and Socheng also reported that he didn't have much time and would leave tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. The merchant promised that he would do so. The merchant realized that if it was real, it was a serious matter. And even if it wasn't the treasury of a three-eyed ghost thief, getting the upper hand in Vannan's military trade was worth it. Socheng and the merchant made a deal. The next day, Gu Peng told his men that they were to return to Hozan tomorrow, so they had to get ready. Soyan ran up to Gu Peng and asked that weren't they going to go see the Shaolin Temple, the mutant faction, or the Murim branch. Socheng hoped the petty one would agree. But Gu Peng replied that he too wanted to show them as much as he could, but as it would be difficult. Sunbei began to say that the squad's first outing into the world served to sightsee and gain experience, and it shouldn't be dangerous like this. Gu Peng replied that fortunately they were not hurt. But the head office was concerned about them and unanimously decided to bring them home, so there was no choice. Socheng's thoughts split into two sides. On one side, the royal family had also been ordered to return, so he would be able to go to Chongqing, but on the other hand he can't ask the king of merchants to go with them. Even if they went to Chongqing and plundered the tomb, he would need to return to Guizhou, so they went back to the river. At this time in the evil river, a subordinate came to Mr. Qion and said that there was news that the 14th swordsman would soon arrive at the Yangtze River. Qion was enraged and said that even the execution of those who attacked the Wan'an and escaped would not quell his anger. And did they really think they would get away unharmed? He told his subordinate to teach those Kosan bastards a lesson. And don't come back with bad news. After a while, Gu Peng and the boys and the royal family arrived at the port of the Yangtze River. Sak noticed that Gu Peng was acting strangely somehow and asked him what was wrong. Gu Peng replied that it was nothing serious, he just thought there weren't enough ships. Usually at this time of the year, many people gather there to enjoy the beauty. Sak replied that Gu Peng had just become quite wary because of what had happened in Wan'an, and he should rest. Gu Peng took a deep breath and enjoyed the surrounding beauty. Then he looked into the water and began to shout. Gu Peng shouted for Murim warriors to guard the Lotus unit and the royal family. Sak couldn't understand what was happening. Suddenly, armed men appeared on the cliff. One of them said that the 14th swordsman actually had a keen sense of intuition. The enemies jumped off the cliff right onto their ship. Sak realized they were pirates of the 9 seas. Gu Peng told them that if they had confused their ship with some other ship, he would forgive them, and ordered them to get out. One of the pirates laughed and said that they had met before, so he was definitely not wrong. The pirate said he didn't introduce himself last time, so he doesn't remember him. The pirate said his name was Yuck and thanked him for the payment he received earlier. Sunbei immediately recognized this pirate. Sak also knew that Yuck was one of the 100 greatest masters. The spearman of leaping water. Gupeng realized that it was indeed a leaping water spearman, and he asked what he was forgetting on this ship. Yuck told Gupeng to listen to him carefully, and that they were pirates of the 9 seas, guardians of the Yangtze River. Since long ago, if anyone wants to cross the river, they must pay a price, but Gupeng defamed them by calling them thieves and did not pay the toll. Soshon began to shout that it was all lies. Yuck replied that they weren't the ones who went up against the Lotus Squad and the stubborn children of the royal family, and that it was those kids who suddenly said they wouldn't cooperate with the pirates and pointed their swords at them. Sang at this time told his uncle that it seems like something is going on, and it doesn't look like these people will just let them go. Gupeng asked that was why there were so few ships in the harbor. Yuck replied that young Murim blood was hot and it was natural to make mistakes without knowing the balance of power. Yuck reiterated that the territory of the river is the territory of the pirates of the 9 seas, and that they cause trouble, and so they, as guardians, protect the peace and law of the river. Yuck ordered to attack and spare no one. Gupeng and the others had no choice but to hold their defenses. Xiaoshan couldn't understand what was going on. Xianbei jumped forward and told Seochun to hide behind him. Seochun didn't understand anything. If they had fought with the leaping water spearman, there was no way he would forget. It hadn't happened in his past life. However, Soching gathered himself and realized that there was no time to think about it, as Gupeng was at a complete disadvantage in this battle. Soshon clearly understood that he had to help the 14th swordsman, but he couldn't die here. At this time, Surak, Soyan, and Zhu were standing aside. One of the pirates shouted for the girls not to be killed. Suddenly, Soshon ran up and struck the pirate who was not far from them. So Hyun called him brother and told him to be careful. Sunbei shouted that Xiaoshan had gone crazy. Xiaoshan replied that he would help Gupeng, so there was no need to voice his concerns. So Chang headed toward Gupeng. Xianbei tried to stop him and shouted that he shouldn't do that and offered to go with them. Soson began to attack the pirates. Sak and everyone around him couldn't understand what was happening or how he was doing it. Soshon turned to the pirates and said he didn't have time, so let them all attack at once. One of the pirates yelled that he was a complete idiot and ordered him to kill this guy faster so he wouldn't present himself. The pirates attacked the guy, but he held on very tightly. Soshon shouted to the warriors that he could no longer cover everyone and asked them to focus on defense instead of offense. Soshon began to use the manhua lightsaber technique. But the guy didn't expect that. It still took some getting used to. The pirates from the cliff watched the battle. One of them said that the captain should be warned. The other replied to him that he did indeed think that the lanceman of galloping water would lose on water. Yuck was fighting Gupeng at this time, as he suddenly noticed his subordinates falling from some boy's sword. Gupeng fought honorably, but suddenly his sword began to shake. Yuck knew that in comparison, his unshakable water spear martial art leveled out the shaking, becoming terrifying. Yuck had learned enough about how amazing the art of wielding a Hozan sword was. But he decided it was time to reveal the winner between him and the 14th sword. Gupeng realized that this was a bad thing. He knew that Yuck was still sizing him up. And if he fought at full strength, Gupeng wouldn't last long. Suddenly, the body of his subordinate flew over Yuck. He didn't realize what the hell. At this time, Xiaoshan stood behind him and greeted him. Gupeng asked in surprise what he was doing. So Cheng replied that he understood his feelings, but now was not the time because they didn't know what those pirates on the cliff would do. At this time, Surak told Gupeng that he wouldn't believe it, but young Master Soching had wiped out most of the pirates. Sang pulled her aside and said she was too forward. Gupeng was greatly surprised and said that if they got out of there alive, they would talk about it later. Soching said he would help, but Gupeng stopped him and said he'd better not stir at his feet. And he added that he knew that Soching was hiding his real strength, but the opponent was too strong, and if Soshon interfered, instead of helping, he would only be a hindrance, and asked to leave Yuck to him. Gupeng continued to battle with Yuck, but Yuck clearly had an advantage over him on the water, and was showing good techniques with the spear. Yuck started laughing and shouted that all his efforts were useless. He kicked his foot on the floor of the ship, and the ship lurched to the side. Gupeng fell. Yi Yuk seized the moment. Sochon couldn't stand by and watch Gupeng attack. He attacked the pirate. Yuk got angry and started yelling that he was an arrogant child. Seo-chan told him to stop already. Sochon gathered all his strength and used the Manhwa's non-spewing lunge technique. And then a flurry of manhua attacks. But Yuk didn't put up with such antics for long. He used a technique and started spinning the whole ship clockwise on the water. The spear flew straight at Socheng, but the guy realized that this was his chance. Yuk flew with his spear at Socheng with full confidence of his victory. But he didn't expect the boy's sword to hold back his spear. At this time, Gupeng made an attack on Yuk while Socheng held back the attack. Gupeng praised him and said good job. Gupeng reminded the kopecker that he had been careless. Yuk couldn't believe that he had been defeated, but then he interjected again as Gupeng called him. He swung his spear straight at him. Yuk missed Gupeng's body, but he broke the ship into two halves and everyone began to roll into the water. Sak was barely floating in the water. One of the warriors shouted for him to swim to him. Gupeng ordered everyone to grab onto that rock. Gupeng looked around and asked if everyone was there. Soyeon began to shout that she couldn't see brother Seo-chong and Zhu. They began to shout, but they were nowhere to be found. 3 weeks later in Guizhou, Merchant Li couldn't get enough of the money. He walked around with them in his arms, kissing them and saying he loved them to death. He knew he owed a great debt to Mr. Seo-chong. If it weren't for him, he'd still be licking someone's ass. The merchant wanted to pay him back, but Seo-kong was no longer in the world, so he could not do so. Li began to cry and said that if Seo-chong could be reborn, he would give him the silver coins, but he quickly came to his senses and began to say that silver coins are a bit too much. And Seo-kong is no longer in this world, and how could a dead man use the money? So he decided to just pray. He had almost forgotten Seo-kong's name for prayer. Suddenly, a subordinate walked in and said that a martial arts master wanted to meet with him. Li asked if he looked rich. The subordinate replied that he looked absolutely beggarly. Li then asked if he was saying that he was a member of some known associations. The one replied that he was a wanderer. Then the merchant replied to send him away. Someone knocked on the door and asked if he could come in. Li said yes, but as soon as he saw the man who entered, his eyes went wide. The merchant hadn't looked so frightened in a long time. Unexpectedly for the merchant, Socheng entered the room. He asked Li why he had such an unhealthy complexion and if he was ready to plunder the tomb. Li began to shout that it was a ghost. Seo-chong laughed and replied that you shouldn't bury people before their time. Suddenly, little Zhu also appeared in front of the merchant. Li began to shout that they were two ghosts and that they should leave him alone as he would not give a penny. Sochon slammed his fist against the wall and ordered the merchant to shut up because he was not dead and was standing alive in front of him. Then Li began to say that the Murim had told him that they had died, but he believed that Mr. Socheng was still alive and never doubted. Seo-chong said that he and Zhu were swept away by the current and became estranged from the rest of the group. They ended up near Hubi. From there they traveled to Hune and returned to Guizhou. It took some time. Then the merchant asked why they had returned. After all, Hune is the territory of the Light faction, and furthermore, isn't the royal family there? Sochon said that this was the reason why if Zhu or he were found, a fuss would start and they would return to the faction and the royal family, and if that happened, they wouldn't be able to get out into the world for several years. And that would mean they wouldn't be able to do anything with the treasure trove. Li replied that it means Socheng brought a member of the royal family to maintain secrecy, and that it was considerate of him. Seo-chang replied that that wasn't the case, and that Zhu was their partner, and without him, the tomb could not be plundered. Zhu asked if Seo-chang was sure that this tomb even existed. Seo-chang replied that even if it didn't, it was necessary to follow him. Socheng asked if the merchant was ready. Li replied that he was ready. At this time, Gupeng arrived at the Hozan faction. He apologized to the master for failing to fulfill his duties and her apprentice's death. Gupeng said it was all his fault, and if he had more faith in Socheng, it wouldn't have come to this. The master put his hand on Gupeng's shoulder and replied that it was fine, and there was no need to be too hard on himself. The master also told Gupeng that she had recently returned, so she was slightly exhausted, so she needed to be alone for a while. At this time, the master took out a letter from his inner pocket. In it, Socheng wrote that he was fine. Seo-chong wrote, they are now together with Zhu, and asked to keep it a secret. He promised to reveal the reason later. Seo Chong also apologized for making Master worry. He promised that he and Ju would return safely. At this time in the Gold Merchants organization, So Cheng was evaluating the warriors the merchant had gathered. So Shon spotted 9 second-class warriors. 1 first-class warrior close to becoming a supreme warrior. Merchant Li said he had already warned the warriors that they were going to loot the tomb. So Shon asked if they could trust them. The merchant replied that there was no need to worry about that. Merchant also said that warriors value their families, and each has members who need help. Ju then asked if he had taken their family members as hostages. The merchant replied that he was not that mean. The merchant said he had made a deal with them and they had sworn allegiance to him, accordingly the treatment would be free for them. Then So-Shon asked how the merchant had introduced him to the warriors. The merchant said that he told them to obey his orders, and that they didn't know what So Cheng and Ju looked like, so they shouldn't worry. So Cheng replied that it was good work and said that the treasury was in Chongqing, and handed the transcript to the merchant and told him to burn it afterward. The merchant said he would support Mr. So Cheng on his journey from the side, from behind, and from the shadows, and will plunder and gather everything, even the bones of the three-eyed ghost thief. As So-Shon passed by the warriors, one of them said to another that should they really trust this milkman. Suddenly, a man named Wang came over and told them to shut up, because can't they see Mr. So-Chong's stride length and stride technique? The warrior apologized. Wang reminded them that they must follow So-Chong's orders, for that was what the chief merchant had commanded. Wang also said that there was no need to apologize to him, and for the slightest mistake, they would be brought before the chief merchant. The warriors, along with So-Shon, arrived at the location of the treasure house, but few believed in it. Suddenly, Zhu started pushing one of the stones away. So Cheng noticed and asked what he was doing. Zhu replied that he didn't know what he was doing yet. Seo Chong realized that there was a reason he was number 1 in engineering, because without Zhu, he wouldn't have even found the entrance. After that, Zhu shouted out what he had found, and huge pillars came out from under the ground. Seo Chong thought it was really amazing. However, Seo Chan had one question. Who could be buried in a tomb with this kind of mechanism? Together with the warriors, they began to go downstairs. The symbol of the three-eyed ghostly thief met them at the entrance. Suddenly, a Cho warrior approached Seo Chong and asked him to tell the truth about whose grave it was. So Cheng smiled and said it was not a grave but a tomb. Cho asked whose tomb it was. Seo Chong replied that it was the tomb of a legendary ghost thief. Cho said it's just a rumor. Seo Chun replied that they would find out when they got inside. So Shon asked, "Does anyone want to go inside?" One of the warriors said he might as well die, even though he didn't feel like it. So Shon replied that they would try to make sure no one died, but if anyone did, So Shon promised that their family would be taken care of. Also, So Shon said that No will go in front and Ju will be in the middle, so he will need to be protected from all sides, but asked not to close Ju's view, as there are so many devices in this tomb that it can be considered one big mechanism, and only Ju can study them and neutralize them. Cho looked at Ju with disdain, and asked if this child. Seo Chong replied that he would lead everyone, but the top priority should be given to Ju. He was the expert to a greater extent. The warriors had no idea that their lives would be in the hands of a 10-year-old. Seo Chong asked Ju where they should go. The boy looked around and replied that all the paths were the same. So Chin then suggested that they go straight ahead, but Zhu suddenly stopped So Cheng. He picked up a stone from the ground and threw it into the passage. Suddenly, metal spears came from all directions. So Cheng told him that he had told him that all the paths were the same. Zhu smiled and replied that it was true, they all had traps set in them. The warrior asked Zhu how he learned and asked him to teach him too. So Cheng smiled and shouted that it was useless to ask him. Zhu said it couldn't be explained in words. He asked the warrior if he could see that the passage was set as if there was a trap. Cho said that he is a very strange kid. Seo Qian replied that he is, but he's very reliable. Meanwhile, they were heading further and further into the depths. Some wooden figures appeared in front of them. No one could understand what they were doing there. Zhu said they are also mechanisms, but he hasn't met them before, so he can't say what to expect. So Shon told him not to worry, and that he would find out for himself what these wooden things were capable of. Zhu said that there are no other devices other than wooden devices in this area, and asked So Cheng to be careful. The warrior asked So Cheng if he was sure he would go alone. So Cheng replied that he would be fine and for them to protect Zhu. So-chung approached the figures and they suddenly began to attack him. So-chung asked Ju if he could disarm them. Ju replied that he didn't know how. Then So-chung said that he would just smash them all. The warriors watched So-chung and realized that just as Brother Wang had said, So-chung was a true master. Ju asked So-chung if he was done with the figures. Seo-chung replied that he was almost. So the boy asked him to give him time to study them. Ju looked at the debris very carefully. He said it looked like wood, but he didn't understand why they hadn't rotted. Seo-chung hurried him over. They traveled on and suddenly saw a huge mountain of silver coins in front of them. Cho reached out to touch them. So-shon shouted at him not to touch it. Cho apologized for his crazy actions and reminded him that it would all belong to the head merchant anyway. Ju at this time examined the mountain of coins and reported that a trap had been set there. So So-chung told Cho that even the slightest mistake could activate the trap, and only on the way back could he gain coins. Suddenly, Ju noticed a box among the coins. He took it out and opened it, and there were 3 pearls in it. So-shon reminded the warriors not to be greedy, and if he returned in one piece, they would be rewarded appropriately. And that they should not think they could escape So-shon's gaze. Meanwhile, the girl that So-shon liked was practicing with her master. The master told her that her skills hadn't deteriorated, but they hadn't improved either, all because of that fool. The girl replied that he was not a fool. Master said she was right, for to think he was hiding his powers, he's an amazing kid, and also added that it doesn't make any sense anymore, because that amazing So-chung is dead anyway. The master said she was not so cruel as to prevent her from grieving, but she could not let her cry forever. At this time, So-chung was defending himself from the monster that attacked him. It was completely iron and had glowing eyes. Cho yelled, "What is wrong with this kid if he can't do anything about this trap?" Ju shouted that this isn't mechanical devices. This is sorcery. An hour ago, the team approached an entire squad of Iron Knights. And as soon as they approached, the Iron Ones opened their glittering eyes. So-chung had heard that the 3-eyed ghost thief had stolen from other places besides Zhongyang, but who would have thought that he had stolen the sorcery of the southern barbarians? Cho told So-chung to stop, because he wasn't afraid of the wooden figures moving due to mechanisms, but he is afraid of these things moving due to sorcery. Seo-chung and Cho fought off the Iron Ones, but they rebelled and attacked again. Then Seo-chung realized that they needed to cut off all their body parts. The warriors tried to realize this, however it was easier said than done. Then So-chung ordered everyone to simply defend themselves. Cho watched So-chung fighting. He said that if possible, he would like to learn a couple of moves from So-chung. So-chung had done away with all the Iron Ones. The warriors asked how much chi energy he had. Seo-chung replied that it was enough. During the battle, So-shon ripped off one Iron One with some kind of chain that reeked of sorcery. He decided it was better to take it with him than to leave it there. However, it was Ju who noticed it. Ju said that if Seo-chung took things like that, he would be cursed. Seo-chung replied that they were already cursed for plundering this tomb. The squad decided to rest for a while and grab a bite to eat. So-shon had a slightly unexpected thought: how the hell was this place built? Creating lots of mechanical devices and traps would of course require money, but the hardest part would be keeping everything secret. Cho said that there is a saying that if you have enough money, you can raise a dead man. With the luck of the 3-eyed thief, it was no wonder he managed to keep everything a secret. Ju thought for a moment. Cho stroked Ju's head and said that the 3-eyed man's wealth would be enough to buy all of Guiju. Suddenly, Ju said that he had a question. He asked what had happened to the warriors that they had gone to such a dangerous place. So-shon told his brother that it was rude to ask such a thing. One of the warriors replied that it was all right, because he was just a child, and the warrior said that when he was young and immature, he did not want to inherit his father's arable land, and so he ran away from home. Later, he began to wander the world, and eventually became a hero of the first class, and by the time he got back to his village, an epidemic was raging and it was devastated. Ju apologized. The warrior replied that everything was fine, since luckily his mother survived and he was not orphaned. However, she is too old and sick. Another warrior, a woman, picked up and told me that she had a son and a daughter, but they had a very rare disease. Her husband was also weak, so it's because of his blood, so she needs a lot of money. The next warrior picked up on it too and said that everyone has similar stories. He has a sister and her leg is injured and it is his duty to take care of her. Another of the warriors said that his beloved had been sold to a man with terrible sexual proclivities. He was looking for her because he was afraid she was dead, so the warrior cut off his dignity, took his beloved and fled. It was then that the chief merchant picked him up. When the warriors heard the story, they supported his deed. Then one of the warriors stood up and said that was enough of this nonsense and it was time to move on. The troop assembled and they came to a huge mountain of gold bars. The warriors began to look around for anything suspicious. Suddenly the woman found a chest. Soshon decided to check out what was inside. He opened the chest and realized that he had found the real jackpot, and then Soshon noticed that amongst everything there was a box with a miracle medicine inside. So-chang realized that it was a Shaolin enhancer. He knew that it was a medicine that released chi with a volume of 20 years when consumed. So-chang realized that stealing a Shaolin amplifier was like declaring war on Shaolin. Seo-chang couldn't even think of such a thing. After all, the three-eyed thief had stolen 10 pieces. How fearless he was. Seo-chan laughed loudly and thanked the three-eyed thief. It seemed to the warriors that he had gone mad and crazy. In addition to everything else in the chest were some amazing books. One of them was about the art of the god of archers. Throughout history, only a few have been honored with the title of god. The god archer was one of them. There were many types of martial arts in Murim. But archery was ignored. If an archer was spotted by a Murim fighter, it was not difficult for him to dodge the arrow, so archery was considered harmless. But this was corrected by the god archer. His mastery of the bow and arrow was on a whole other level. Legend has it that his shot split the Yangtze River. His arrow smashed through rocks. And if he missed, the arrow would turn around and hit the enemy. Some believe he will be resurrected in the future and will instill fear in the hearts of countless martial artists. Soshon also noticed a book about the unity of the 10,000 martial arts. And if one had to choose between the archer's art and this book, So-chang would choose this one. Soshon decided to see what else was in this marvelous chest. He pulled out a sword of amazing beauty. One of the warriors noticed this and asked if it was the Yekan. Soshon replied that if he was talking about the famous sword of Yekan, then yes, it was. No one present could believe what was happening. It seemed that the three-eyed thief had robbed the whole world. The squad continued on its way. 2 days passed, they went down, then up, and they didn't know what floor they were on. Suddenly they reached a strange door with a huge sign in the middle. Seo-chan had never seen such a door before. Ju went to the door and said that he'd like to say that the trap wasn't there, but he wasn't sure about it. Ju noticed that there's a thick wall, and only one handle. That's weird. Seo-chan replied that they couldn't turn back and reached for the knob. Seo-chan pulled the handle and the mechanism activated. An earthquake started and the rubble began to fall. The door opened and So-chan saw the red carpet in front of him, which was laid right up to the throne. But then they saw a strange body. Without any hesitation and with one voice, they said that it must be a zombie. One of the warriors said that if it's really zombies, they're definitely finished. Seo-chan said that it would be better if they were really zombies, because if it was an invulnerable creature, they'd all die. The body came closer and closer. So-chan shouted for them not to be afraid for now and retreated back. At the same moment, a body flew up and attacked Seo-chan. So-chan didn't expect it and started yelling that this zombie was pretty fast. But he added that he didn't seem to be such a great master when he was alive. The battle continued. So-chan began to laugh loudly and shouted that however it was, he had found him. Seo-chan didn't think their meeting would happen so early. The people around him had no idea what he was talking about. Then So-chang said that this was the net of the three-eyed ghost thief. The VIN could not believe that this zombie was the great thief. So-chang said that no matter how hard he concentrated, he couldn't feel his presence. There is only one person who can do that. So-chang also said that the greatest treasure must be hidden in this room if the tomb master himself is guarding it. The female warrior asked So-chan if she could kick the three-eyed thief. Seo-chang replied that she shouldn't, because So-chang has personal motives on this matter. The battle continued, however, So-chang was wrong. The thief turned out to be a very strong opponent. The thief showed amazing techniques in battle. Seo-chan didn't understand how the thief could be so strong. The guy applied the divine art of purple mist. In response, the thief used one of the most powerful Murim techniques. Seo-chan couldn't believe what was happening. The warriors were watching from the sidelines and were already thinking that maybe they should intervene and help Mr. So-chang. So-chan shouted to the thief that he was putting up a dirty fight and one should at least give his opponent a breather. Seo-chang realized that if this continued, he would lose. He had to stop his pressure and finish it all in one blow. At that time, So-chang dared to use the purple fog genesis technique for the first time. Previously, the boy had not dared to use it. The thief's body fell from the heavy blow, but So-chang didn't stay on his feet either. The Van ran up to him, one of them shouting for medicine. The only thing So-chang thought about was that he had defeated the thief who stole the whole world. And then here's the one who stole from the guy who robbed the world. Time passed and So-chang woke up. He asked the warriors how long he had slept, and they said it had been 2 to 3 days. So-chang thanked the warriors for guarding him all this time. The woman replied that there was nothing to thank, because if they hadn't been there, he would have been able to eat the miracle medicine anyway. So-chang replied that he had just woken up and didn't remember what had happened. The warrior said that after the zombie fell, the altar disappeared and the tombstone appeared. Ju told him that they hadn't touched the stone while So-chang was sleeping. Then So-chang decided to check what they had been suffering for all this time. So-chang walked over to the stone and said that they had found a ghostly martial art. There were some interesting inscriptions on the tombstone. Heaven is knowledge, earth is power, man is people. If one possesses both heaven and earth, one can attain 2 eyes. Therefore it is necessary to find the 3rd eye and steal the whole world. Afterward, So-chang found another amazing book on the tombstone. Pran Sacred Art. The divine martial art of Shaolin monks disappeared centuries ago. Legends tell of its greatness. Today, it is considered an unrivaled martial art. So-chang gathered the essentials he needed. The warrior asked if they were already leaving. So-chang replied that he had found everything he needed. Now they could go home. The warriors were very happy about this. The journey was long, and it took them several more days to get out of there. A merchant greeted them cheerfully at the entrance. So-chang said hello and said it had been a long time since they had seen each other. The merchant asked if it had been difficult for them. One of the warriors replied that just thinking about how hard it was brings tears to my eyes. The merchant immediately said that he had prepared a wagon for Mr. So-chang, and said that it was all over at last. So-chang, Ju, and the merchant were traveling in the same carriage. The merchant suddenly asked Ju if he was injured. Ju replied that it was necessary to look him in the eye when speaking to him. The merchant immediately fell silent. So-chang said it's worth it for everyone to get a grip and talk about what to do next. So-chang asked how long it had been since they had gone to the tomb. The merchant said it had been a little over a month. Then So-chang asked if anything significant had happened in the meantime. The merchant said that a master had fought with someone and died. The merchant also said that he had built residential quarters in Guiyang, and he was going to settle there. So-chang did not expect such news. The merchant told So-chang that he was curious about something, so he wanted to inquire. So-chang asked, "Is it about the distribution of treasure?" The merchant cheerfully confirmed. So-chang replied that he would tell him directly. The merchant at this time had thoughts in his mind how much he would give him, 20 to 30%. So-chang said that he would leave him everything. The merchant almost fainted for a second. He couldn't even blink an eye. So-chang replied that he wouldn't do much with them anyway. Although the Kosan faction is down to earth, it is strict about possessing property. And that is why he is an ascetic. Also So-chang added that he found out the merchant is a skillful and trustworthy person, so he invests in him. The merchant asked what he meant by investing. So-chang asked that wouldn't he be able to make more money without money, and told him to use that money and increase the capital. Also, So-chang said that in exchange, his requests should be prioritized and the merchant should help him, and added that the same was true of Shu, and said that originally the merchant should receive 2 shares, Ju 3, and So-chang 5. Ju told So-chang that if he would help him with his teachings or his family when they had a difficult situation, Ju wouldn't mind. So-chang looked sternly at the merchant and asked what he had to say to that. The merchant stood there for a second with his mouth open. The merchant then rushed to So-chang and said that he was ready to kiss his feet in gratitude, promising that he would fulfill all his demands. Their cart arrived in Guiyang, and then So-chang remembered something. He decided to tell the merchant about it. So-chang handed the merchant a roll with the coordinates of where the tomb of the 3-eyed ghost thief was located. He told the merchant to spread rumors that there was treasure there. It wasn't that So-chang didn't trust the warriors that were there with him, but before they told the wrong person, it would be best to tell everyone about her. A few days later, the rumors were all over the place. One man told another if he had heard about the treasury. The man replied that he didn't believe it. Others said it was worth going to check it out. Some said this nonsense was back in vogue. There are as many people as there are opinions. At this time, the Kaina were discussing the fact that the crest of the three-eyed ghost thief was found inside the treasury. Rumors reached the Murima alliance as well. It was ordered to immediately gather the union of elders to solve the problem with the treasury. Even the River of Evil already knew that the tomb was filled to the top with gold and silver coins. There was talk in the River of Evil that the Murima alliance had recently sent a search party there. And the demonic forces are just watching at the moment. The head of the River of Evil ordered a letter to be sent to the Murima alliance. He suggested that they must be waiting for him to propose a truce. The head realized that very painful events could happen, but if the tomb was real, he couldn't give it to the light faction dogs. After a while, the Murim search party met up with the ZL River unit at the tomb. They searched the tomb and looked for an entrance. The Murim warrior reminded his own that the Murim had made a truce with the bastards of the River of Evil. And if there is a battle, the quest will be over and they will be punished. In the end, although it was unpleasant and unbearable for the Murim warriors, they only had to endure. At this time, Ju wondered to Seo Chong why he couldn't go back to his family. So Cheng explained that the search had just begun. And if he showed up, the royal family would take him away immediately. So Cheng told Ju to just keep digesting the Shaolin enhancer he ate. Seo Chong knew that because of the intricacy of the labyrinth and the endless traps, it would take time to plunder the tomb. But he promised Ju that they would return. So Ching said that he had informed the merchant everything that was necessary, so we should slowly move out. But before leaving, So Ching decided to give something to the merchant for safekeeping. He handed him a book. The merchant asked what it was. So Shan said that these were valuable books he had found in the tomb, and told him to give it to the warriors who were with him in the tomb. Also, So Ching said that you shouldn't copy these books as they are first-class martial arts. The merchant said he would take that into consideration. So Cheng, along with Yu, set off on their journey. They came to a fairly quiet area, and So Ching said they would settle here and he would help him with his martial arts training. Seo Chong looked at Zhu and asked him if he was ready and confident in his abilities. Zhu proudly replied that he was ready. So Shan liked this kind of pressure from the boy. He began his training. Surprisingly, Zhu turned out to be a pretty capable guy. A month passed and So Chang told Zhu that he hates to say it, but so far Zhu is a total zero in martial arts. Zhu was very angry and said that Seo Chong had said that he would become a master if his chi increased. He called So Chong a liar. So Chang replied that usually when you eat an amplifier, you become a master. But because Zhu didn't try his best, it was his fault. Zhu got angry and started shouting that, but realized that it was his fault for being lazy in training. But he still feels cheated. Siashan believed in him and ordered him to keep practicing. Seo Chong didn't waste any time either. He had mastered the Divine Purple Mist art by 40%. He had just started practicing the Purple Mist sword. Seo Chong told himself to be more patient, and he didn't have to be afraid like before that he would be caught. Over time, So Shan had mastered the art of wielding the 14-plum petal sword. And it was time to move on to 24 petals. So Chang lasted 15 seconds, it was time for the 16th second. The falling petals are like rain. It was incredibly difficult. Because the volume of his chi surpassed 60 years, the absorption efficiency of Qigong Manhua Qigong would drop. So Ching decided that he was lucky and it was time. He took out the 10,000 Martial Arts Unification book from his pocket. Usually martial arts are too complex to master many at once. The teachings are so difficult that it is difficult to achieve greatness in even one, and it is impossible to develop the others simultaneously. It is well known that if one learns the techniques of one martial art, there is a risk of chi deviation when attempting to learn a martial art with a completely different nature. But transitional art allowed one to go against the commonly known postulates. When it came to transitional art, everything could be explored. So Shan realized that although he could only show half of the native technique, what he lacked, he would develop on his own. However, Seo Kong said that this is not why he took the book, and how he uses it is another matter. So Chen burned the book. Now he had clipped the wings of the Lord of the Dark Heavens. It's about a power that hasn't appeared in the Murim yet. The Dark Sky faction. It was unknown when or where she had appeared, but Soshan knew that they had been preparing for a long time to conquer the Murim. Aside from the tomb, the Dark Heaven Lord was putting sticks in Murim's wheels everywhere and controlling Rong Yuan. And in the future, when the Murim weakened, they showed up in this Mia and started a fierce war, and at the center of it all was the greatest man in the world. the Lord of the Dark Heavens. Soching had only seen it once. And it was not a man. With strength that went against common sense and incredible intelligence, he lurked in the shadows and held the Murim in his hands, an extraordinary genius who could easily master any martial art. He, more than anyone else, could be called the greatest man in the world, and a monster, but now, the unity of the 10 martial arts was no more. Seo Chong hoped that this was his way of weakening the Dark Heaven Lord. Sochang also tried to learn archery. Archery itself is not difficult, but it was unexpectedly difficult to use qi. At this time, Zhu was practicing and shouted to Soching that he had told him to practice hard, but he was idle for some reason. A month later, at the main branch of the Murima Union, Commander Che Gal received news that Sochon and Zhu were alive. The informer said that the head of the Wuhan branch suspected something and double-checked it. The commander wasn't too happy about this news, as the treasure trove was on his mind. He asked if everything was all right. The informant told him that the boat had broken up and he had barely managed to get out of the Yangtze. At this time, unknown people were sharing rumors with Sochang and Zhu that a disciple of the Hozan faction and a member of the royal family had survived. Seo Chong and Zhu asked where such news came from. The two replied that it was all about the treasury. Seo Chong told Yu that if he was upset, it was best to forget. After all, they have no more merit behind them. Thanks to the 9 big factions and 5 great families, they were at least mentioned, and he added that there was no need to attract attention all the time. If rumors about Zhu's knowledge of engineering spread, he might be kidnapped. Seo Chong reminded Zhu that he had always said it would be safe to hide for now. Zhu agreed. Seo Chong is sure that the Lord of the Dark Heavens is concentrating on the treasury of the three-eyed thief. And he and Zhu haven't caught his attention. And one must prepare for what comes next, and then there's the War of the 7 Blades. 2 years after the treasure trove of the three-eyed thief was discovered, the tomb of the cursed demon was found, guardian of hell and master of the 6 primordial demonic arts. When the tomb was excavated, several forces were gathered, 3 of the 9 great factions, 2 of 5 royal families, the Demon Church and the River of Evil. Unlike when the treasury of the three-eyed thief was discovered, during the excavation of the tomb, various clashes took place. Gradually they expanded, and eventually war broke out. The tomb of the three-eyed ghost thief was different from the cursed tomb because this time, it was all set up by the Dark Heavens. Sochon wanted to stop them by all means, but without peeking at them, it would be nearly impossible. In addition, there were a lot of changes. But it wasn't that Sochon didn't expect it. Therefore, he must find gifted people. The current situation didn't suit Soching. There were still people he had to get on his side. Suddenly, someone came up to Seo Chong and asked him what he was thinking about. The boy thought he was imagining things and that he was hallucinating, and then the voice said that no matter how much time had passed, was treating his master's voice as a hallucination a bit rude. Seo Chong realized that this was his master. Without a second thought, he threw himself into her arms. The boy was happy. So Hong asked why she was here. The master replied that he was her disciple, and who else could have come to meet him. Master said she was very worried. Seo Kong apologized. The master smiled and said that if he understood, then everything was fine. From Master Seo Chang's look, he realized that she was really worried. Suddenly, Zhu came in crying. So Chong asked why he was crying. Zhu replied that he didn't have a master, and it was so touching. The master asked what kind of child he was. Zhu wiped his tears and said that he forgot to introduce himself. He said he was a member of the royal family. The master approached him and said that she was pleased to meet him and introduced herself. She also added that Zhu was no longer at the age where children play within families, and that he had been through a lot. Zhu pulled himself together and replied that it was okay because he was the child of a warrior family. Master smiled, stroked Zhu's head and said that he was so young but so amazing. She was glad that her disciple had made such valuable connections. Seo Chong at this time was thinking about Zhu being from the 5 royal families who take blood ties very seriously, but to think that they don't realize that he's a child. What a miserable life. Zhu doesn't remember his parents, he was bullied and pressured by his family. But in spite of all this, he didn't give up what he loved. Sochon knew that he was a much more amazing person than he realized. A man who would reveal himself later. After a while, Seo Chong and Zhu sat by the rock and talked. Seo Chung asked him if it was difficult to do mechanical engineering. Zhu replied that it was difficult, then So Cheng asked why do it then. Zhu smiled and said it was fun. So Cheng gathered Zhu up and they sent him home with the master. Zhu said goodbye and said that they would see each other again. After they saw baby Zhu off, the master began to wonder what So Cheng had been doing all this time. Seo Chong replied that it was the same as master already knew. Master smiled and said that there was definitely something more there. Seo Kong asked how she realized it. The master replied that from his letter, it was not hard to realize that there was something hidden there. The master asked what had happened. Then So Chang said that he was the first person to discover the treasury. The master was surprised and asked, which meant he managed to survive the Yangtze and then somehow managed to get into the treasury. So Cheng asked what was wrong. The master replied that she was a little worried that greed might cloud his mind. So Shon replied that he knew very well the teachings of the Hozan faction and that greed leads to destruction. He said that he had also given a few things to a merchant to help the poor. The master replied that it was wonderful and asked what he meant by a few things. So Shon replied that if it was a matter of speaking, he would show them. So Cheng showed the Shaolin amplifiers to master. The master was dumbfounded by what he saw and was speechless. So Shon asked her to take one before they returned to the Kosan. And he himself could easily absorb two. Seo Chong wanted to give the master everything, but he knew that too much was bad too. And they don't know what the side effects will be if too much is consumed. So Shon said he would take the blame. But the master said it was neither his nor hers, so we should give it to the Hozan faction. Master said that if he stole them from the treasury, then it meant they were stolen from the Shaolin temple, and that they don't know the owners of the other stuff and can't do anything about it. But they need to return these amplifiers to their rightful owner. So Ching was adamantly disagreeing with the master. She asked if all the amplifiers were in the box. The guy replied that the merchant had for more pills. Master would really like to go back to Guiju, pick up the rest and go to Shaolin Temple, but she is not at liberty to do so. The master said they were 2 days from the village where the older and younger comrades were waiting for them, and they needed to meet them as soon as possible. The master expressed her gratitude to So Chang for worrying about her, but reminded her that there was a law of duty in their country, and especially things like the Shaolin amplifier, whose origins are clear. So Chang replied that he understood. Finally, Seo Chong and the master reached the place where their comrades were waiting for them. After a hard journey, they decided to have a snack together. The master ate a little and said she was tired and would go rest. So-shon wished her a good rest. Suddenly, one of the guys approached So-shon and said that now they could talk without worrying about anything. He began to tell So-shon that it was time to tell them everything that had happened to the pirates of the 9 seas. So-shon supposed that such a thing was possible. One of the guys asked the owner of the place to bring them drinks and snacks. So the guys began to interrogate Seo Chong. So-shon told the whole story about the pirates, the Kopeka, and so on. The boy replied that it was a completely different feeling to hear such a thing directly from a participant in the events. The guy said that means So-chon's abilities are superior to Jang Hong and Jang Son. Another guy said that honestly, he hadn't paid attention to So-chang until now and thought he was just lucky, but now he apologized for it. Suddenly the door of the establishment opened and a woman burst in. She was screaming loudly and asking for help. The owner of the establishment asked her what had happened. The woman said that while she was doing laundry by the creek, martial artists appeared and began to rampage. The guys heard this. They didn't understand how this could be in mutant faction territory. Suddenly a master came down. She told the woman that she was a follower of Hosanna and could not ignore the injustice, and asked her to tell her everything. The woman couldn't say 2 words. Then the master said that they would check for themselves and asked them to follow her. The woman replied that they should follow her. Suddenly, the master told one of the guys that it was a trap. She didn't make eye contact with the master. And besides that, if it was a martial artist, she wouldn't be able to escape. The guy asked if the master would go after her. She replied that she had said she couldn't ignore the injustice. And maybe the woman had been threatened. The boys agreed, and said they would go to accompany the master. They followed the woman. The woman led them into the forest, and just as the master had suspected, it was a trap. The leader of the bandits was holding the woman's child hostage. The leader turned to So-cheng and said he had personally traveled to Hubei to meet with him. So-shon didn't understand how they had gotten there so quickly, recognizing that he was there. The master obviously recognized who he was. So-shon asked her who the man was. The master replied that his name was Oeop, also known as the long-armed monkey. The master had fought him when she was on a Murim Union mission. But that time he was foolish and didn't follow through. This was another unexpected event for So Chang. Oop heard this and began to shout that then the master had fooled him with her silly smile, and he was distracted. And suddenly he attacked the master. A fight broke out. One of the guys was yelling that the river was evil, cowardly bastards. Suddenly he noticed that Soshon was missing and started yelling where he had disappeared to. Soshon shouted that he was here and not to worry about him. He asked to hold on a little longer and he would be here soon. Soshon led the pirates farther into the forest. They told him that although he was in the Lotus Troop, he was only a child. Soshon replied that the master was worried about him, so he wouldn't play with them for long. The battle began. The pirates didn't expect this from an ordinary kid. They wanted to destroy him. So Chang remembered that he had already died once before, and he didn't want to repeat it. Since it didn't make any sense now, Soshon dealt with a few pirates and shouted to his master that he would be coming soon. The master was fighting the ringleader at the time. The battle was quite fierce, and only one could win. The master fought fairly fair and proud, but the ringleader put up a dirty fight. He shouted that he had only come there to avenge his defeat. The ringleader shouted that he would open the master's belly. The master realized that he had completely lost his mind. He hadn't had so many weaknesses before. The master was clearly in the lead, and she told the ringleader that the thing to fear most was herself. The ringleader shouted her moralizing to herself. The master replied that she would put an end to his hatred. The leader laughed and replied that that was why they were called light. The master realized that something was definitely wrong with him. The ringleader smiled, and suddenly blood spurted from the master's mouth. She realized he had used poison. The ringleader replied that he used an extract from the white spirit herb, rumored to be one of the most poisonous plants. He also added that the master had used up too much chi fighting him, and now detoxification was impossible. The ringleader laughed and said that she would have to experience such terrible pain that she would beg him to take her life. Just then, the master heard So Chang shouting. He flew straight at the ringleader to destroy him. The ringleader asked her if he was her apprentice, and she said that humiliating her in front of her student was a good idea, but killing her student in front of her was even better. Soshon shouted at him that he had no idea who he had pissed off. The ringleader smiled and said he had a temper. Seo-chan broke his arm with one blow. The leader didn't understand how it could be like that, since he was just a child. The ringleader prepared to strike a brutal blow, but Soshon beat him to it and said it was too late. Soshon rushed to the master's aid. He looked at her and realized that it was too bad. However, that didn't mean there was no way out. So Cheng apologized to the master in advance and took out a Shaolin amplifier. He didn't know what kind of poison it was, but the enhancer would definitely neutralize it. Soshon realized that the miraculous properties would disappear in return, but it was a small price to pay for the master's life. So Cheng turned to the master and said that if she could hear him, she should make her chi circulate. The guy saw that the master was completely unconscious and he had to do everything on his own. So Cheng concentrated and knew he couldn't let his concentration slacken. However, the poison was spreading rapidly and about 70% of his body was already affected. The contamination was too strong and Soshon couldn't clean it all up at once. Then Soshon decided to absorb the dirty energy from the master's body. Soshon did so, and completely without energy he stepped back and collapsed near a tree. The guy didn't expect it, but his control over his internal energy increased. He had managed to reach the unbridled limit in his previous life, but it was too fast this time. Seo-chan didn't understand what had happened. He thought it might be because of the water fruit, or the divine art of purple mist, or from the Shaolin enhancer. So Chang realized that the water fruit and Shaolin enhancer only increased his chi, and the divine art of purple mist did not increase his control skill. So Cheng then speculated that it must be because of the unity of 1,000 martial arts. The divine art of purple mist and the art of archery are difficult to master. Normally, they cannot be trained at the same time, but through the unity of 10,000 martial arts, So Chang was able to learn them both. And no doubt the skill of controlling chi has increased rapidly because of this. This martial art is much more amazing than So Cheng thought. Soshon realized that if it wasn't for his rebirth, he wouldn't have been able to accomplish all of this. The boy stopped himself and said that now was not the time for that. Seo Ching's organs felt like they were being squeezed in a vice. The knowledge of the poison arts proved useful to So Cheng. Under different circumstances, he would have been able to increase his resistance to poisons. Soshon gathered himself and said it was time to go. He barely made it and saw that the guys were already lifting the master and she had come to her senses. The master told them to send a carrier pigeon to the main temple and Murim to report, and the others to find a health resort and get treatment. So Chang thanked the master. She replied that it was not appropriate to thank someone who passed off his disciples' merits as his own. Soshon began to shout that he had come up when the ringleader was already exhausted, and he had only come to the ready. And then the master asked what she should do, for she had consumed a Shaolin enhancer that she had to return. Then Soching asked if he could, as an unworthy disciple, ask his master a question and tell him what was on his mind. Soching said that she had already consumed the enhancer, and there was nothing that could be done about it. Even explaining it to the Shaolin temple wouldn't work, and added that she didn't use it on purpose, so there's no need to worry. Seo-chan is sure that even a Buddha would have told her not to blame herself. Socheng said that if she told the truth, it could damage the relationship between the Hozan faction and the Shaolin temple. At all costs, this could not be allowed to happen, so it was best to let it go. Master accepted this and said that she understood. Seo-chang understood that Master could now become one of the 100 greatest masters. Master said that she would now be in debt to the Shaolin temple, and she would take this secret with her to her grave, but someday she would repay them. So Cheng understood that he too must repay tenfold the favors he could not pay for in his past life. Soshon told the master that it wasn't too long ago that they decided to go back, but he had already gotten her into a lot of trouble, and apologized. Master smiled, stroked his head and said that the more she looked at him, the more she admired him. The master said that they must now prepare to leave, and they had little time left. They must get there as soon as possible. After a long journey, they finally arrived. Seo Qian had no sooner arrived than Xianbei and Soyang came rushing up to him and threw their arms around him. They began to ask him how he had managed to survive. They were interested in all the details. Suddenly, the same Shuren appeared in front of Sochang. She too threw herself into his arms. The girl cried and said that she was very worried. Before, Soshon couldn't have dreamed of such a thing. During this time, various people visited the tomb to enrich themselves. However, they were not prepared for the traps. Losing one by one, the squad couldn't realize how many more traps were set in this treasure trove. One of them said it was no wonder that all the treasures the thief had collected during his life were stored there, but he honestly didn't think the exploration would take this long. It had been a whole year. Soshon knew it would take a long time without Zhu, but he never thought it would take a whole year. In a previous life it took a year to do it all, but to think, now only half of it has been scouted. Soshon met with the piercing swordsman. Soshon called him a savior and said that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. Sochang replied that he had become a supreme master and there was no need to be embarrassed. He asked him to say whatever he wanted. The swordsman said it was all thanks to him. Soshon noticed that the chief merchant wasn't with him this time and asked if there were any problems. The swordsman replied that he only brought good news and asked not to worry. He said that some low-class villains had attacked without knowing all the details, and on top of that, the rivalry of merchants. Seo Chung replied that because of the treasury, the masters are restricted in their movements. There are no threatening situations at this time, so he told the swordsman that they should develop an organization, hire troops, and prepare for the end of the exploration. The swordsman replied that he understood. He admired Soshon for being only a boy, but his strength and intelligence were amazing. 2 years later, it was announced that the exploration of the treasury was complete, and the two elders departed. This meant that Soching had a year to train. Seochong continued to study the divine art of purple mist. The boy had already mastered it by 60%. Sochang then moved on to the second form, the rain petal fan. The main thing was for Sochang to take his time. He practiced as hard as he could, but the direction of the cut wasn't accurate. The flower petals didn't even fall off from the impact of the purple mist. Seochong considered it a failure. He realized that it was because the purple mist divine art and the secret sword art were too complicated. And if he continued, he might throw up. Soshon knew that it was not without reason that these martial arts were only available to the greatest geniuses of the Hozan. But he wondered what kind of monster the Lord of the Dark Heavens was back then. Soshon was angry that he had lived until he was 77 years old and had barely reached the unlimited limit by suffering. And they were learning by having fun. Life is so unfair. The guy told himself that a mediocre person like him should spend his life practicing. There's no other choice, so Sean decided to pack up and move on to the divine art of archery. His target was a shot of 400 meters. The guy didn't hit the target, but it was already good that he hit at least a leaf. Seo-chan didn't stop. Suddenly Shuren ran up to him and asked him what he was doing. The boy frowned at her and replied that he was breathing. After that, So-chang laughed. Shuren looked at him and asked if he was calling it a joke, adding that he has a problem with his sense of humor. So-chan asked her why she was looking for him. Shuren said that she had come to tell him about the lotus competition. So-chan was surprised and said that the lotus competition had not been held for a long time. Shuren smiled and said that she thought So-chang knew. So-chan immediately thought it was all about the pirates of the 9 seas and the treasury. Shuren asked him why he looked so displeased. So-chan replied that he will be released next year, so he wants to spend this time relaxing. The lotus competition is an annual tradition. It does not carry the goal for martial artists to become world famous, but that doesn't mean that the participants are treating it half-heartedly. Quite the opposite. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The lotus contest is more of an evaluation than a competition. If the contestant performs well, a miracle medicine or a personalized sword will be the reward. The participants are aiming for something completely different. This competition selects potential candidates for the next generation of Hosan swords. Seo-chan once dreamed of becoming a Hosan sword too, but he realized that if he became one, his freedom would be limited, and he will be forced to stay in Hazana to carry out missions. That would affect his plans. So-chan decided that he would show the bare minimum. The Lotus Elder at this time in the gathering said that 3 years had passed, and this time there would definitely be many outstanding faces. Suddenly, the woman said that the winner has already been decided. And it's So-chan. The herbalist asked her why she thought that. The woman replied that it was the decision of the elders. Unexpectedly, the man said that his grandson, who doesn't even want to join the Hosan swords, may well have a chance. So he apologizes in advance. The woman replied that there was no need to apologize, because as she said the winner had already been decided. The man said that he would keep his opinion. Suddenly, a very familiar feeling visited So-chang. He knew and felt something familiar. He looked at the elder and realized that he was instinctively attracted by the purple mist divine art. Suddenly Shuren shouted to him and asked him if he was listening to the instruction carefully. So-chan replied that he was listening, of course. The instructor said that due to the fact that there were only 9 members in the Lotus squad, there would be 5 matches in the first round and they would draw lots in the second round. So-chan thanked Shuren for worrying about him. The girl replied that everything was fine and she had to go since it was about to start. The competition has begun. Shuren entered the first round. Her opponent seemed very formidable. The instructor ordered them to get ready, greet each other, and announced the start of the fight. The battle did not last 2 minutes. Shuren skillfully overpowered her opponent and knocked the sword out of his hands. The elders were watching this. The head elder told the woman that Shuren was incredibly accurate and frighteningly strong, and that she had all gone to her, the wielder of the blood and iron sword. The woman gave thanks for such words. The instructor announced the next one, and it was Seo-chang. His opponent was Pang Ki-olsen. So-chan looked at him and couldn't figure out what to do. At this time, the man shouted to So-chan that he was stunned at the sight of his grandson. And it was quite justified. So-chang didn't want to stand out, but he realized that if he recklessly lost, his departure would be delayed as he would be considered weak. Therefore, one must win by holding back one's strength. But so far the boy didn't understand how to do it. And then Pan said that he would let him throw the first punch. Seo-chan was angry. Pan was the grandson of the great Cho Mu-yang. Like Shuren's, his talent was recognized at a young age and he was immediately accepted. However, unlike Shuren, he has a nasty temper. So-chan didn't like it very much. Being a genius, he had no shortage of praise. Even Zhong, known for his strictness, was never hard on him, and that's why he grew up to be an arrogant light faction fighter. Pan told Seo-chang that he heard what happened to him 2 years ago, but he thinks it was a bit exaggerated, adding that any martial artist should be able to display their skills in any circumstance, on land or on a boat. Only weaklings can't do that. Also, Pan said that So-chang is actually clueless, and if he didn't put his best foot forward, How else would So-ching have managed to beat one of the greatest masters? He added that that was why Sister Shuren had taken pity on him. He asked her to stop burdening her and get away from her. So-shon was already on edge. Pan told him not to worry, for he was his brother and he would be merciful to him. And suddenly Pan laughed and asked how he would feel if he couldn't land a blow on his little brother. The elders watched this. One of the elders asked Cho if he thought his grandson's manners were a little inappropriate. Cho replied that he was still young and might not understand that. Besides, wasn't he worried about his older brother's honor? And added that he's still so young, that's why he acts like that. But he has a kind character and it's worth just looking at how caring he is. Pan at this time told So-ching that despite his reverence, So-ching did not even pretend to listen to him. And he leaves him no choice but to destroy him in front of Shuren. Pan prepared to strike and shouted for So-shon to get ready as he would squeeze out all the tears, snot, and other fluids he had in him. Pan began to apply the technique. The instructor was puzzled how the 5 steps of Qigong could be 80% mastered at the age of 12. Those watching also realized that it was not without reason that Cho treasures his grandson. He looks quite arrogant, but he is very good at martial arts. Seo-chong realized that Pan liked to show off. But if people found out that Seo-chong had mastered the 5 steps of Manhua Qigong a long time ago, they would be shocked. Pan at this time thought that Seo-chong was suppressed by his movements. Seo-chong thought that he was getting so frustrated, it wouldn't come out well if he just knocked him out. Therefore, So-ching decided that everything should look like he was experiencing difficulties. Pan at this time decided to end everything with the flowery scattered spirit technique. Cho watched his grandson and marveled. He even cried out that this was just the way he should do it. Pan shouted that it would end now. Seo-shan realized it was time to wrap it all up neatly. So-ching used his technique and knocked Pan down with one punch. No one expected this fight to end like this. Suddenly, Seo-chong realized that he had overdone it. Even though he didn't want to draw attention to himself and show his strength, suddenly Cho began to shout that his grandson had almost been killed. The elder asked him to lower his voice, otherwise their eardrums would burst, and he added that his grandson wasn't hurt too badly, he was just unconscious. After resting, he'll be fine. The elder at this time thought that Seo-chong had just grown incredibly during this time. An amazing child. Cho began to shout that the bastard must have used some kind of sorcery. Otherwise, Pan wouldn't have lost so easily. The elder told him not to be a laughingstock. And does he really think the guy managed to fool the 10 thrones of the high heavens? And he added that he understands how much Cho adores his grandson, but he must remember that love can spoil his student. And he must teach him that he is his own worst enemy. But the elder also said that in one fell swoop, that's certainly amazing. And they should keep an eye on that child. Suddenly, So-shon shouted that he was surrendering. Suran was standing in front of him at this time, and the fight was about to begin. Shuren interrogated him about what he said. So-shon shouted again that he was surrendering. The girl couldn't understand what was happening. The instructor told him to explain himself. So-ching said that to repel Pan's attack, he used chi on most of his body, and due to that, he has developed some minor internal injuries. They haven't healed yet, so it's too difficult for him to fight Sister Shuren. The elders listened and thought that perhaps that was the case. After all, it would be impossible to block Pan's attack with average capabilities, and besides, his opponent is Shuren. In that condition, he wouldn't be able to fight. One of the elders said he wasn't happy about it. The herbalist was angry that So-shon appeared in a different light in front of him after the incident with the pirates of the 9 seas, but although his skills are quite good, he lacks courage. The herbalist was angry and said to himself that So-shon was boasting about his chi, but just look at what just happened. The head elder was pondering about something at this time. He thought he was rather imagining something. So-shon went to his chambers when suddenly someone told him that a good job had been done. Then Seo-chong saw his master. So-ching apologized to the master. She replied that he didn't do anything wrong, and asked what he was apologizing for. So-ching began to explain that it was because he was a master's apprentice, had participated in the lotus competition and, the master stopped him and told him to stop. As she understood how he felt, master said that during the battle with Pan, So-ching was amazing. But she's sure it wasn't enough to cause internal damage, and she thinks his body is fine. And knowing him, she is sure that So-shon must be equal to that amazing girl Shuren. The master also said that she knew he wasn't interested in becoming Hosan's sword, so there was no need to worry about her anymore. And because of this, he did not need to try his best in the lotus competition, and so he gave Shuren a chance. Soshon replied that she was wrong. The master said it's all good, and there's no need to deny it. Caring for the younger ones without looking back is glorious and deserves respect. Soching said again that it's not like that. Master hugged him and told him there was no need to be embarrassed because she was already proud of him. Soshon stepped back to take a break. Suddenly, a woman elder came in unexpectedly. Soshon greeted her. The woman looked at him with a stern look and said she owed him a debt of gratitude. And then she just walked out. Seo-chan was angry because she had thanked him for taking care of her granddaughter. What a strange misunderstanding. Then he thought about it and said that it sounded pretty good. Suddenly, Shuren walked in. There she goes again, Seo-kian thought. Time passed. Soshon turned 18 years old. The sun was setting and he was still practicing. He had mastered the purple mist divine art at 80%. There was still 20% left until full mastery, and Socheng will be able to utilize this divine art. He has comprehended the second form of this technique. He was 10% away from fully mastering the art of archery. In those 4 years, thankfully, there had been no changes in history, so he could prepare in no hurry. He was especially worried about the tomb of the cursed demon. It would have to happen next summer. 6 months to go. The War of the Seven Blades, spawned by the tomb of a cursed demon. Soshon was sure that nothing would go the way they wanted it to. Suddenly Shuren ran up to him and asked what was wrong. Soshon replied that everything was fine, and he said that he saw her and forgot himself in admiration of her beauty. The girl got angry and asked him if he was not embarrassed to say such things. Soshon replied that she was so cute when she was embarrassed and trying to kill him with her cuteness. And asked why she came. The girl replied that the master was looking for him. Seo-kong was surprised and didn't understand why the master needed him. Soshon came in. Master said that she was happy to see him and that he had already turned 18. And she had something to tell him. The master asked him not to worry, and said that they had talked about him at the elders' meeting yesterday. Seo-chan was actually looking forward to it. Master said that to be honest, she had a hard time choosing whether to send him alone or not. Seo-chung was thinking at this time, just wish they would send him off without any chaperone. He didn't need that at all. However, the master said that the elders calmed her down and told her that it was pointless worrying. Socheng exhaled. Master said that she would finally be able to see her apprentice leave the Kosan. It was quite exciting for her. She apologized to him for not being there last time. Seo-kong said she shouldn't have, since she was on a mission last time. Seo-chung said that someone outstanding in martial arts was needed then. Master smiled and said that he had a good tongue. Master could barely hold back her tears. She walked over to Soching, put her hand on his head and wished him a happy journey. Seo-chung thanked the teacher and said he would come back. He, too, felt a kind of longing in his heart. In his past life, when it was time to depart, he went to war. So this is his first journey to become a saint. Soshon knew that the War of the Seven Blades would begin next year. Shuren came up to him to say goodbye. Soshon said they would see each other in a year, although he didn't think he would be able to keep his word to his little sister Shuren. Since the future is very harsh, the cook prepared a dish for Soching to take on the road and wished him a happy journey. The boy found it very touching, and then Soshon remembered that he needed money for the journey to become a saint. He went to get it. Soshon had taken the money and now he had 6 months left until the tomb of the cursed demon was discovered. If he has to face the Dark Heaven Lord, it will be difficult to survive without special skills. Sichuan needs even more strength for that. He needed 3 things. Sichuan Divine Flame Carp, Yunnan Seven-Horned Serpent, Tibetan 1000-year-old Snow Ginseng. Soching decided that the first would be the Carp of Eternal Fire. He set out on his journey and came to the gold merchant's branch. The man behind the reception desk said there were no rooms available for travelers right now and to look for more. Socheng introduced himself and said he was from the gold merchant organization. The man immediately stood up and said that they had been waiting for him, and that he was the manager of this place. The gold merchant organization now conducts business not only in Guizhou, but also frequently visits all the branches in the light and dark factions. So-chan thought that the head merchant was making life easier for many people. He told the manager that he didn't need food or alcohol, just some bath water. So-chan noticed that the manager was worried about something and asked what was wrong. The man said that Shenmue was based on trading various minerals, but the most traded was iron. Their branch favors iron and salt trade, but for the last few months, Chongqing bandits are expanding their territories. And now they're targeting the southern villages. And they've been robbed under the pretext of transit fees. The manager said the chief merchant asked him to ask So-chan for a favor, but not to put him in a difficult position. So-chan asked where exactly the bandits of the 9 mountains had appeared. The manager said near the Sichuan border. So-chan told the man that he could escort him across the Sichuan border. They could avoid the threat from the bandits of the 9 mountains. The manager thanked him. The time had come and they prepared to set off. The assistant stewards couldn't believe that So-chan was the master. But how could he be lying on top of a shaking wagon? One of the drivers told the other that no matter what he looked like, he was still an adept of the Kosan faction. The other replied that he knew adepts were amazing, but he didn't understand why the chief merchant told them to treat him with the utmost respect. Perhaps he was patronizing the apprentice of someone with whom the chief merchant was very close. The driver said he usually used flattery on someone he needed something from. But in any case, they would soon cross the border with Sikhan. Suddenly, So-chan shouted for everyone to stop immediately. The driver said he would go check. So-chan ordered the warriors to follow the wagon and stay put. The drivers were shocked. So-chan went deeper into the forest. The bandit said it was amazing that he spotted them before they were ambushed. He must have very good instincts. The driver noticed the engraving on the clothes of all the bandits. They were the same bandits of the 9 mountains. One of the bandits told So-chan to introduce himself. So-chan gave his name. The bandit replied that he was young and arrogant, and he is most likely from the 9 great factions or the 5 great royal families. So-chan replied that he was from the Hozan. The bandit replied that the swordsman from Hozan was a worthy opponent. He asked if anyone else wanted to introduce themselves. So-chan said that he alone would be enough to crush them. The bandit laughed and said that if he was a Hozan adept, then he was at least a first-class warrior. But what did he hope to do against all of them? The driver began to say that there were too many of them. So-chan asked him not to panic. So-chan tells the bandit that he's talking too much, and he can tell from his experience that they're needed for the course of the story, but they definitely don't look like strong bandits. The bandit got angry and said he was talking nonsense. Seokong looked at him and said he would start. So-chan flew up to him and destroyed him. At first glance, So-chan determined that most of them were third-class warriors, the rest would pass for second class. Third graders about 30, second graders 5 or thereabouts. So-chan promised the bandits that everything would happen quickly. One of the bandits ordered his own to go on the attack, because even though he's a master, they're only one. The bandits began to attack So-chan. The driver watched from the side and shouted to So-chan to be careful. However, a little over a minute passed, and So-chan dotted the field with the bodies of bandits. The driver couldn't believe his eyes. So-chan said it was easier than he thought. The remaining bandits fled from there to avoid the fate of their fellow bandits. Suddenly, So-chan noticed that the bandits had forgotten a cylinder. He picked it up and decided to see what was in it later. So-chan ordered the driver that they should set off ahead and go their own way towards Sichuan. He would make sure that the bandits would not pursue them. The driver asked what that meant. So-chan replied that it was too long to explain, so one should just obey without objection. So-chan followed the escaped bandits, and saw a number of people much larger than he expected. Seo-chan decided to use the concentration of solar chi to burn the mountain and settle the matter with them. However, suddenly So-chan noticed an arrow flying at him. He realized that he had been spotted. So-chan realized that it was all about the scouts who were standing on the towers. He fired arrows at them. He had 6 arrows left. The guy knew he had to hurry. Seo-chan decided to kill the man who looked like the ringleader first. The guy was sure there were people trapped in there. He fired an arrow at him. The bandits realized they were under attack and went on alert. The bandits looked in all directions and could not understand where the attack was coming from. Then they noticed So-chan on the tower. The fleeing bandits recognized So-chan. The order came to get rid of that archer immediately. So-chan destroyed one by one. He ran out of arrows and came down from the tower to deal with the rest. The battle began, and Sochong killed many bandits. Suddenly, some of them begged Sochong to spare them. Sochong asked why he should spare them. The bandits promised to do anything. They began to shout that they would reform. Sochong laughed and said he would check it in the next life. The fellow tied them up with a rope and took one of them to show him where the captured men were. The bandit brought him in. Sochong entered and the people began to scream. The guy said that he was a Hosan adept and had come to save them. Sochong set them free. And the old man thanked him for doing it for them. The boy replied that he was not worth thanking. Sochong told the old man that he had seen a vault near the prison and there must be money there. He asked the old man to use it for the needs of his village. The old man replied that they could not do that to their savior. Sochong smiled and said that it was all right. For being an ascetic he would be punished for greed. The people cried and began to thank him. They asked him to at least tell them his name. Sochong gave his name and said that he was a Hosanna adept. Sochang thought about how good it felt to be free. Having reached the unlimited limit, he wouldn't have to hide anymore. Meanwhile, back in Sichuan, news of Sochang has reached the Tang clan. The boy is still unaware of what's going on there. Sochang said goodbye to the people he had saved and said he had to go. He thought about the divine flame carp and that it contained a huge amount of qi. Sochong knew that if he absorbed it, he wouldn't be able to internalize it properly. And the slightest mistake could cause internal damage. If Seochong could get his hands on the 1,000-year-old snow ginseng, it would be his first choice. But Seochong would freeze to death before he even found it, so Soching decided that he needed a remedy that he could take along with the divine flame carp. And the Tang clan would provide it for him. Seoshan arrived at the Tang clan, and he was met there by the poisonous phoenix Tang Hai. Seochong was shocked when he saw her. 5 dragons and 3 phoenixes. In the martial arts world, the dragon and phoenix prefixes to the title have more meaning. This select 7 represent the elite of the elite among young talent. In their 20s and 30s, they have outstanding performance. In social standing, beauty, martial arts, Sochong knew that if he hadn't been a disciple of the Smiling Blade Hosan, it would have been difficult to meet her. In his past life, he hadn't had the chance to see her. It was their first meeting. He couldn't understand why the young ascetic was looking at her so thoughtfully. She told Sochong that she had heard that Hosan ascetics were only aroused by swords, but looking at him she thought that wasn't true. Seokian didn't know where to turn from his embarrassment. The girl apologized and said that she had no bones in her mouth and that the joke was too rude. Hai added that when guys see her for the first time, they say she has a pretty name and stare at her with eyes full of desire. And she noticed that Seochun isn't like that. The girl asked him not to worry, and if he would be a bit quiet and say his name at least 3 times, maybe she would remember it. Sochong didn't expect the poison phoenix to be so spoiled. She said that Soching could stay as long as he wanted and could rest before continuing his journey. The girl also asked not to look for her. Seokian replied that she was quite impulsive and that he had met her in order to have a duel. The girl was surprised and asked what the duel was about. Sochang replied that it would be a betting contest. Hai said she was intrigued by him and asked him to lay it out like a net. And reminded him that it's best not to compare her to other regular girls. Seochun replied that he hadn't even thought about it. The girl asked what his rate would be. Sochang took out his sword, put it on the table, and said that it was an excellent sword. Hai said that it was certainly not bad, but if Sochong asked for her hand in return, it would just be robbery. Seokong replied that not all men want just that. He said he wanted frost poison in return. The girl was puzzled as to why a Hosan adept would want poison. Sochong replied that if she was interested in his motives, why don't she defeat him and ask him about it? The girl replied that it was very impertinent. And asked me not to make her angry anymore. Otherwise it would end badly, since she can throw him into the river and keep him underwater until he literally turns into a ghost of the river. The girl exhaled a little and said that she accepts his challenge. Then Seochun said that the choice of time and place was up to her. Suddenly, the girl pointed a butterfly at him. Seochun realized it was a poison butterfly. Hai praised him for dodging the soul-seeking butterfly. Seochong replied that her attack had failed and what she was going to do next. Then she replied to let Sochong survive the next attack, and then she would easily admit defeat. The girl stomped her foot and shook the entire room. She started to fight the guy, but it was a distraction. The butterfly was hunting So-chang. However, Seo-chang wasn't as stupid as the girl thought. He cut the butterfly into two halves with his sword. Suddenly, they were interrupted by the subordinate girls. They rushed in to grab So-chang. She held them back. The girl asked again what So-chang's name was. He reminded her. She ordered her subordinates not to lay a finger on him until she returned. Seo-chan at this time hoped she wasn't plotting a surprise attack to try and kill him again. The girl returned, and as they had agreed, she handed him the poison he had come for. So-chang took the box, and said he wasn't happy to meet her and hoped they would never meet again. And then the girl asked him if he knew what the worst trait of the Tan clan was. So-chan asked what if he didn't want to know. And the girl replied that they were the most sinister clan in the martial arts world, and that they believe that if you offend a girl, there is no sin. Hai said that she always pays her bills, and promised that it would not be a sin, but a poison that would consume his whole body. So-chan replied that he had heard that the Tang clan was the most generous in the world. He added that he was done with business and would go his own way. So-ching set off on a journey that lasted several days. He finally reached Mount Zhongliang. Seo-chan sighed deeply and used his technique to search for the carp. With a little bit of effort, he found it. Thanking the Dark Heaven faction, an organization under the Dark Heaven faction that collected and recorded data on miracle cures and mythical creatures. In the Age of War, they used a huge amount of mythical beasts to increase their internal energy or hire masters outside the faction. There was a reason for their power. After the war, their archives were only revealed to a small number of people, mostly faction heads. But the records were not very useful, as the faction left no cures or mythical animals behind. So-chan had once read these notes out of boredom, but he didn't think he would ever need it. Seo-chang fired 3 arrows at the carp at the same time. However, he clearly underestimated the fish. The carp managed to dodge. The carp then soared over the river and hit So-chan in the face with its tail. Before that, the boy had not seen a rival in the fish. So-chang got angry and shouted that he wouldn't leave alive after that. He was going to kill him anyway. Seo-chang began to use the first form of purple Genesis mist. And after that, it came to the second form. So-chang used a fan of rain sheets. And he managed to grab the carp. He asked him how he did it. He added that even though he was a mythical creature, he was insignificant in front of humans. Seo-chang wondered what he tasted like. He took it in his hands to taste it, but stopped and said it was not the time. So-chan put his hand into the carp's mouth and took out a pearl, and as soon as he extracted the pearl from the carp, it immediately turned black and its eyes were like an abyss. So-ching thought that he was no longer so appetizing. So-chan went on his way and told himself that the life of creatures always comes down to survival of the fittest. And he was not at all angry that he had hit him. So-chan found a convenient place to absorb the amplifiers. The main task for him was to concentrate. He knew that by using the frost poison, he would neutralize the fire chi, and the fire chi would disarm the frost poison. So-ching had heard that the Tang clan's poison was incredibly powerful, but this one exceeded his expectations. His body was covered in red spots and sweat. Seo-chang noticed that the volume of his chi had increased for 5 years. As well as immunity to all kinds of poisons and resistance to heat and cold. With his chi, So-chang protected his body, and using the fire chi of the divine flame Carpie and the freezing energy of the poison, he increased his resistance to heat and cold. In the process, the chi used doesn't regenerate, so while ineffective, So-ching had only wasted it. He wasn't quite sure about the immunity to poisons, but the resistance to heat and cold had increased. Although Seo-chang didn't use chi, the heat didn't affect his body. So-chan was proud of himself, because at 18 years old, to have immunity to poisons and resistance to heat and cold, it was indeed a success. Next, the 7-horned serpent, and So-chan was already in anticipation. So he set off again, but it turned out that unknown people were following on So-chang's heels. They came to the place where the boy had just been and found a carp killed. They also noticed the scratches from the sword. They did not understand who had dared to steal it. One of them became very angry, and shouted that the one who did this would die a slow and painful death. So-chang arrived in Yunnan at this time, and the boy thought that at least here he should sleep on a bed. So-chan came to the Milky Manor. Specifically, the Flying Tiger Guard. Seo-chang knew that starting from Yunnan, the gold merchant organization wouldn't be able to help him. And the money could not be wasted. And if there's any time left, after he gets his hands on the core of the seven-horned serpent, it's worth a visit to the Gensang faction. Seo Chong took a seat at the table, and heard a certain man ask another if he had heard of a young man who had recently won a contest against a poison phoenix. The man replied that he remembered and asked why he was asking. The man said that he had heard that So Chang before he arrived in Sichuan interrupted about 50 mountain bandits. Plus he rescued captured citizens, and what's more, he even shared the stolen money with them, at this time in Mount Alao. This mountain has a bad reputation as the Mountain of Death. One reason, the wild environment. But mostly because of the poisonous fortune. The most dangerous area on the mountain is the Valley of Poisonous Blood. The entrance is filled with all kinds of poisons. And inside, there's a lot of toxins. Even a poison master from the Tang clan wouldn't be able to return after setting foot there. It's so dangerous that the government has named the valley a forbidden zone. At this time an unknown man came to a place he had only heard of. He told his charges that if any of them wanted to turn around, it was not too late and he would not punish. The troops shouted no way, and the moment he received them, they swore allegiance to him. The man replied that if it wasn't for their help, no one would be there anymore. And he is grateful to them. They decided to continue on their way. It was getting hot. One of the warriors told the Lord that they would soon arrive at the area of poisonous insects. The master shouted for everyone to get ready for battle. Poisonous insects began to attack them. He also shouted to the warriors not to be careless in the hope of a quick rescue, and that they would attack as soon as the warriors fell. They must not let themselves be bitten. So Shon at this time continued on his way and was bitten by an insect. He killed it on his shoulder and shouted that they had already gotten it. The guy couldn't take it anymore, grabbed his sword and started waving it around, telling them to fuck off. So Shon got rid of the annoying ones and decided to see if he could find any more poisonous plants. Suddenly, So Ching heard people shouting. He didn't even realize where people could be coming from nearby. So Shon thought for a moment and assumed that if it was the Dark Heaven faction. The boy decided that it was worth checking. At this time, the Lord was fighting a huge insect. He was about to overpower it, but the monster wounded him. The squad could no longer fight these insects, and began shouting and calling for someone to help. The Lord began to shout to the troop to leave him and run away. Suddenly someone chopped the insect's limb into pieces. So Shon recognized it as the great mantis from the Illustrated Records department. He told the master that when mantises mate, the female kills the male, and added that they choose those who are easier to rip off the head. Also, So Shon said that the gentleman thought he was going to die, but the sexual ritual drove him into a frenzy. So Shon had heard that the mantis had a nerve in its head that suppressed unnecessary force so that it would not traumatize the body. If you cut off his head, you cut the nerve as well, unlocking all the power of freedom of movement. Also So Shon told the Lord that therefore in the future, if he mantis, you should chop its body, not its head. So Shon overpowered the praying mantis and said he hoped the lady was screaming for help and he would have come and saved her and become a hero. But after that, So Shon drew his sword and began to destroy all the surrounding frenzied poisonous insects. The master asked So Ching who he was. So Shon looked at him and told him his name, and after a second, So Chang added that he was from Hozan. The man was surprised and said that he was Tang from the Gensang faction. Seo Chong didn't expect that the seventh master of the Gensang faction was standing in front of him. He didn't understand why a person like him was from the Gensang faction. So Cheng apologized for his tactlessness as he didn't know he was the seventh master and behaved rudely. Tang replied that there was no need to apologize since he was his savior. He added that he was embarrassed to ask for it, but he would like So Ching to escort them to safety. So Shon replied that while passing there, he met a suitable cave where he could rest. Tang said that he owed him his life. So Shon smiled and said that he had only done what he had to do. Tang took his hand and said that as an adept of the light faction, he understood that helping others was the right thing to do, but not always easy. And moreover, this is the Valley of Poison Blood, and it's hard to even take care of oneself there. So Tang once again expressed his gratitude. Seo Chong looked at him and thought he looked like he had stepped off the pages of a book. Tang's entire squad also expressed their gratitude. Tang noticed that So Ching was on his way to becoming a saint. He asked why he had come all the way to the Valley of Poison Blood. So Shon replied that he had come there to increase his strength and develop a defense against all sorts of poisons. Then Tang said that if So Ching was going to leave the valley, could he ask for a favor? So Ching asked what exactly it was about. Tang said they would like So Chang to help them catch a mythical animal called the seven-horned serpent. So Shon was greatly surprised. Tang said there was still some difficulty and decided to explain to So Chang. But first he asked So Chang how much he knew about him. So Shon hesitated and answered nothing. Tang says it's okay. Since he is the youngest of the Gensung faction, it's not surprising that So Chang doesn't know. Tang revealed that he was a disciple of the faction head and also the son of the owner of the Milky Manor. Seo Chung was surprised. Tang continued and said that, as you know, their faction is in Yunnan, a disputed area near Tibet. Because of the war, the Gensung faction had material difficulties that desperately needed a solution. That's when the owner of the Milky Manor, Tan's father, came to them and offered them a deal. In exchange for solving the financial problems, the owner's son was to become the apprentice of the faction head. In other words, the Milky Mansion desired the martial arts and faction defense. Even though the mansion has a monopoly, they remain merchants who have no power to defend themselves. Tang said that the Gensung faction accepted the deal, but with 3 caveats. First, only one person could become the disciple of the faction head. Secondly, they forbade teaching the martial art of Gensung to others, even members of the Milky Mansion. And third, to be as restrained as possible. So Shon realized that, simply put, they had gotten money and sold a superior martial art. Tang said that the other 6 faction masters also knew this. And compared to his brothers, he was just lucky enough to become a disciple of the head. And then Tang said that as it was, he wanted his brothers to recognize him as a faction warrior. So he came to the valley to catch a seven-horned serpent. Suddenly Tang said he was so absent-minded, he asked So Ching to help him catch the seven-horned snake, but he forgot to tell him something. Tang said that in the past, before the Poison Blood Valley became forbidden, warriors from his faction had come there. In those days they told of having met a serpent that had 7 horns and was immune to any attack. So Ching didn't realize that did the Gensung faction also know about the seven-horned serpent. Tang said that he was asking So Chang for help and he would never forget his kindness and vowed that he would repay him one day. So Chang agreed. Tang repeated that the deeper they went, the more difficult it would be. It will become full of poisonous bugs, and the seven-horned serpent is an incredibly strong mythical beast. So Shon laughed and asked what didn't he say, that the horns were the only part that couldn't be hit. And he said it would be all right, and they had plenty of people. They set out on their journey. So Shon ate poisonous plants on the way. Tan wondered if the Hosan ascetics ate poisonous plants. Tang asked So Ching why he chose poisonous grass. So Shon replied that it is said that masters of poisons poison themselves to increase their resistance to them. That is why he does so. And then So Ching said that this was not the time to do this as it had become restless. Tang said he couldn't see any of those countless poisonous bugs. Just then, a serpent burst through the rocks. Tan was surprised at how big it was. So Chang thought about how he would eat it. So Shon began shouting to the warrior squad to gather and act on the plan they had discussed earlier. Tang didn't realize whether Seo Chong was really going to be the bait. Whether he was brave or just fearless, So Chang began to attack the serpent from different directions. He climbed to the very top and prepared to strike directly at its head. So Shon thrust his sword in and shouted to Tan to block. He wanted to see what was there, but he didn't have time right now. The serpent began to scream loudly. At that time, So Chang began to chop the horns of the serpent one by one. The serpent felt it. However, when So Ching cut down the first horn, the serpent became even more furious. Its eyes began to glow and it flashed with blue energy. The serpent opened its mouth, and at that time the thane pierced its tongue. And So Shon at the same time pointed his sword straight at the eye of the serpent. So Shon struck a blow and venom poured out of the serpent. He shouted to the squad to be more careful as the poison would kill them. While the serpent was spewing venom, only So Ching could fight it. He began to use the sword art of 24 plum petals. So Shon struck and the serpent shimmered with light energy from within. The boy managed to overpower it. After everything, So Chang gathered a couple poison horns from the ground and packed it to himself as a valuable gift. So Shon told Tan that he hoped they wouldn't stab him in the back, being one of the 7 faction masters. So Shon takes his 6 horns and goes on his way. Tan replied that he could not do that to his savior and would keep his promise. Afterward, Tan and his troop thanked So Chang for saving their lives. Tang said that he would never forget it and that he would repay them. Then So Shon asked a favor and told Tan to keep it a secret that So Shon had helped him catch the seven-horned serpent. So-Shon asked that he shouldn't worry, because if he says that someone from the Hozan faction helped him, it won't count. So it's in his best interest. Tang replied that he couldn't refuse his savior's request. Seo-Chong realized that he would be torn apart by the warriors wanting to get their hands on the serpent's horns. And surely that would only cause trouble. Tang swore on the life So-Ching had saved that he would keep his promise, and these guys would also take the secret with them to the grave. They said goodbye. Then So-Shon noticed that the poisonous insects had reappeared near them. So-Shon shouted to Tan to focus on defense. Tan asked if he was going to be okay. So-Shon said he must have been tired from fighting the snake, so he just asked him to look after his luggage. Tang noticed again how good So-Ching was at martial arts. So-Ching had dealt with the insects, and now there were slightly fewer of them. Then So-Ching walked over and picked up the bow and arrows. Tang was surprised and asked if he was really going to use the bow. So-Ching replied that he was. Tan replied that although the number of insects had decreased, he didn't think they could afford such entertainment now. And then the poisonous spiders appeared. The warriors noticed that So-Ching was extremely talented in martial arts, but no one would have thought that he could use a bow like that. Tang once again enjoyed watching how amazing So-Ching was at martial arts. So-Shon dealt with all the insects around them and they said their goodbyes. The boy continued on his way. So-Shon returned to the serpent. He had secretly withdrawn the core, so now he came to check what he had seen there. No matter how much he wanted to check back then, it might have aroused suspicion, so So-Shon went with the squad. Suddenly he found what he was looking for. He thought it would break because of the destruction. But fortunately, the onan was unharmed. Judging from the way it was preserved, So-Ching noticed that the quality was quite amazing, and what was inside must be extraordinary. It was good that it was not far from the entrance. If it wasn't, it would have taken So-Shon half a year to find it. So-Shon opened it and saw that it was a lost martial art. 10,000 green-eyed martial arts. So-Chang realized that the 10,000 green-eyed martial arts, it was a famous art from the past. 150 years ago, after the public learned of its existence, martial artists would set out to find it, but could not find it, being mortally wounded in the process. It seemed like it was hidden in the Poison Blood Valley. Seo-Chong didn't know how the Dark Heaven faction hadn't managed to find it. He gathered some poisonous plants and the core of a seven-horned serpent. This was a chance given by the heavens. Seo-Chang was now determined to get out of this valley. He suspected that the Gensang faction must be on their feet right now because of the young master's report. The Dark Heaven faction, who have the most extensive information network in the world, would surely hear about it. The seven-horned serpent is a mythical animal from the illustrated records they do, so they will definitely want to see for themselves. At that time, the people who were following Sokhon came to the place where the snake had been killed. They found that half of its skin was gone. The man grabbed his head and started screaming that this couldn't be happening and there was definitely something wrong. The man didn't know what to report to the man in charge. No matter how you looked at it, the poisonous insects had finished off the weakened snake. He thought it was the work of the seventh master of the Gensang faction. So he ordered a search of the entire valley to collect the remaining horns. As they are extremely strong and poisonous insects cannot eat them, he shouted that Tan had only brought one horn, so by all means, they must return the rest. Suddenly the subordinate showed him the arrows, and pointed to the marks of the one who had used them. The man was puzzled. The man knew that the Gensang faction didn't use arrows, and didn't understand who the hell was using them in the first place. And then he wondered if it wasn't the Gensang faction that had defeated the serpent. And who it was, he didn't understand either. At this time So-Chong reached Yunnan. He knew that the gold merchant organization must be hiding and doing business somewhere there. So-Shon entered one of the establishments, and the man behind the reception desk immediately recognized that it was So-Shon from the gold merchant organization. The man said they were waiting for him. So-Shon thanked him for his concern. But first he handed the man a package. He said he had hidden 5 of them nearby, and asked me to find them tomorrow and send them to the chief merchant along with a letter. So-Shon handed over the letter and the map where he had hidden it, and said he had heard that So-Shon's 10 whirlwinds were waiting. He asked to show it only to them, and have them move these things. So-Chang said they were very valuable and asked to be careful. The man promised to do everything. Then So-Ching said he would go meditate. So-Chang started with the 10,000 green-eyed poison arts. He managed to get his hands on the core of the seven-horned serpent and the ancient teachings. So-Cheng considered himself lucky. Seo-Chong decided that he should eat the core. And thanks to the energy of the core, he would increase the mastery of the 10,000 green-eyed martial artists. Soshon had already gone from 10% to 20%. After mastering 20%, the number of poisons he was immune to would increase from 100 to 1,000. Soching didn't know if it directly affected his body condition, but he used most of the core energy. As expected, the consumption was substantial, but the core chi energy still remained. And Seochong now didn't know what to do with it. By increasing his chi, he could reach an unlimited limit. On the other hand, he could follow the path of bodily transformation. Socheng was incredibly tormented by the thought, unlimited limit, or bodily transformation. Then Socheng decided to focus on reaching the unlimited limit first. He knew about the existence of the 1,000-year snow ginseng, so after the unlimited limit, he would engage in bodily transformation. Soshon sank into meditation, and felt an incredibly familiar feeling. His thoughts were telling him to follow the stream. Soshon walked over to the tree, and woke up. He could no longer feel the energy of the seven-horned serpent. The increase in chi only took 2 minutes, but something had definitely changed, Soshon didn't realize yet. He tasted his strength, and realized that he now had an unlimited limit. However, Soching didn't understand why it was blue and not purple. He was able to reach the unlimited limit, but that didn't mean that divine arts or other martial arts had improved. Soshon gathered himself and went downstairs from his room. He asked the manager how many days he had been in the room. He replied that it had been 3 days, and he was already freaking out, thinking something was wrong. Soshon apologized for the inconvenience, and asked what about the horns. The manager replied that they had collected them all by noon on the 2nd day. Soching said good job and he's off to Shazang, and he'll stop by again on his return. Socheng continued on his way. As he approached the mountain, he asked himself if this was the greatness of nature. Only at such moments did he realize his insignificance, so he decided it was time to climb. It is said that 1,000-year-old ginseng grows on the top of a mountain covered with numerous bodies of the dead. Soshon set off on his journey. Halfway to the top, bodies began to appear one after another. He didn't understand why they were going there. Soshon realized that someone else was climbing the great snow-capped mountain, and that was not good news. Unexpectedly, Soching noticed the body. He knew he shouldn't do that, and he would get in trouble just by looking at his clothes, but he had no idea that it would turn out to be a lama from the Potala Palace. The man thanked Socheng for saving his life. A group of martial artists outside of Zhongyuan practice unarmed martial arts. They reside in a temple in the Shijing region. They were called lamas because they came from different factions and have different views. However, they have a very controversial moral code. Their goals are based on bad intentions. This is especially true of the lamas from the Potala Palace. They are so aggressive that they have tried to attack Zhongyuan several times. Then Soching suggested that the monk go his own way. But the monk stopped him and asked him why he was in a hurry. The monk said that he could not just let Socheng go without repaying him. Socheng replied that there was no need to repay him. The monk asked if Socheng would mind if they climbed the mountain together. Soson asked him if he was even listening to what he was telling him. The monk asked if this was his first ascent of the mountain. And he said that if he took an old sad monk with him, he would show him the way. Socheng didn't know what to do. He saw that the old man was weaker than him. The monk said his destination was not far from the summit and he could accompany him. The monk said that in the past lamas from the palace had climbed the mountain and he had memories and a map. Soson asked if he would accompany him, where he would take him. The monk replied that if he followed to the summit, he would be slightly below this place. Soson agreed. At that time, the men who had followed Sochong arrived at their leader's house. He asked them why they had come empty-handed, and where is the carp of eternal fire? And the 7-horned serpent? For its horns could be used to make 7 beautiful swords, and with the help of poison, he would be able to lure an elder from the 9 great factions to his side. He asked the man that being his faithful follower, if he was not ashamed to be trembling with fear right now. The man fell to his knees and began to apologize. The head ordered him to stop and gave him a judgmental look. He told his subordinate that but had made an invaluable contribution to their cause, he was skillful and useful, but his men were not. And said that the price of their lives was not worth a maggot. The subordinate agreed with his head. And then the head said that he really hoped he would not disappoint him. During the Yuan dynasty, Lamaism was the state religion. There is no need to describe how powerful and influential it was. The problem was that the lamas tried to have even more power and only sowed destruction all around. This is what led to their decline. The Potala Palace was the most famous temple, but it has earned itself a bad reputation. Lamas, especially those of the Potala, are still extremely arrogant and shun the darkness. So Cheng continued on his way with the old man and told him that just by looking at him, the guy realized that the old man was an unusual person. The old man answered him that if someone makes a mistake, he must accept it and admit that he is wrong. If he does not, he will be shackled by his foolishness. Soshon thought that it looked like this old man had some problems in the Potala Palace and was most likely being poisoned there because of his strange character. Also, the guy pointed out that the old man arrived unaccompanied and assumed he had a low position there. So Cheng decided to ask the old man and asked him why he was here. The old man replied that he was here to watch people in pain. The boy had not expected such an answer. The old man told him that even though he looked foolish, it was unfair to answer questions only to him. So Cheng replied that they had a long journey ahead of them and should hurry. The old man asked So Cheng his name in return. Soshon replied that they were not close enough to introduce themselves, and suggested that the old man imagine that they were mimocrocodiles. The old man told the lad that he was as cold as the lamas, and offered his help to teach Soshon warmth in return for a favor. Soshon asked him if he shouldn't have taken a vow of silence, and if so, it was time to put it into practice. Finally, after a while they reached a place where the old man thanked the guy for saving him and guiding him. Suddenly Soshon noticed the snow-covered bodies of people. The old man explained that in Lamaism there is a law of merciful meditation or, as it is called, the exchange of a few words. This is the exact opposite of the Zhongyuan breathing technique. There you must inhale positive energy and exhale negative energy. The old man also added that Tungzhen allows you to inhale pain, which is negative energy, and exhale happiness, which is positive energy. It allows other people to be healthy, and healthy people make anyone healthier. The old man said that the snow-covered mountain is also called the mountain of death. It is full of suffering, resentment and regret. The old man explained to Soching that he had come there to experience it. He said he would wait for the boy at that spot and showed him the way. Soshon put the events together in his mind and realized that the old man was Tsongkhapa, a Tibetan religious leader and preacher. The boy went his way, and the old man assumed a meditation posture. Suddenly someone started calling his name from behind. The old man replied that he seemed to have visitors from the Jaluga. He asked them why they were looking for this old monk Tsongkhapa. The leader smiled and asked the old man if the cold had given him brain freeze or if he had gone mad, deciding to die after he had comprehended the Buddha's teachings. Tsongkhapa rose to his feet and asked not to bury him prematurely, for he was still in his right mind, and even though he was old, there was still a fire burning in him. The chief looked angrily at the old man and said that this place would be his grave. He asked him why he had renounced the teaching. Tsongkhapa began to cry out that Lamaism itself is wrong. And having wallowed in the three poisons, Lamaism no longer discerns what is right and what is wrong. Darkness enveloped him. The old man turned to the ringleader in rank and called him the fifth elder of the Sakya school, and asked him how he could not see that the decay had begun when the Kapshi became the Karmapa of the Yuan dynasty. The old man had repeatedly witnessed students of Lamaism saying that the doctrine states that once one has a child, one must take celibacy. But if there is no child, one is free to date women. The old man explained that the Sakya school teaches that one must give up worldly things and attain enlightenment, and only then will the path to nirvana open. But Tsongkhapa considers this to be nonsense, since the road to nirvana opens only through hard training. This approach contradicts Bhavachakra and defiles the path to enlightenment. The old man told the ringleader that his path to enlightenment was wrong and asked him how he hoped to achieve it. The ringleader shouted at him to shut up. Then Tsongkhapa asked him what about the 10 laws of Shaolin. After all, by inheriting his position, the ringleader could correct the promiscuity and wantonness in the Sakya school, and instead of eradicating them, he allowed them to multiply and develop. Tsongkhapa thought this was wrong. The leader lost his temper and started shouting that didn't he tell the old man to shut up. He reminded the old man that there were laws to be obeyed and Buddhist scriptures to be studied. Tsongkhapa retorted by saying that at some point a hard political line would have to be taken, otherwise Lamaism would always have a bad name. A fight started, and the leader began to use techniques on the old man. Suddenly someone ordered him to stop, as he was not the boss. The leader turned around and saw a guy in front of him. He asked who was he. So Cheng replied that he was a wandering ascetic. The boy promptly dispatched the ringleader. Tsongkhapa was surprised and asked him if he had not gone about his business. The old man said they could understand each other and get along, although asceticism and Buddhist teachings are different. Tsongkhapa doesn't mind having a Zhuang friend. Suddenly the lamas present heard that Tsongkhapa had renounced the teachings of Lamaism and brought someone from Zhuang. Soshon replied that his eardrums were about to burst and asked the lamas if they were going to kill them by causing an avalanche. Soshon thought at this time that, judging from Tsongkhapa's strange character, he had expected something like this. But he had no idea that the other monks wanted to kill him. The boy asked the monk if he needed help. Tsongkhapa laughed and asked him, "Aren't they mimic crocodiles?" Soshon looked at him menacingly and once again clarified if he wanted his help. Tsongkhapa looked pitifully at Sochang and asked for help. The lad immediately took off and attacked the lama. The lamas did not expect such a turn. They thought there was no one to stand up for the old man. The lama shouted at Soshon how dare he do such a thing and raise his sword at the lama. After only a few seconds, Soshon managed to overpower the lama. The monk's disciples called him a bastard and asked him how he dared to kill their teacher. They pounced on the boy. Soshon looked at them scornfully and said that they were just a bunch of stupid monks. The guy was killing one after another when suddenly someone approached him. One of the lamas asked the boy who he was. The unknown man said that he had heard that Zhuang's martial arts were superior to the ordinary ones. But he didn't understand how Seo Chong could surpass them so much since they had reached the top level. Soshon laughed loudly, gave his name, and clarified that he was from Hozan. Then the lamas were even more surprised. They knew that Kosan was one of the 9 great factions, and they didn't understand why a warrior from Kosan would interfere in the affairs of Sistan. The boy at this time became angry and called the lamas evil heretics. After all, to think that he had been forced by a cunning word to reveal the secret he had kept hidden for so long. Then the lamas turned to the guy and asked him to calm down and talk, as it was a slight misunderstanding. Soshon looked at them angrily and replied that they had learned something they should not have learned. The guy started attacking them. One of the lama leaders yelled that they should kill the guy. Several lamas attacked Soshon. One of them used a double attack, but Soshon had no trouble repelling it in a second. The ringleader didn't realize what was wrong, for it was a double attack that he had put all his strength into, risking internal damage. They sincerely didn't understand how the guy managed to block a double sword attack without using chi at all. The lamas looked at each other. They couldn't understand what was so nonsensical. How could Socheng be a sword master at this age? After a few seconds, Soshon overpowered each one. Tsongkhapa was watching from the sidelines in amazement. Soshon looked at him and said that he had not done it out of good faith. It was because the lamas were acting as if they wanted to talk and were looking for the right opportunity to kill him. Seo Kong had learned this from his past life. If it is necessary to act with contempt or kindness, one must take a closer look at the opponent, otherwise he will take advantage of his naivete. Soshon and Tsongkhapa continued their journey. The old man told them that the Nigma was composed of priests and rich men, which was the reason for the increase in crime and the failure to develop into an influential organization. So Chang replied that in Zhuang he had been interested in Buddhist teachings, and hearing about it in Shizang was just something. Tsongkhapa kept pestering the guy. He shared his assumptions that he was being poisoned because he was underestimating the weak old man. Soshon replied that he was beginning to tire of such talk. Tsongkhapa smiled and promised to stop fooling around and start being serious. But suddenly the old man turned to the boy and asked who he was. Seo Chung turned around and looked menacingly at the old man. Tsongkhapa continued that all the lamas he had fought 2 hours ago were from the Potala Palace. And there were quite a few of them. The old man explained that he had never heard of such martial artists, and even in their second decade. Such skill was simply impossible. Seo Kong was just looking at Tsongkhapa with a perplexed look. And then the old man asked if it was possible that Soshon was a rejuvenated master. For a second, So Chang's eyes popped up to his forehead. However, he immediately laughed out loud and told the old man that once more he would say something like that and people would think he was completely out of his mind. Starkey just looked at the guy perplexed. Seo Chung changed the subject at this time and said that Xuani's emphasis was on doing favors, harboring grudges, and carrying out revenge. Guy went on to say that he had saved Tsongkhapa's life and so he wished that what happened today would remain a secret. The old man replied that it was quite easy to accomplish. But what bothers him is that there is nothing more he can do to repay the man who saved his life twice. Soshon replied that that was what he would pay for the first time, and he would save the second time for something else. The boy clarified that the old man would help Juani or him in the future if danger arose. The old man replied that man was by nature greedy, but he was surprised that Soching had not the slightest hesitation in talking about keeping Joni's peace. Soshon actually doubted he could ask the old man to teach him Mahamudra, and sure enough he didn't have the miracle cure either. Tsongkhapa said that if there was danger in Zhuang, albeit without the consent of the Potala Palace, he would swear in the Lama's name that he would help without hesitation. They finally came to a common denominator and continued on their way. Evening came and they descended the mountain. So Cheng told the monk that this was the end, which meant that everyone would now go their separate ways. They wished each other a safe journey, and the old man asked the boy to keep himself safe. Soshon and the old man separated. On the way down, Soshon tried to remember the name Tsongkhapa. It was very familiar to him. Not counting Zhuang and the other three, he didn't know much about the powerful factions. Seochong hoped that saving this monk shouldn't have changed the future. The boy continued on his way, found a rather cozy cave and decided to get some refreshments. He thought about the fact that he had to use so many miraculous remedies. Soon he would be called the king of medicine. Seochun realized how cool it was to know the future. He swallowed the miracle medicine, and then it began. Soshon applied techniques to pump up his skill with this means. He realized that there was no need to rush as it was fraught. If he made the slightest mistake, his chi would be affected. So Cheng began a bodily transformation. He felt as if his bones were breaking from the inside out. He realized that if he lost his concentration, it could end badly. He would curl up in a ball and disappear into a nameless cave. Xiaoshan had never imagined that changing his body would be so tiring and painful. Nothing could distract him from such pain. The boy moved on to the second stage, the unity of mind and soul. He realized that no matter how much he restrained his mind and spirit, this world was not nirvana, so it would appear squalid. The energy of the 1,000-year ginseng would make the toxins accumulated between the mind and spirit disappear. Seochong could feel the strength leaving his body. The third stage has come, complete regeneration. After that, the final stage of bodily transformation. And then instantaneous healing from any illnesses and injuries. At last it was over. Soshon burst out of the cave like a ray of sunshine through the branches of the trees. His body is perfect. The boy immediately decided to evaluate himself. He took the sword in his hands and looked at his reflection. He realized that the bodily transformation didn't make him more beautiful, or anything else. He didn't understand if it took special magic to do that. The guy realized that this was a harsh reality, but decided to be content with what he had. He expected it, but his chi didn't increase at all. Seochung decided that it was time to return to Zhuang. There are 6 martial arts that should never be studied. They are called the 6 great demonic arts or the 6 forbidden arts. All of them are so powerful and horrible that it's hard to decide which one is the worst. However, if we look at the ones that have only recently come to light, the greatest forbidden book of martial arts would be the skill manuscript of the cursed demon Lao. Meanwhile, in the Kunlun Mountains, the head of the Kunlun faction named San received information about the tomb of the cursed demons. San realized that if the cursed martial art revived again, it was scary to imagine what would happen. He decided that by all means, they must prevent it from happening. The Kunlun faction went to find out if the rumors were true about the tomb of the cursed demon. When the begging faction and the 9 great factions began their investigation, rumors spread even faster. The cursed demon was an enemy of Murim and had fought against his greatest masters of the time. He not only managed to get away alive, he managed to win. He didn't care that he was considered an enemy by the whole world. What mattered was that it meant being the strongest. Meanwhile, in the demon temple, rumors of a cursed demon's tomb had reached the temple. The leader didn't know about the 6 forbidden arts, but when the cursed demon was alive, he collected manuscripts of demonic arts. The ringleader didn't know if the tomb of the cursed demon was real, but he decided to investigate it. Meanwhile, in the river of evil, the leaders are at a loss to understand where the tomb of the cursed demon came from, for not much time has passed since the treasury of the 3-eyed ghostly thief was discovered. At the council, they decided that they had no choice but to go see for themselves. They couldn't just send the Kunlun faction. Aside from the involvement of the river of evil and the demon temple, there were more factions involved this time than when the treasure trove of the 3-eyed ghost thief was discovered. The Kunlun faction alone could not solve the situation. They decided that they couldn't act rashly. And if it's a trap, it would be a bad idea to gather the strongest factions in one place while events unfold in another. In the end, they decided that they needed to carefully consider who would stay where they were and who would go to the tomb of the cursed demon. One of the leaders of the begging faction shouted that they would go. He was asked that hadn't the begging faction and the 9 great factions gotten their hands on the untold riches from the treasury. Arguments began, some shouting that if they showed up again, they would get all the treasures for themselves. The leader of the 5 Blades faction shouted that they would take care of it. The begging faction and Kunlun of the 9 great factions, the 5 evil blades, the Sunsan faction, the Hansan faction, the Namkan noble family, and the 5 great noble families, 2 demonic forces, the demon temple and the river of evil, are also headed there. The conditions leading up to the 7 Blades War are in place, but Soshon was determined that the future would not repeat itself. He would have liked to stop the war before it started, but, now he's forced to fight, he doesn't know who might turn out to be a spy for the Dark Heaven faction. Soshon decided that the first thing he would do would be to destroy the cursed demon's tomb, and try to minimize the damage caused by the war. Killing the Dark Heaven Lord's minions would just be a bonus. At this time, the unknown men were standing guard. One asked the other how long they would be there. He replied that it would be until the Light faction, the 2 demonic forces, or another powerful faction arrived. One told the other to focus on his mission and realize its importance. And one should not forget the situation in which the head of the Illustrated Records finds himself. Then an arrow suddenly flew into him. The other immediately began to shout that they were being attacked, but his throat was immediately cut. This is Seo Qian's case. These people were people from the faction from the Dark Heavens. Seo Chong didn't know that they had such keen senses, others wouldn't have noticed. Immediately, the others came running to help. Seo Qian killed one after another. Finally, there were 7 of them left. The guy even joked that it was only a coincidence, but their name 7-Star Squad fit perfectly right now. The leader immediately ordered Sochong to be taken alive. He specified that they could cut off his arms and legs but take him alive. The ringleader turned to the guy and told him that if he surrendered alive and told everything he knew, they would kill him painlessly. Soshon asked him who is he to make such decisions? He reminded him that there are 7 goons like Kionchu and Kiongseong above him. The guy continued that if the ringleader decides on his own, they will punish him. The ringleader became furious and asked how did he know those names? And who was he anyway? Seo Kong replied that he was just a traveling warrior. After that, he immediately went on the attack. Seo Kong quickly dealt with him and concluded that people are so tight at all times. Suddenly, another opponent attacked him from the back. Soshon appreciated his rather good attack and even appreciated his poisonous palm. And after a second, he overpowered him. The guy raised his weapon and realized that this was the triple fury of the 10,000 green-eyed poison arts. Soshon glanced at the remaining people and told them that their sight brought back memories. The guy knew that these were the soldiers of the 7-Star Division from the Dark Heaven faction. The Dark Heaven faction had many branches besides the illustrious Records branch. The 7-Star branch had the most people. They specialized in everything related to martial arts, and every single one of them was a first-class warrior. The 7-Star Division only accepted the best. At that time, Seo Chong was not equal to the other Hosan faction masters, let alone the 7-Star Division. In hindsight, this situation was unimaginable. So Chang told the Ward warriors that they were his past and now his present and his future. The guy straightened everyone out and decided it was time to head back. He realized that because of the prominence of the sword art of wielding the 24 plum petal sword, there would be trouble if he left a trail behind him. It was good that there was a pit that was at the very entrance, intended as a trap. That's where So Cheng dumped the bodies. Seo Chong was going to break the traps anyway, but maybe he should have brought Shu with him. Now he would have to check the traps blind. He went straight to work, and set off with a bullet, hoping to avoid all the traps. So Cheng was on his way to the tomb of the cursed demon. Meanwhile, in Tianjin, they were discussing problems. They talked about the 7-Star branch not making contact, and even with the delay, it's taking too long. One of those present said that they were no doubt dead. Then Alcade, the same star in the constellation of the Great Bear, said he would go to check. At this time So Cheng kept his way. He touched one of the walls, and completely forgot that Yangji was flowing there. He thought it would come in handy under certain circumstances. In the meantime, he went to the lowest floor. There were quite a few traps in his path, but Soshon was much stronger than he thought he was. He kept wondering why the cursed demon's tomb had such poor defenses, but it turns out he was the one who was too strong. The guy continued on his way, and he seemed to have arrived at the spot. He was greeted by a path with glowing lanterns. He could see a warehouse with weapons and a mountain of treasure. He decided to take a closer look at it all. Soshon began to rake through the pile of weapons and knew that there was definitely what he was looking for in there. Suddenly, the boy shrieked with joy. He had finally found the Gojian sword. It was one of the 3 swords forged by great General Yi Wan Gojian. Soshon realized that although his Yahan was amazing, it couldn't compare to Tei's divine sword. Now all that was left was the tomb. Suddenly, Soching noticed a red cushion with a book on it in front of him. The guy immediately realized that it was a 9 fierce martial art. He asked himself the question, should he learn it? With the unity of 10,000 martial arts, Socheng would be irresistible. However, he immediately closed the book and ordered himself to forget about it. The 9 fierce martial art is as old as the 6 great martial arts. It is a forbidden book whose purpose was unknown even to the author himself. It was created in Vuong during the Xia dynasty. It is not a collection of martial arts techniques, but a charm. Later, when the Xia dynasty began to decline, the trace of the 9 fierce essence was lost. After countless years, a sage accidentally discovered a copy of it, partially translated it, and gained its power. It was a technique that drew its power from the underworld. That's where it gets its name. It was a technique that drew its power from the underworld. He gains the tremendous strength and regenerative abilities of the greatest demon from the underworld. But it only has a temporary effect. In less than a month, the body of the one who uses it is completely transformed. Transformation is not quite the right word. It would be more accurate to say that the very nature of man changes. The person is given strength, but begins to resemble a demon. Finally, in the last stage of transformation, the person turns completely into a demon. Humanity is slowly disappearing. It is like using dark martial arts. Eventually, the practitioner ceases to be human. Soshon made the decision that he should just forget about it and only take away the most important things. So he did, gathered everything he needed and set off. On the way he tapped the walls and a strange sound was heard in one of the walls. Soshon thought that there must be water channels crossing at this place. He immediately drew his sword and used the first technique of the purple mist divine art. With this technique, he was able to cut through the wall and get out. However, the tomb was left in a very unattractive state. The next day, Supreme Master Hanzana arrived at the tomb with his men. He could not understand what had happened there. He asked his subordinates if this was definitely the place and if they were not deceiving him. The subordinate replied that when they arrived, the tomb was already in that condition. Unexpectedly, the first grade master of Tenzin named Song told the Supreme Master that everything was clear here and a child. The Supreme Master replied that if he did not explain everything in detail right now, he would not spare him. Song smiled and asked what Ma Jido thought about it. The man looked at him and replied that he wasn't here to answer his questions. And he said to only talk to him if he had something to discuss. Otherwise he'll cut his tongue out. Behind their backs was another man present. After what he had seen, he went to report to his ringleader what had happened. When he arrived and told the news, the ringleader immediately hit him with such force that his forehead shattered. He explained to the ringleader that they had stationed some soldiers from the 7-star squad at the tomb. And 2 days before the researcher arrived they had lost contact with them. He also revealed that he had sent Quan to scout the situation, but by the time he arrived, the tomb had already been destroyed and the Star Ward themselves were nowhere to be found. The ringleader became furious and replied that in short, the plan they had worked so hard on had failed and they were now not sure what it was about. The ringleader said they have a bunch of all sorts of options, but nothing works and he's never been humiliated like this before. He thought and concluded that there was no madman among his men who would dare betray him. So someone else had destroyed the tomb. He ordered his subordinate to go to Tianjing and find out what happened there. And if he botched it, he would kill him, at this time in Hubei. So Cheng woke up in his bed as a girl suddenly came into his room and said there was a matter. Soshon asked what was the matter? The girl explained that he had a visitor and asked Seochong to at least wash his head before meeting this person, as he seemed to be an important person. The guy did not expect at all and did not realize what kind of visitor could come to him. He cleaned himself up and decided to have some tea. Suddenly someone called out to him and called him elder brother. The words made Seo Kong choke on his tea. Zhu burst into the room. Seo Chong had incomprehensible feelings, however, he was definitely happy to see this boy. Seo Chun asked Zhu who he was as a joke. Zhu smiled and replied that it was not a funny joke since he was the only genius sibling of his older brother. So Ching said that most people think their siblings don't change, but Zhu has grown up a lot. So Ching asked Zhu how with a face like that, he still hasn't gotten married or made friends. So, he's still just as weird, talented, but with a lack of social contacts. Zhu started shouting that he had a lot of friends. Seo Chun smiled and said that judging from his reaction, he was as lonely as ever. Then So Ching suggested that he name at least 5 friends, not counting family. Zhu smiled and they shook hands. The guys started eating breakfast. Their conversation came to the fact that it had been 5 years. Zhu said that the last time he saw Seo Chong was 5 years ago. Seo Chun asked how things were going with Zhu. The guy replied that he was doing the same, just continuing to study in his room. Zhu asks what about him, and how So Chang is doing. Since he had heard a little about him and wanted to know him personally. Seo Chang replied that he had just returned, so he would tell him later. Seo Chong looked at Zhu carefully and asked that he was already 16 years old. Zhu smiled and replied that he would be 17 in half a year. So Ching clarified with the guy, did he have freedom of movement? Zhu was embarrassed and replied that he wanted to help with the tomb of the cursed demon, but it had collapsed. Zhu says that only Seo Chung knows he's a genius. But he has few opportunities to show his talent, so he is forced to just study. Zhu immediately snickered and said in a frustrated voice, what is he even worth without knowledge of martial arts? Seo Chong looked at him and realized that he was still the same. He put his hand on the kid's shoulder and told him that he had grown so much and if he sat in his room he would just languish. So Chun asked him if he could socialize a little more. Zhu looked at him and asked if So Ching had really come to take care of him. So Cheng smiled and replied that it was like that and he needed his strength. There was no one else to help him but him. After a touching conversation, the guys went for a walk in the garden. Suddenly, someone called out to Soshon and said that it had been 6 years since they had seen each other. Seo Chong suddenly turned around and saw Shuren, Zhu's older sister, in front of him. The guy looked at her and thought that she had probably already heard all sorts of compliments about her beauty, so he didn't say anything about it. Soshon asked if the heir is with her now as he would like to welcome him too. Shuren replied that the elder brother is temporarily absent. He returns to the ancestral home only once a year. Soshon replied that he had heard that the heir had already been recommended for the role of strategist of the Murim alliance. Shuren smiled and said that they didn't call him a wise dragon for nothing. Shuren explained that she had come here after hearing that Zhu was leaving her family for Gango. Zhu turned white with fear. Shuren asked him who told him to do that. She asked if Mr. Chu had told him to do it. Zhu had been standing timidly looking at his sister all this time as well. She seemed to be several times his senior, and he was afraid to say a word to her. However, Zhu suddenly gathered all his will in his fist and daringly told his sister that it was his personal decision. Shuren looked at him and smiled. She said that his father had considered his request and he thought it would be a good chance to establish a relationship with a large faction, so there was no need to worry. Also, Shuren added that her father is mulling over what kind of security to give him. And soon Zhu will know about his decision. Zhu stood still at that time. Shuren turned to Socheng and said that she hoped he enjoyed his stay in their home. Seo-chan smiled sweetly. Seo-chong explained to Zhu that even if his family didn't like him very much, blood is thicker than water. They must be worried about him, and so Sochen thought someone would definitely come to see Zhu. Moreover, Soshon didn't know why, but he was sure that this person would turn out to be either Shuren or Sang. Neither of them recognized the boy's genius, but they were trying to protect him. So Cheng patted Zhu on the shoulder and said that now that everything was decided, it was time to pack. The guys gathered, and suddenly one of the subordinates told Zhu that she would never have thought that he would decide to go to Gango. Since she assumed that Zhu would live his whole life as a recluse, she also told the kid that she was really worried about him. Zhu looked at her and offered to go with him. The girl thought that idea was not a good idea. She explained that her family lives nearby, and besides, she doesn't like mecha blood. After talking to his subordinate, Zhu approached his sister and thanked her for believing in him. Shuren asked him not to hesitate to ask for help from the family if anything happens on the way. In case of anything, she asked Zhu to send a letter to the Murim and his elder brother would reply immediately. Shuren also handed her brother a book in which she described what to watch out for in Gango. She asked her brother to read it when he had time. The girl went up to Seokong and said that she trusted her brother to him. She then went to her room, but Seokong called out to her. Soshon told her that shaping was done by placing either natural or man-made structures into a certain model in advance, and asked the girl if that was true or not. Also, Soshon said that in the case of war, there are a lot of variables, so the formation can be disrupted before realization. And if that happens, the enemy may not have a chance to affect the formation. Shuren asked what he meant by that. Soshon said, wouldn't the formations become more convenient if they threw something at their enemy and activated it? With these thoughts, So Cheng left Shuren alone, and the boys set off. Zhu asked Soshon where they were going. So Cheng replied that they were going to Shandong. Zhu asked why they were going there. Did they have some business with the Huangfu clan or the Tangshan faction? So Cheng smiled and replied that they were heading there to meet an old friend and Zhu should remember him. Zhu thought for a while and replied that is it really that merchant Li? Seo Chong smiled and replied that he was right. Zhu said that he had heard a lot about his company in the clan, and he was so proud that some of the money invested was his. So Cheng said that Li's personality may be suspicious, but his talent is unquestionable. So Cheng also told Zhu that from now on, Shandong will be his second home. Along with Seokong and Zhu, the chaperone from the boy's father also traveled. He was thinking that he might be lazy, but of all the people he could choose to guard Zhu, it was a real cruelty. At this time, So Cheng turned around and addressed the attendant by name. He asked Mr. Yang why he looked so bad. Yang replied that it was all right. So Cheng told him that he might regret it, but he needn't worry as he would thank him many times in the future. Ian was thinking at this time that if he knew he was in for such punishment, he would have worked much harder. Seokong thought that now everything would begin for real. In his head, he made a real plan. He decided that he would gather his forces in Jihan, Shandong, and oppose the Dark Heaven faction. It's not a bad place strategically, lots of untouched resources like mines, arable land, and seafood. And Potter makes it a good place for trade. Seo Chong realized that he needed to reflect on the possible future events and be the first to make a move. Meanwhile, the boys had almost arrived at the place. At this time, Merchant Li was thinking that money is something that moves continuously. Instead of using money for self-satisfaction, it is much better to use it to get more money. Suddenly, someone told the merchant that his laugh was still the same. Li turned around and saw So Chang in front of him. He immediately rushed towards him with a warm embrace. So Chang looked at him carefully and realized that so much time had passed, and to think, Li was already the king of merchants. The guy told the merchant to raise his head, as they wouldn't be able to talk if he was staring at the floor. Li explained that he was just trying to show his respect. And he told Seo Chun that he hadn't changed a bit over the years. Zhu at this time stood and scrutinized the merchant. He couldn't understand what such miraculous remedies Li was eating that he had turned from a skinny skeleton into such a chubby man. Soshon suggested at this time that they move on to the main topic. He told the merchant that they would soon need weapons. The merchant shared his observations with Soshon. He said that he assumes that war is coming, and he feels that a cure will be needed. The merchant offered his help. Zhu didn't understand if Seo Chung was going to believe Li so easily. Li explained that he could smell money, and his sense of smell has never let him down before. He said that getting the money, weapons, and medicine was no big deal to him. Recruiting people is a different story. Seokong said that they would mostly need martial artists, even mercenaries would do. Li said that leading people is his specialty. And rumor has it that even a ghost can be controlled with money, so Seo-chan should trust him. Meanwhile, the Dark Skies faction had received a proposal that they should release a new technique to replace the old one, namely, the Blood Monk technique. Not everyone present liked the idea, as it was too different from the original plan, and the Shaolin monastery would not sit idly by. Who is a Blood Monk? A martial monk of the Shaolin monastery. He was a genius at absorbing all the knowledge he received, and the monastery generously granted him permission to use the temple library. The Blood Monk's desire to master the new martial arts was so strong that he even laid his hands on a forbidden library book. But not only that, he managed to combine demonic techniques with the classic muscle modification manual, turning them into an entirely new technique. Classic bloody tendons. It's a technique created by an excommunicated monk. The Dark Heaven faction realized that if they started spreading it, the 108 Arhats would surely stir. The Arhats annoy some of the Dark Heaven faction, but they won't be able to take an extra step. Therefore, it doesn't bother the faction much. The factions have come to a consensus, and whoever thwarts their plan will die a painful death. At this time, Seo Kian acquired an army. He has about 300 martial artists under his command. Some are mercenaries, the rest are from other factions. The merchant explained that they divided the men into 3 regiments to make them easier to manage. The 3rd regiment is made up of the newly hired, the 2nd, of martial arts masters stationed at various points within their faction. They either have better backgrounds or are stronger than those from the 3rd regiment, and the 1st regiment, these are the elites. The 10 strongest warriors give orders to their own teams and are under the direct control of Merchant Li. After listening to all of this, Soshon concluded that they used their weaknesses to earn their loyalty. Sounds like blackmail, but it wasn't. Impressive. Soshon told the merchant that from now on he was in command of the 2nd regiment. The merchant escorted the boy to the regiment and introduced him as the new commander. However, the warriors were not very happy to hear this, as Seo Chong was too young. The merchant was asked questions and reproached that Seo Chong was from a well-known faction, but what could an inexperienced young man teach them? The merchant ordered everyone to shut up immediately and explained that this guy might even turn out to be a martial arts god. So Ching asked Li to keep him busy doing something else while he took care of the shelf. Li listened and left. Then So Chang turned to the warriors and said that it would be better if he just demonstrated his skills. So he ordered them to attack all at once. The warriors couldn't understand what the kid was talking about. Then Soshon said that he would be the first to strike. Not even 5 seconds later, the warriors were already on the ground. Not one of them could stand on his feet against Socheng. Soshon looked at this picture and told his warriors that this was how their training would be done from now on. The organization would treat their injuries and provide them with weapons. One of the warriors was very angry because some young man thought he was the god of martial arts. So he attacked Suk Hong. However, his attempt was unsuccessful. The guy smiled and said that this was how the training would continue. Soshon turned to the warriors and explained that he wasn't going to teach them martial arts just because he was in charge. And looking at them, he could tell they were having a nightmare with the base. Time passed and Soshon earned the respect of the 2nd regiment. The merchant could not admire such skills and training. Li told Soching that it was just unbelievable. Then the guy ordered him to find people in the 3rd regiment who could be transferred to the 1st or 2nd regiment. The merchant replied that he took everything into consideration and asked the guy what to do with those who don't fit. Soshon ordered to just send them off with a couple coins in his pocket. The merchant agreed and asked what else was required. The guy said he needed about 200 people and asked me to find kids that fit his requirement and bring them to him. Soshon said they should be somewhere between 9 and 10, and they should have no physical defects. They should be children who won't be a problem. Orphans would be the best fit. The merchant smiled and asked Sochang if he was going to form his own army. The merchant smiled and asked Seokong if he was going to form his own army. The merchant suggested building a dueling and practice ground and other infrastructure to nurture warriors. Soshon replied that it was a good idea. Seochong also asked the merchant not to touch the head position for now, as he would find a suitable person in the future. The merchant replied that he understood and asked what about the title. Soching smiled and looked at him and said that since he had formed the faction under his command, it was therefore his. So he let the merchant call it whatever he wanted. The merchant promised to think about it. Seo-chun knew exactly what the merchant would name the faction. Since it wasn't the first time a faction was created under the organization, this was supposedly going to happen in the future, and Soshon was only speeding up the process a bit. Li decided that the faction would be called the Sword Faction. However, he continued to ponder. As the Merchant King often said, money was power. He hired those who were skilled in martial arts and also bought various techniques, a faction created by money for money's sake. And then the merchant's mind hit the ground and he shouted loudly, "Golden Sword Faction!" In his previous life, Soching had a person known for his techniques on the enemy's side. Soshon's main task was to take the sword demon from the Dark Heaven faction head. Socheng traveled to Sichuan, specifically to the Tang clan. The Fire Phoenix had not expected such a visitor. The girl decided to serve tea to the guest. However, Seo-chan immediately realized that it was poisoned tea. Phoenix said that he was right and that anyone who drank it would experience unimaginable pain in his stomach. Sochon smiled and thanked him for the welcome. The guy clarified if this was revenge for last time. Phoenix smiled and replied that it was a normal greeting. She asked the guy what he had traveled such a long way from Shandong for. Seo-chan was surprised that the girl knew where he was staying. Phoenix said that it wasn't that she was following him, but she knew in general terms that Seo-chong took that weirdo from the Chegal clan with him and went to the gold merchant organization. After that, she asked Seo-chong not to think she was interested in him. Sochon smiled and said that he came here to give her a chance to get even. Phoenix said that she would see who would give who a chance. Sochon then asked, would they really have to make a bet again? Phoenix was angry. Sochon drew his sword and put it on the line, and plus the sword, Soching put 1,000 gold coins on it. The girl's eyes didn't seem so angry anymore. She asked the guy what he wanted. That's when Socheng voiced that he wanted a poison phoenix. Not a second later, the girl jumped the poison in his face. Seo-chan of course dodged it. However, the girl clarified if he needed a prescription. Seo-kong replied that he did, and better yet, he needed an antidote. The girl replied that he had come to the right place. Afterward, Socheng told the girl that she could choose what to bet. The girl looked at him angrily and said that he was mistaken if he thought she would fall for his taunts. Meanwhile, the chief elder of the Tang clan woke up. He immediately smelled that it was a bit noisy this morning. It was immediately reported to him that Soching had arrived. The elder thought so. The subordinate said he could kick him out. The elder said that there was no need to do so since the fellow was traveling and let him enjoy it for the time being. After that, the subordinate told the elder that there was something else. Namely, young madam he asked to open a pub. The subordinate also added that Soching had made a bet. The elder couldn't believe that Hai had decided to make more corpses. In the meantime, a girl came up to Sochang and greeted him, saying that her name was Qingqing and she would be his assistant for the duration of his stay here. She will also escort him to the family pub. Seo-chan asked, what kind of pub is this? And then the guy who came with Qingqing told Seo-chan to just follow the girl. The boy looked at Soching and didn't understand how he had won against madam last time, but he knew for sure that he wouldn't be able to pull off that trick this time. Seo-chong immediately noticed that this guy was looking at him as an enemy. He even joked and suggested that Qingqing should rather go while this guy stuck a poisonous needle into him. This made the guy even more angry. He didn't understand how Socheng could treat a Tang clan warrior with such disrespect. Along the way, Sochong applied a technique towards Qingqing and made her untouchable. After that, he suggested her to speed up since her mistress would get angry. The Tang clan warrior was going crazy with anger at this time. He didn't understand how much longer Sochong intended to insult the young mistress. Suddenly an elder appeared and told the warrior that he understood his anger, but they should go to the pub as the head elder was waiting. The warrior immediately apologized to the elder. Meanwhile, the elder himself was assessing Soching. He noticed that the guy not only parried the killing aura smoothly, but even protected the servants. The elder understood that it was difficult to execute, which meant that he had defeated the young mistress by more than pure luck. The elder told Qingqing that he would go ahead and let her escort Soching. The girl took this to heart. On the way, Soching asked Qingqing what the Tang clan's pub was. Qingqing told him that it was a pub in the clan building and was usually closed. The girl also added that there are only 2 occasions when it is opened. The first is when a guest is welcomed, and the second, it's when the Tang clan is going to take revenge on someone. The girl finished her story and they came to a tall wooden door. Qingqing opened the door, and Sochong saw a crowd of shouting people. They were shouting, "Drink and die! Drink and live!" Seo-chong saw a table in the middle of the room, with Lady Hai sitting at one end of the table. The chair at the other end of the table was for him, and then Seo-chong remembered what the Tang clan's pub meant. If the object of the Tang clan's revenge flees, pursue it to the end. The enemy of the Tang clan must not exist in this world. Seo-chong sat down at the table and Mrs. Hai began to explain the rules of the game to him. The girl told him that the game was quite simple. She held out a vial of liquid to him. "Drink and die. Or drink and live." The people around him shouted loudly for Sochong to drink. Many people wished that the vessel contained poisoned alcohol. In addition to the game, Madam Hai handed him a contract. Hai explained that although Seo-chong wouldn't die because he wasn't an enemy of the Tang clan, the game will end the moment something goes wrong. the head elder will instantly provide an antidote. But the girl added that he shouldn't relax because if he tried to expel the poison, he would die immediately. So-chan scrutinized the contract and agreed to the game. The elders watched this and someone even thought he was an idiot for taking the young mistress' poison lightly. The chief elder couldn't figure out whether this guy was brave or stupid. Meanwhile, the second elder predicted that Seo-chung would fall down at the first sip. The chief elder told him that there was always a chance that something would go wrong. And it might be for a long time, so you should just watch. The second elder agreed. He rose from his chair and said that from now on any movement without permission was forbidden. The elder continued that in this argument, Hosan's disciple must drink 5 shots of poisoned liquor, and after each one he must utter a word audibly. And if his face changes color for a few minutes or he can't speak, they'll know he can't handle the poison and count him defeated. At this time, So-chang was looking at the elders carefully. He realized that this old man was the Poison King. The elder at this time said that both sides should agree to argue with 5 moves. The elder also added that the contract with the terms of the dispute will be signed with witnesses present. And also it will be received by both parties to avoid unwanted revisions. The elder then ordered Lady Hai to fill the vessel. The girl was happy to do so and asked So-chang if he liked to drink. So-chan smiled and asked if she was serious when she asked the ascetic if he liked to drink. Hai laughed out loud and replied that she hoped so, or else Seo-chung wouldn't be able to take it all. The girl opened the lid of the vessel and then the crowd started squealing loudly. Hai smiled and told Seo-chung that he would have a little chance in life to taste the 15-year-old liquor. He said that the drink was closely intertwined with the venom of the snake gold thread, so the alcohol might be stronger than what he was used to. The crowd shouted at this time that this was to be expected from a poison phoenix, as it could easily withstand such poison. The elders at this time were discussing that the young mistress's poison was only comparable to the heir's poison, and this rumor was not false. Everyone has noticed that Hai isn't going to stand on ceremony with Suk Hong. And that guy's going to lie down after the first drink. Hai turned to Seo-chung and said that there was no time limit, but the poison wouldn't get weaker with time. And then Seo-chung drank the first shot. After that he exhaled and said that it was quite spicy. Hai almost turned white. The elders jumped up from their chairs. The crowd fell silent. This made Madame Hai very angry. She didn't expect Seo-chung to drink the first shot of poison so easily. Madame Hai was filled with anger. She couldn't believe that Seo-chung had done it again. She thought that this time she would be able to take her revenge. She looked angrily at the servant and ordered him to fetch another vessel. He brought it immediately. So-chang looked at the vessel and said, to think, he was being given the joy and pride of all of Sichuan Erdai Baijiu. Mistress looked at him and said that she would see how much of a smile was on his face. The mistress told the guy that he would wish to taste the poison of the flaming lotus. The crowd almost went crazy at what they heard. The chief elder couldn't understand what was happening. The secondary elder thought his daughter had gone too far. Flaming lotus poison is an artificial poison created by powerful young qi. There aren't many of them in the Tang clan, and they are capable of striking even the strongest masters. The elders were already amazed that So-ching was able to withstand the venom of the serpent gold thread. The boy's vast supply of qi was able to neutralize it, and qi alone wasn't enough to neutralize it. The second elder said that they would have to try their best to get the flame lotus poison out of his body. The chief elder asked another elder to get ready to come to the young man's aid. Meanwhile, So-ching decided to try what kind of poison it was and drank a second shot. The lady looked at him and couldn't understand if he wanted to die. The crowd was shouting that Seo Qian was insane. The guy finished the poison, put the glass on the table, and hiccuped. Afterward, So-ching said it was an overwhelming sensation for his tongue. No one could believe their eyes. The elder at this time thought that no matter how much qi Seo-chung had, he was still inexperienced. He wouldn't be able to get the poison out of his body so easily and quickly. The elder thought that Seo-chung had taken the antidote. The elder walked over to the table, took the vessel in his hands, and began sniffing the contents to make sure it was poison. He was convinced of this and told the second elder that there was definitely the poison of the flaming lotus. However, the elder realized that So-ching was too young to have reached the stage of harmony. He examined the guy carefully, noting that his complexion hadn't changed, his breathing was even. His eyes didn't waver, he was definitely not poisoned. The elder then assumed that if he didn't even try to expel the poison, then it was definitely immune to 1,000 poisons. The elder told this to the second elder, who could not believe what he heard. Soshan raised another pile at that time and said that they still had a long way to go from 5 piles. The next day, rumors spread that Poison Phoenix had lost again. Everyone around him was saying that that guy's first victory was not ordinary luck. Some said that Soshan simply couldn't digest poison and most likely had that famous immunity to 10,000 poison. Some argued that he was only immune to 100. The second elder was thinking at this time that if it weren't for Socheng's young age, he would have accepted him as a son-in-law. The subordinates told the elder that if Socheng was immune to thousands of poisons, it meant that he could pass many poison valleys and gather a bunch of poisonous plants. Also, the elder was told that Soshan hadn't taken on any of the important tasks in his faction, so they might poach him for their own. The elder called his daughter to him. He told her that he had heard that the bet was that she would cure someone. Mrs. He replied that it was so. Then her father looked at her and said it was time for her to go to Gango. He told her to tread Soshan, and he would put a couple of guards on her. And if she ended up falling in love, she would bring Soshan into the family. Also, the elder said when Hai returns, she should visit her brother and help him with his work. After such events, Mrs. His journey to Gango was carved in stone. And the title for Socheng was finally formed. He was called the Young Phoenix. Meanwhile, as Nak continued to train, rumors reached her about what Soshan was doing in Gango. This made the girl very angry. Suddenly, her teacher came up to Nam and asked her what was causing her to pout her lips. The teacher said, "Is it Seokong again?" The girl replied that while someone was training tirelessly, he was walking around Gango and flirting with a girl. She was going to continue her hard training to follow him to Gango. In the past, the sword demon was a special figure. But he had one weakness. His precious daughter was stricken with an incurable disease. At that time, the sword demon had visited many healers, but he couldn't even recognize the name of the disease. Finally, he visited the hospital of the Light faction, where the god of medicine himself lived. But the hospital only laughed at the sword demon, who was not famous at that time, and banished him. And when he had no hope left, the Dark Heaven faction came. This incident turned out to be a disaster for the Murim world. The worst disaster in all of history. The sword demon's daughter wasn't sick, she was poisoned. Soshan realized that by healing the sword demon's daughter, the head of the Dark Heavens had thus earned his loyalty. And now it was Seo Chong's decision to do so, but he realized he couldn't do it alone, as he didn't even have a basic knowledge of poisons. But now, such close cooperation with Lady Hai was now playing into Seo Cheng's hands. And the sword demon just had to wait. Madam Hai and Socheng set off on their journey. The girl rambled all the way about immunity to 1,000 poisons. She told Socheng that she didn't understand how an ascetic could be so deceitful. Soshan asked her what she meant by that. The girl started shouting. Had he forgotten who was begging for help and said that she would not continue the journey with him? Seoshan started laughing and replied that to think that a poisonous phoenix was breaking his promise. The girl got angry and replied that when they were done, she wouldn't let him get away with it. Finally they arrived in Jiangxi. Madam's guard was angry with Socheng again and couldn't understand why he had brought Madam to this place. Socheng told him to reduce his fervor because just because this place belongs to the river of evil doesn't mean there are mountains of corpses and a sea of blood everywhere. The guard started shouting and did not hold back in his remarks towards Socheng. The guy told him to address him by his first name. However, even this did not calm the guard down, so Mrs. He had to intervene. She told the guard to shut up. Mistress asked him if he really wanted her to burn with shame. She was about to drown herself in a bowl of water. The girl said that taking 20 guards with her was like ordering everyone to look at her, so she decided that she would only take 3 of them with her. The rest of them were to gather information. Seo Chong arrived at their destination together with Mrs. Hai. The guy told her that he didn't care what she thought of the man they were about to meet, but asked her to be wary. A gate was opened to them and a subordinate asked who they were. Socheng said that they had come to meet a ghost swordsman who was obsessed with money. The subordinate immediately drew his sword and said that if they had come here with evil intent, then let them not even think of coming out of there unharmed. A subordinate came to the subordinate's aid and he said that not many people knew about him, and asked him to tell them who they were. Suddenly, the crowd of guards and subordinates was jostled by someone. Seoshan saw the sword demon Mitsa in front of him. Soshan just stared at him for a few seconds. He couldn't see the limit of his strength. The guy just admired him. Mitsura noticed the plum blossom sign on Soshan's clothes at that time. Mitsuru immediately realized that the Master of Harmony was in front of him. He realized that Hozan had created a monster. Mitsuru also noticed that there were a couple good masters in the group. His thoughts were that if they were planning on taking her hostage, he was done for. He won't be able to fight properly as long as he protects her. At this time, Soching put his hands up and said that they didn't come to fight and he had nothing to worry about. Guy said it was better to get right to the point. He asked Mitsuru if his daughter was bedridden. And if so, they would heal her. This made Mitsuru very angry. He replied that he didn't know what Sochon was up to, but if he tried to do anything, he wouldn't get away alive. Then Seo-chang asked Mrs. Hai to take off her veil. The girl did so. Then Mitsuru realized that he was a phoenix. The girl introduced herself and said they weren't some rabble of idiots. The girl introduced herself and said that they were not a bunch of idiots. Sochon set his sword on the floor and said they would surrender their weapons if that was Mitsuru's wish. He asked them to listen to him. Mitsuru then asked the boy who he was. Sochon told him that he was a fourth-generation disciple of the Hozan faction. The people in Gango nicknamed him the Young Phoenix. Those present immediately realized who they were talking about. It was someone who had defeated the Poison Phoenix at her own game. Mitsuru said none of the healers had answers, and even the luminaries of medicine shook their heads after examining his daughter. He asked Soching why he was so sure he would cure her. Seo Kong replied that it was not he who would cure her, but the phoenix. Mitsuru doubted, as he had never heard of a poison expert treating illness. Sochon said he should try to believe in her. Mitsuru thought for a moment and replied that there was some logic in what he was saying and motioned for the guests to go inside. Mrs. Hai and Seo-chang went into the room where the sick girl was lying. She didn't look like she was showing any signs of life. Mitsuru warned the lady that he would cut off her wrist if she tried to harm her daughter. Phoenix replied to him that if he didn't stop staring like that, she wouldn't be able to figure out what was wrong with her daughter, and she wouldn't even be able to feel for a pulse. The girl lifted the girl's hand and tried to feel her pulse. Mitsuru kept his eyes on her at the same time. Phoenix regarded the girl for a long moment, then she turned around and asked Mitsuru what happened to her mother while she was pregnant. Mitsuru replied that she was attacked by a millipede, but the doctor took care of her instantly. Phoenix then hesitated and asked if she was close to her delivery date. Mitsuru confirmed it. Then Hai said that poisoning during pregnancy was much more dangerous than he might have thought. The girl said that the doctor probably missed some details and thought the mother was safe. That could have been the problem. After hearing this, Mitsuru asked the girl if she knew what this disease was. Then he asked him if he had ever heard about fetal poisoning. The man was greatly surprised and asked the girl what else was fetal poisoning. The name implies that this dreaded technique is designed to produce resistance to poisons while the child is still in the fetal state. A child born this way, theoretical, has immunity to 100 poisons, and can learn a variety of poisonous techniques. Phoenix also added that this was sometimes practiced by the Demon Temple, but she had heard that even they had stopped using the technique. And apparently, the chance of the mother and child surviving is too slim. They either poisoned the mother with an animal or sent poisonous energy into her body and treated accordingly. Mitsuru looked fearfully at the lady and the girl answered him that yes, it seems that the millipede's venom was passed on to her in her mother's womb. Phoenix also told the man that it was a true miracle that the girl was still alive. Mitsuru replied that he thought she was weak because she looked like her mother. Hai asked the man how old his daughter was. Mitsuru replied that the girl was already 14 years old. The mistress examined the girl once more and said that only in her, a small dose of poison spread throughout her body, so the only one who could spot it was either a poison master equal to Lady He in strength or the god of medicine himself. An ordinary healer wouldn't be able to detect it. Mitsuru stared at Lady He for a few seconds and then fell to his knees in front of her and begged that he would do anything. Seo-chan looked at Hai and asked the girl what she thought about it. The girl replied that her title of Poison Phoenix was not for show, but the girl added that in that case, she would need the help of an artifact. Sochon looked at her in surprise and asked what it was. The girl uttered, "A mind and chi divider." Seo-chong immediately understood what Phoenix meant. As the name says, mind and chi separator, it is a ring that allows you to split chi and mind into tiny pieces. To explain this using the example of martial arts, if you take a person trying to use fist technique and sword technique at the same time, the difference is not only in the weapons used in the techniques, but also in the stances one must adopt and exactly how one should direct the chi in one's body. But by having a ROM and chi separator, one person can use both techniques at the same time. ignoring the limitations described above. Because when you get split mind and chi, it's like two people fighting in the same body. Frankly speaking, this is an artifact that surpasses all logic. Soshon heard that the artifact was lost in the war between the light faction and the evil faction. So it turns out that the Dark Heaven faction had it all along, and it was the one the head of the Dark Heavens used to cure the Sword Demon's daughter. But anyway, of all places, it's one of the evil factions. This is what Soshon shared with Mrs. Hai. She couldn't believe that one of the evil faction had the artifact. Mitsura said he couldn't go there. This really surprised Phoenix, so she asked Mitsura that wasn't he the one who had just said he would do anything for his daughter. Soshon said that he seems to know why Mitsura can't go. The guy added that he heard that Mitsura has been to different battles to make money. Mitsura replied that it was just like that, and because of that he had made a couple of enemies. Soshon asked him if his enemies knew where he lived. The man said that his enemies don't know the exact location, but they know he is in this city. Soshon said that he had spent a lot of money to find Mitsura, so it would be a bit difficult for the others to detect him. And he shouldn't worry about it so much. The guy also added that he would try to get the artifact himself. Phoenix told Soching that she didn't know how the artifact ended up with the 8 evil factions, but he shouldn't take them so lightly. Soshon thanked the girl for her worries and replied that he knew where he was going and what he was doing. Mrs. Hai warned Soching that she won't help as she needs to prepare for the treatment. And she hopes he can handle it. Unlike the light faction, which values pride and reputation immensely, the evil faction is not very secretive about what they do. Because of this, there are constant battles between them. For almost no reason at all, the Exploding Blade faction claimed that martial arts are exclusively blades. And only jerks and weaklings, like the hypocrites of the light faction, use swords. The Meow Sword faction claimed that a spear is for 100 days, a blade is for 1,000, and a sword is for 10,000. And any idiot knows that the sword is the king of weapons. The reason was simple. It went from a simple argument to a morass. Soon the battle escalated, turning into a feud between two former allies after one side lost a fighter. Soshon went to the sword faction. Asked for his name at the entrance, Seo-chung introduced himself and said he was from the Hozan faction. The guard immediately formed his opinion of the guy. He thought he was a Hozan novice who decided to participate in the feud between the two evil factions because he was tired of living. The guard warned Soching that if he lived to see the truce, he would receive 2 silver pieces. If he died, the money would go to his family. If he brought the head of a commander from the explosive sword faction, he would get a bonus. Soshon regarded them as mere thieves, only 2 silver for his life. They agreed and parted ways. The guard scoffed at this time and thought that they would definitely go broke sending money to the families of all the dead warriors. The chief had ordered them to cross off the names of anyone who was certain to be quickly disoriented, and the guard thought Soshon would be the first in those ranks. Seo-chan saw a field of corpses in front of him. He was aware of the fact that the evil factions were weak and didn't hide much. It seemed silly to him to fight to the end to prove whose weapon was stronger. However, that wasn't Soching's problem. He was only here for the artifact. The commander ordered everyone gathered to go about 5 kilometers and find the second base of the Exploding Blade faction. The goal was to capture it and go to the next one. The commander ordered everyone to disperse and form groups of 10 men. Soshon did so. Suddenly, one of the upstarts introduced himself and said his name was Colsum. Colsum assumed that he was the strongest of all. And he would be the captain of the squad and the others would follow him. He warned that if they obeyed, they would survive. Soshon smiled and shouted that he was glad to meet him and gave his name. Colsum got very angry and called him a disrespectful puppy. Sochang laughed loudly, then Colsum drew his sword and ordered the arrogant asshole to shut up. He then attacked Seo-chong to teach him a lesson. Soshon slapped him, and he flew back a few meters. Then he looked at everyone and said that he was the strongest person here now. The warriors looked at Sochang and asked what would happen if they refused. Seo-kong smiled and replied that they too would be slapped. Then the warriors bowed to Soshon and asked him to take care of them. The boy assessed the strength of his squad. Only one of them all appeared to be a second-class warrior, the rest were all third class. One of the warriors told Soshon, his face troubled, and asked if it was true that if they followed him, they would survive. Seo-chan thought at this time that it would be better to be alone than to protect people he didn't even know. But it looked like he couldn't dance alone, and besides, if they realize he's from the light faction, they'll kick him out in a heartbeat. so he needs people to follow him. So-shon realized that even if he infiltrated the Exploding Blade faction, he would need time to find the artifact. And it wouldn't be possible to do it alone. He was tired of being alone. So-shon told his warriors that he would cover them and to go on the offensive without turning around. One of the warriors asked if he had decided to use a bow. So-shon began to yell for them to move their feet faster if they didn't want another swipe on the cheeks. At this time, the warriors thought that So-chang just wanted to get rid of them. They didn't understand how he could use a bow. The slaughter on the battlefield began, and it was only during the battle that the warriors saw the full power of the bow. They did not know that arrows could be so fast and sharp. The warriors didn't have to exert themselves much as So-shon destroyed all the enemies with arrows. However, the enemies were attacking from the other side, so there was no need to relax. In the crowd, they could hear So-chang being called the god of the bow. The enemy had already figured it out, and their leaders ordered them to find the archers quickly. Suddenly during the battle, one heard someone yell, "Stop!" So-shon turned around and saw that it was Boss Henim. At that time the warriors fell at So-chang's feet and told him that they would follow him until death. Seo-chang replied that of course, but only that they needed to collect their paychecks first. At that time, the boss approached Seo-chang. The boss introduced himself and said his name was Jinbei. Seo-chang immediately realized that he was facing a left-handed Miao-style sword. The boss laughed and said that his assumptions were correct. He also told the boy that he had seen him and his bow skills, and that he was a good commander, so the boss offered Seo-chang to command a squad of 100 men starting tomorrow, and a salary supplement attached. So-chang agreed. The boss replied that he was pleased to see that So-chang's character was as lightning fast as his martial arts, and called the guy a noise-killing bow. So-shon asked what the noise-killing bow meant. The boss explained that it was a nickname given to it by the warriors in battle. A bow that kills as soon as the sound of the bowstring is heard. Then Seo-chang glared at him menacingly and replied that he was a swordsman. The boss laughed loudly and said that he liked Seo-chang even more now. They separated, and the boss's subordinate asked him what it was. The boss replied that it was a noise-killing bow. He went on to say that this guy's name starts with something like Chu, but it doesn't matter since he's going to die tomorrow anyway, so it's not worth bothering. The boss had a plan to put So-chang forward as a shield. The opponents will finish him off. And Seo-chang is just a stupid archer. Meanwhile, thanks to his unique hearing, So-chang had heard this conversation, and while his warriors were admiring the boss, So-chang was making his plan in his head. The guy gathered his subordinates and said that today he would be leading a squad of 100 men. So they would probably all be under his command. While So-chang was talking, he was assessing the strength of his squad. He noticed 2 first class, 8 second class, and 90 third class. He singled out 2 warriors and said that they would be called Cheol and Illinois from now on. At this time, there were some unhappy remarks in the crowd. Some said that they were going to die soon anyway, and that So-chang thought he was a tough guy for being an archer. Seo-chang shouted loudly that he was a swordsman from the Hosan faction. The crowd started shouting that they knew he had lied about his past to hide the fact that he was actually an archer and the sword was just for show. After that, from the crowd pounced on So-chang saying that they would teach him a lesson. Merchants who sell weapons and food on the battlefield are called war merchants. Currently, the largest trade organization is the Gold Merchant Organization. There are those who think badly of them because of the fact that they sell weapons to both the light faction and the evil faction, but they are universally known. And all from the fact that the Gold Merchant Organization always shows up with the essentials at crucial moments. So-chang conveyed this thought to his warriors. He said that if they wanted to buy something, they should buy from the Gold Merchant Organization, and everyone else was a fraud. So-chang's battered warriors agreed with his opinion. So-chang warned that there was absolutely no reason to spend all the money they had earned on women and alcohol. You should spend it on good weapons and medicine first. There was a smart guy in the crowd who asked So-chang that didn't they say that masters don't need to take care of their weapons. So-chang glared at him menacingly and asked if he was a master. The man quickly closed his mouth and answered nothing. Seo-chang smiled. Another warrior came out of the crowd and said that he had bought his sword from a good blacksmith in Bayan. So-chang explained to him that his enemies were probably at one with the blacksmith, so he should go get a new one. Another warrior told So-chang that he had picked up his weapon in the last battle and it looked new. So-chang asked him if he had picked up the weapon from a corpse. The guy confirmed it. Then So-chang said that he must have lost because of the bad weapons. The Gold Merchant Organization, on the other hand, definitely has the best weapons. After speaking to the warriors, Sochon wished them a good rest and said they would all see each other in battle tomorrow. The next day came, and the battle began. The opponents of Sochon shouted that they should rather kill the bow-killing noise. However, before they could even utter a word, Sochon immediately struck them with his arrow. Suddenly, one of the ringleaders started shouting that they were all weaklings and were afraid of just an arrow. A group that called themselves the For Explosive Blade Dogs had gathered. They were going to destroy Soching. However, one of them noticed that the power of this arrow was immense, and it was faster than anything he had ever seen. One of the ringleaders started yelling for these idiots to shorten the distance, as archers become useless at short distances. It worked out just as Sochon thought. Against the first class his arrows were useless. At this time, the first-grade opponent got closer to Socheng and attacked him with his sword. Sochon smiled and told him that this is where he would die. The boy drew his sword and slit his throat. Everyone around him was surprised that Seochong could fight with a sword, too. Seochun smiled and said that he had said he was better with a sword. The guy pounced on the allies of the daredevil he had killed. However, Seochong noticed the sudden explosion of power in his opponent's body. Now Sochon realized what a martial art of the exploding sword faction was. The surrounding people were watching this battle. Everyone was shocked that a bow-killing noisemaker was so skilled at sword fighting. Some warriors were confident that Sochon would win this battle, though many thought he was an ordinary archer. The opponent fought honorably against Sochon, his brothers shouting to him in aid to fight to the last man and not give up. However, the opponent was surprised when Socheng pushed him away with incredible force. He didn't realize what the hell was going on with Socheng's chi. Socheng started laughing and replied that yes, he had a little more of her than he needed. After that, Socheng threw a punch. The lad defeated his rival, and his brothers pounced on Sochon to avenge such a loss. However, after fighting with Socheng for a couple of seconds, the opponents realized that Socheng was a true master. After that, Socheng applied the plum petal blossom technique, and with just one blow, the guy defeated them all. Socheng's squad couldn't believe their eyes. They started shouting for everyone to follow Socheng. At this time, the boss was laughing and thinking that everything was going exactly as he had planned. However, a subordinate came up and said that something strange was going on. The boss asked what was wrong. The subordinate replied that everything seemed too easy. The boss replied that it was just paranoia and that his strategy was excellent. Suddenly a blade giant appeared in front of the boss. The giant told the boss that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. The boss asked him why did he come here alone. The giant smiled and replied that the boss was a complete idiot for asking such a thing. Then the giant snapped his fingers and a crowd rushed out from somewhere. The boss's subordinate started yelling that it was a real trap. Then the boss realized he was walking into a trap. The giant asked the boss if he seriously thought he wouldn't find out about his plan. The boss replied that even though the giant had brought almost all of his warriors, he would defeat them quickly anyway. The giant replied to him that that was why he had sent his elite troops away. Namely the masters of the explosive blade. The boss started laughing and asked if the giant was talking about his dogs and that they held no value since they weren't around right now. The giant started laughing so loudly that the ground beneath his feet shook. This made the boss angry, and he said that once he defeated him, it would all be over. The giant glared menacingly at the boss and asked if he seriously thought he was his equal. Since he was the head of the explosive blade faction and one of the 100 strongest masters of this world, the boss replied to him that he could gloat about his prowess all he wanted and it wouldn't stop him. Suddenly he noticed the glowing sword in the giant's hands. The boss started shouting that this was not possible. Suddenly, a subordinate ran up to him and shouted that there was an urgent message. The boss menacingly ordered him to tell us what had happened. And then the subordinate said that the deputy head had been killed. The boss couldn't believe it. A subordinate said he heard it from those who barely survived, unfortunately, and then the boss realized that his brother was dead. He promised to kill Socheng with his own hands. The subordinate reminded him that he should calm down and forget about revenge, as he could lose his own life now. The subordinate also said that there was something else. This infuriated the boss even more. The subordinate said that Seochung used very dense chi. Then the boss decided there was nothing better than to give the order to retreat. But as soon as he looked back, he saw a fleeing crowd led by Socheng. The giant looked at the boss and said that they were now all surrounded and trapped. The giant asked his subordinate who the hell the noise-killing onion was, and what the hell was taking his kid so long to flop to him. At that time, Soshon appeared and told the giant in an ominous voice that his children had been dead for a long time. The giant shouted angrily and asked Soshon who he was. Soshon replied that it was a pleasure to meet him, and that he was Soshon of the Hozan faction. Hatred and anger struck the giant. Soshon asked the giant not to think badly of him as it was just self-defense. And his son tried to kill him, but Soching did it faster. The giant got even angrier. He covered his eyes with both hands and started screaming loudly. And there it was. Soshon noticed that the giant had a ring on one of his fingers. This was what Soching was looking for, a mind-chi divider. Now Soching thought it would be easier from here on. However, he now had a rather problematic opponent. Soshon realized that he had killed his family, and there was no point in running and hiding as the giant would chase him and find him. So he needs to kill him first. The giant's eyes filled with blood. His hatred was so huge that it seemed that if one touched him one could burst into flames like a match. The giant warned Soching that he didn't know who he was, and he would definitely not have a peaceful death. After saying that, the giant attacked Seo Chong. At this time, Sochong's squad continued to fight in his name. Meanwhile, Seo Chong had reached the Chi Harmony stage. Socheng told his warriors that he would take on the giant. Right now, the giant is having a Chi deviation, and his power is not being properly channeled. Soshon looked at his warriors and asked what they thought he was. A bow that kills noise. The lad charged his warriors to victory and sent them into battle, while he himself in the meantime prepared for a difficult battle. Soshon started to fight the giant. He expected him to have the kind of strength he saw. His strength is unbelievable. The surrounding people watched this battle and realized that this was what a battle using dense chi looked like. Soshon even enjoyed fighting the giant. Now he saw what he was like as one of the 100 strongest masters. Finally the giant and Sochang reached the stage of harmony. The boss at this time didn't understand what was going on there and why Seo Chung wasn't dead yet. However, when the boss looked at this battle, he couldn't believe that Soching was a match for the giant. The boss even asked the person present what happened here since he thought that the bow-killing noise was already dead. But those present saddened him with the news that Soshon was not dead and had also killed for explosive blade dogs. The battle between the giant and Soshon continued, and surprisingly the giant managed to wound Soshon. Soshon realized that dodging every time would not work for him, and in such a case, it was necessary to act drastically. Socheng decided to use the piercing flower rain technique, followed by a shield of dense chi. However, the giant had also created a shield several times denser than normal, and such a shield could not be simply broken. In response to this, Socheng decided to use the technique of the purple mist divine art, namely the third technique. However, Soshon only injured the giant with this, so Soshon's next technique was to use the crimson sunset. After throwing a few punches, the guy noticed that the giant was falling over. During the battle, the giant asked Siashan who he was, and Siashan said he was a swordsman from Hozan. Siashan defeated the giant. The giant's soul left his body and in the final seconds, he told Sochen that he had made a fool of himself by being blinded by anger. Giant was also sorry that he couldn't fully prove himself in the fight with Socheng. Seo Chang replied that it was a worthy battle. At the end, the giant told Soshon that he would curse him out of hell along with his sons. In the blink of an eye, news spread that the exploding blade faction head had been killed by Soshon. Soshon's squad ordered their opponents to surrender if they wanted to live. In the meantime, Seo Chong had accomplished his task and obtained the artifact. After a while, the rumor that the giant was dead reached the exploding blade faction. It stunned everyone. Rumors did not escape the river of evil. When he heard about it, the leader was furious and couldn't understand how allies were cutting each other's throats while he was worrying about the tomb. The head realized that this was the end for the exploding blade faction, and it would lose all of its possessions one by one. He realized that it was as dumb as possible to start a war over such petty things, and in the end, the winner was not the one who was strong, but the one who was able to survive. The subordinate told the head that the man who killed the giant was nicknamed the Phantom Bow Swordsman. It was only because of him that the exploding blade faction lost. Subordinate also added that originally, he was just a mercenary of the Miao-style sword faction. And strangely enough, he used a bow in battle. News of Sochong's victory and his use of the bow also reached the Anhui Murim alliance. The head of the alliance, the Holy Sword Namgung, received news that Soching had killed the giant using arrows. the rumor was brought to the strategist by the wise dragon Sang. Namgung was digesting the information that the giant was eventually killed by this man's sword. And now his name was not Bow Killing Noise, but Phantom Bow Swordsman. Sang reported that judging from his appearance he looked weak. This surprised Namgung even more. Sang said that according to what he knew, the explosive blade faction leader was an unlimited limit master. And that person had most likely reached that stage as well. Namgung chuckled and said that this was to be expected of Sang, as he was the successor recommended by the head of the strategists. And he was called the Wise Dragon for a reason. Sang thanked Namgung and said that he still had a lot to learn. However, he was flattered by such high praise. Namgung asked if there was any more information about this man. Sang replied that there was no more, except that his sword technique is swift and colorful. Sang also added that the man's name was Sochin. Namgung hesitated for a moment, as he thought he had heard that name somewhere before. Sang reported that there is a Sochin in the Hozan faction. At the age of 18 he went to Gango. And there is a rumor that the Phantom Bow Swordsman calls himself Sochin of their Hozan faction. Namgung thought that if it wasn't a false rumor, then perhaps he did it intentionally to confuse the tracks. Various thoughts visited Namgung. He knew that the Hassan were known as a faction of swordsmen and they would not have trained their novice in archery. It's impossible to reach an unlimited limit at that age. And maybe he's impersonating someone else to hide his identity. Having caused confusion in the entire Murim, Soshon was worried that the Poison Phoenix and the Sword Demon were already waiting for him. And it was necessary to get to them, at least a day early. So Qing finally managed to get to Jiangxi as quickly as possible. He handed the artifact to the Phoenix and she began the healing process. Mitsura watched this with some excitement, after which the Phoenix asked everyone to vacate the room and wait outside. A few hours later, Mrs. He left the room. Mitsura immediately asked her how his daughter was. Phoenix replied that everything went well. Mitsura couldn't believe his ears. The girl told him that she had taken all the poison contained in his daughter's body. Soshon looked at Phoenix and asked her how she was feeling. Phoenix smiled and replied that Siashan seemed to have forgotten who she was, and he should patch the hole in his memory. Phoenix said that for her, poison is strength and energy. She also added that even though she got rid of the poison, the girl's body is weakened and she needs care, and it would have been nice to give her some medicine, but since she wasn't good at that, she asked Mitsura to take her daughter to the nearest healer and have her seen there. Mitsura could barely hold back his tears as he suddenly heard the girl address her father in a trembling voice. Mitsura called his daughter by her first name, Sanwo. He immediately asked Phoenix if he could hug her. The girl smiled and replied that only gently. Blurred with emotions and feelings, Mitsura rushed to hug his daughter. It seemed like his heart was about to jump out. Siashan and Phoenix left the father and daughter alone. Siashan told Hai that she could keep the artifact. The girl looked at him and asked what he was up to. Seochong told her that he was going to Gango, and he still needed her power. He also added that when he was in the clan, it seemed to him that her father didn't mind him traveling to Gango. Soshon told Phoenix that he wasn't suggesting that she be on his side, but that he just wanted her to help when he needed it. The girl thought about Sochang's words for a long time and replied that she needed one day to think about it. And at that time Mitsura came out of the room. Soshon asked him how his daughter was. Mitsura replied that she was fine and sleeping. This pleased Soshon, but the boy could see that Mitsura had approached him for a reason, and a serious conversation was likely coming. Mitsura told Soshon that when he went to get the Mind-Chi divider, Mitsura decided to look up information to see who Soshon was. He managed to find out that Soshon is a 4th-generation adept of Hozan, a disciple of Smiling Blade Yu. On his way to Ganho, he was attacked by pirates and disappeared, but returned alive and unharmed. He recently traveled to Gango again, where he won 2 disputes with a poisonous phoenix. From what Mitsura had heard, the poisonous phoenix knew nothing about him. Hence, the deal was made for his daughter's healing. Mitsura questioned why Soshon needed this. The boy replied that he needed a man. Mitsura asked what for. Soshon positively replied, to save the world. Mitsura then asked in surprise why that person had to be him. Soshon replied that he needed him. Then Mitsura bowed to Soshon, and got down on one knee and said that he didn't know how Soshon had found him, but it didn't matter. The only thing that matters to him is that Soshon needs him, and he also saved his daughter's life. Mitsura swore by his name that if Soshon wished to rule the world, he would help him to do so. And if he wished to end the world, he would kill everyone in it. And if Soshon tells him to go to hell, he will step joyfully into the abyss with a smile on his lips. And if Soshan asks for his soul, he will gladly give it to him. And even if Mitsura dies and Soshan still needs him, Mitsura will stick his sword into the underworld lord's neck and return to Soshan. Mitsura bowed before Soshan several times and said that he was immensely grateful to him for saving his daughter. Meanwhile, people continued looting. An unknown man found a roll in a pile of stones. He was about to take it to his place, but then a man with a sword in his hands came up and said that if he didn't want to die here, he'd better give him the bundle. The unknown man turned out to be the master of the river of evil. He told the man with the sword that if he didn't want to die, he had better put the sword away. The man with the sword told the master that he didn't seem to know who he was. The master said that judging by the bald head and the burned mark, he was probably a deadly flaming demon. The demon replied to the master that he reminded him of a guy who had said the same thing, and hearing him scream afterward was hilarious. Just as suddenly someone shouted loudly for both of them to shut up. It was Sangmenchu Jin. The demon told the old man not to point him out. The master couldn't understand the freak at all. He asked San if he expected respect just because he was going grey. San said that at this time everyone is on edge because of the prolonged search and there is no need to fight. Albeit temporarily, for now they are allies repelling the Murim's attacks. Then the old man told the master that if he didn't mind, he could show him his find and he would forgive him his attempt to hide. The master pulled out the blood scripture, at which point the demon slit his throat and took the coil for himself. San ordered him to stop. However, the demon only shouted that it was the end of the world. San shouted that it was a prized bloody monk. At that time, Seo Chong and Madame Hai were walking in the garden. The guy said it was time. Phoenix said she wasn't going to become a man's jewelry. She asked Soshan what he was going to do next. Soshan smiled and replied that he would first save himself and then the whole Murim. Meanwhile, the demon brought the blood sacred scripture. Now they knew that the Shaolin monastery would pursue them endlessly, but there was no need to worry. The head replied that this was nonsense, as blood scripture was a demonic art. And though it was not given to them to study it, they could capitalize on it by making a deal with the monastery that considered the book a disgrace. At this time, Namgung was saying that given what was happening, there should be war. But since war is not desirable, he went a letter asking for a referee. Namgung asked Sang what is the best thing to do with the blood scripture. Sang replied that they definitely couldn't just leave it like that, so Sang suggested a small war to hide their interest. Namgung didn't understand what a small war meant. Sang explained that around the tomb of the cursed demon, the people of the River of Evil, the Demon Temple and the Murim Alliance were now gathering, and besides, all the people sent from each group had been carefully selected. So there would be no resentment if they started fighting as representatives. Namgung asked if Sang was proposing to cut off all possible additional support from all sides. Sang replied that he meant it. The number of people killed increases, and so does the scale of the battle. Thus, the war will escalate. And it's still better than getting a large-scale war. Namgung admired the wise dragon. Namgung realized that this way they could hide their interest in the sacred blood scripture and prevent war. Meanwhile in the Shaolin monastery, an unknown person talked about how judging would not be that difficult. However, they would also like to participate in the war. Namgung replied that he would not allow it. In return, if the Murim Alliance won, the sacred blood scripture would be given to the Shaolin monastery. A letter was sent to the Murim Alliance, the River of Evil, and the Demon Temple stating, "Go immediately and stop all the arguing going on in the tomb of the cursed demon." Before the messenger from Shaolin monastery arrives, the blood scripture must be placed in a foreseeable location guarded by the Murim Alliance, the River of Evil, and the Demon Temple. After 15 days of judging, the war for the holy blood scripture will begin. Meanwhile, Soshan was telling Mitsura that the gold merchant organization would send some people in a couple of days, a good doctor, servants and guards. Skilled in martial arts, so his daughter will be safe and comfortable. Mitsura thanked him for his concern, and said that as soon as he was sure his daughter was safe, he would go to Soshan in a flash. Mitsura asked Soshan where he's going to steam off to now. The guy replied that he was now planning to go to Shanxi, but then Mitsura's daughter suddenly appeared. Soshan asked her anxiously why she had come out, as it was better to save her health now. The girl replied that it was okay and she couldn't stay inside with her savior leaving. The girl told Soshan that even though she was unconscious, she had always been worried about her father. So she wanted to thank him for freeing her father from his torment. Mitsuru looked at his daughter with pride, and Soshon said it was hard to refuse when she spoke like that. Socheng bowed in front of the girl and thanked her for coming out and seeing him off even though it was chilly outside. The guy also said that they would see each other the next time they met. Madam Hai watched all of this and told Socheng that he should talk to her nicely as well. Soshon replied that there is a saying that if you want to get a good attitude, you must first show it yourself. The madam's guard was still reacting sharply to all of Socheng's remarks as well. At this time, Phoenix asked Seochong what his relationship with Mitsuru was, and why he even took out a chi mind splitter. Socheng replied that everything has a reason. It is natural for those involved to be curious about something. Phoenix replied that she thought she had a right to know. Soshon said that the circumstances surrounding Mitsuru weren't that important. Soshon changed the subject and asked Phoenix if he had told her that he was involved with the gold merchant organization. The girl replied that he had. Soshon said that they have an amazing ability to find and gather resources. By borrowing this insight, Soshon was able to reclaim Mitsuru. Mrs. Hai then asked what about the mind divider and chi. Socheng replied that there were too many prying eyes and they should talk another time. That made Phoenix a little angry. She asked Seochan where they were going now. Seochan replied that they were going to the tomb of the cursed demon. Phoenix immediately asked if the blood scripture was his target. Seochan replied that it was exactly that. Socheng had already predicted the Seven Blades War, but the mind and chi divider had been used by the Dark Heaven faction in the past to start a demonic war between the Demon Temple and the Blood Temple. Shaolin Monastery was also pulled, but due to the political affairs of the main war, they couldn't send many people, and after 10 years, the protracted wars were over, but the influence of the Murim had waned considerably. This led to many eyes being laid on the supremacy of the Murim, and since they are the Dark Heaven faction, they will definitely bring something other than blood scripture next time. War is inevitable. Soshon realized that whatever he was doing was not enough. But he was determined to stop the war at any cost. The Dark Heaven faction's faction leader was thinking about who Socheng was at this time, for he had never heard this name before. After that, the Dark Heaven faction head called the girl to him, calling her Heavenly Jade. The girl asked, "What's wrong?" The head asked her if she had anything on Soshon. The girl replied that there was not only one Soshon in the Murim. He instantly disappeared as soon as the war ended. The chapter's subordinate also said that random guys impersonating others is so much more of a headache and advised the chapter not to focus on that name. Also, the subordinate said that he was definitely not a young Hosan Phoenix, so he could cross him off the list. Besides, the latter used his immunity to thousands of poisons to lure the poisonous Phoenix. The head then asked if it was true that there weren't many unlimited limit masters. The girl replied that it would take a lot of time. Then the head said that it was only a guess, but he could be the one who found the tomb of the cursed demon. The girl asked if he was sure, and he said that anything was possible, because based on the information I've gotten, he used the famous Tay blade. And the fact that he's hiding his identity is very disturbing to the head. And even the girl is having a hard time finding out about him. He claimed that this master had a closet full of skeletons. Even if it turned out to be two different people, it was still worth finding out more about him. Meanwhile, along the way, Mrs. Hai asked Seochong if he was the phantom bow swordsman. Seochong confirmed this information. Hai looked at the guy angrily and asked how he could not hide it. Seochan smiled and said that there were too many holes in the story. Phoenix looked at him and replied that she was even kind of bored by his honesty. Seochong then told her that he had confessed cleanly and asked her to keep it a secret. Phoenix replied that he had already realized that, since if she revealed it, she would have to worry about all sorts of warriors from powerful families. Soshon nodded his head. The lady asked the boy if anyone knew about it. Seokong replied that only she, and the gold merchant organization, and Ju and Mitsuru. Phoenix said she was growing curious, and although Soshon is a novice of the famous faction, it's strange that such an ascetic is close to a trade organization. And the fact that Soshon knew of the location of the mind and chi divider, while this is unknown even to Murimu, is even more mysterious. Soshon replied that yes, he had been hiding it up until that point, but it's a martial art. And then Phoenix started yelling that she wouldn't want him to interrupt her with his gibberish when she was talking. Phoenix assumed that Soshon had used some sort of clever trick when he won her. Or used the people around him, or maybe hurt that giant's inflated ego. Meanwhile, in the tomb of the cursed demon, the demon presented the scripture to Shaolin monk Herfa. Herfa began to scrutinize the book, everyone around him asking him every second if it was a fake. The monk said no, it's the original. And no doubt it is the sacred scripture of the blood. Then he was asked why he had closed it as soon as he began to read it. The monk replied that when a Shaolin monk reads the blood scripture, it begins to suck him in, cutting off the circulation of qi. At that moment, a bird brought a letter that said there would be war. Everyone around them knew that the hostilities would be limited to Shanxi territory. The borders would be on the western side of the border. The letter stated that each army would not exceed 1,000 men. The rest of the troops would be allowed to join the war. The scripture would be placed on the summit so that all representatives could see it at the beginning of the war. After reading this, people immediately wondered if those who sent the letter seriously thought that the dark factions and the demon temple would not break the rules. The warriors at the cursed tomb were discussing the fact that neither the Murim alliance, the river of evil, nor the demon temple would likely follow the rules from the letter. Some thought it was better than nothing, and after all, it is something of a constraint, and if there are no limits on the number of people, the troops could number anywhere from 5 to 10,000. And if there are no limits on numbers, that will be another problem. Also, the writing will be closely monitored before the war begins, and more than once will have to thwart attempts to fool everyone. However, there is a problem with the day before the war. Having killed their comrades on guard at the Holy Blood Scripture, they can rush to their own. To make sure this would not happen, the writing would be moved to its prominent place before the war began. The fourth rule, however, is that if an army violates a requirement, the others in the struggle for justice can unite and punish the violator. The warriors believed that the one who came up with these rules was a true genius. It was the strategist of the Murim alliance, the wise dragon himself. Meanwhile, in southern Shanxi in the Murim alliance base, Namgung received word that the poison phoenix had arrived. Namgung replied that he had heard nothing about the Tang clan of Sichuan taking part in the war. The informer said that as far as he understood, it was not like that. Based on the report that the informer received, Poison Phoenix said that she did not come as a representative of the Sichuan Tang clan. The informer also added that there were a couple of Tang clan warriors with her, as well as a novice of the Hozan faction, as well as a warrior of the Gold Merchant Organization. Namgung was almost speechless at what he heard. Seo Chong realized that in order to obtain the blood-sacred scripture, he first had to participate in the Seven Blades War. Even though he could pass under the name of Young Phoenix from Hozan, they could easily kick him out, saying he wasn't part of the main troops. Soshon set a goal, first the blood-sacred scripture, and the next thing on the plan, a spy for the Dark Heaven faction. The War of the Seven Blades isn't a labyrinth like the tomb of a cursed demon, so it won't take more than a year. The Dark Heaven faction and its spy try to delicately take advantage of the situation by preparing a trap. When countless people die, they will form an attitude out of debt and resentment, and if that happens, it's likely to be a major war. The beginning of an era of war would come. And So Chang realized that he had to stop it at all costs. Soshon and his lady came to the base, and suddenly someone called out to Soshon, calling him commander. And what was the lad's surprise when he saw his Korin warrior in front of him? Madam, he looked at the warrior and said that Korin was just a flurry of strength. Then Chorin asked him to introduce himself. Madam, he took off her veil, and then everyone present was at a loss for words when they saw the poisonous phoenix in front of them. Korin said that this is the first time she has seen Lady Phoenix, and she is indeed very beautiful. Her mistress told her that she was flattering her, as she was quite lovely herself. Chorin asked confusedly what was charming about a muscular woman. Their conversation was interrupted by Soshon. He told Choi Ren that she may have already realized that Soshon had called them to participate in the War of the Seven Blades. Soshon also added that if they want to leave, it is their right and he vows there will be punishment. Choi Ren replied that the head knew Soshon would say that, so he asked them 1,000 times before doing so. So Cheng replied that he understood and suggested starting with the instruction. He introduced the Poison Phoenix from the Sichuan Tang clan and her warriors. Choi Ren also introduced herself to Lady Hai. And then So Chang said that the reason for their gathering was that the sacred blood scripture must not end up in the hands of the river of evil or the temples of demons. Soshon also added that although he thought of participating in the Seven Blades War to maintain peace in Murim, it was impossible to do it alone. Then Choi Ren asked So Chang to stop joking and tell the truth. After all, isn't it because he himself wants to get his hands on something? Madam Hai also asked Seo Chong to tell the truth since she doesn't know what he's up to. Suddenly all the warriors around him started laughing and saying that his jokes about the world were very funny. Seo Kong was in a real state of confusion. The warriors asked that maybe So-ching wanted to become famous in this way. But So-shon tried to convey that he was telling the truth. Afterward, Choi-ren asked So-shon that maybe this was some kind of secret mission. Seo-chan replied that it wasn't. Madam Hai said she felt like twisting her lips into a tube, but there was a reason behind it all, so she held back. And she asked Seo-chong to tell her everything some other time. Meanwhile, Namgung was informed that they had received a reply from the Poison King. He said that the clan was not involved and his daughter Poison Phoenix was on her own. The subordinate told Namgung that the Poison King has no plans to send backup. He doesn't care about the request for help in the war, so any decision can be made that way. Namgung said he had heard that the Poison King has no sympathy for his children. And there is a popular saying that a lion throws his children off a cliff. Namgung once again checked with his subordinate to see if everything was really okay. At this time, Phoenix approached Namgung and said that everything was transparent. At this time, So-ching was scrutinizing Namgung. He knew that he was a swordsman of the Great Void, and that he had taken the lives of many warriors of the Demon Temple. The mere mention of his name made them gnash their teeth. At his age, he could have retired. A hero who fought the Dark Heaven faction to the very end. At this time, Namgung noticed So-chong's strange looks. He apologized and said he was thinking. Namgung looked around So-shon carefully and remembered that he had heard that Poison Phoenix had lost twice to a Hosan novice. And it was most likely the same boy. Namgung bluntly told Madam He that he still doubts that he's doing the right thing. However, he has no reason to stop them and is only in favor if they want to fight on the side of the Murim alliance. So-cheng walked past the warriors along with Lady Hai. Those warriors admired the girl's incredible beauty and couldn't believe their eyes that she was standing in front of them. Also, everyone around him was saying that Xiaoshan was that young phoenix of Hosan. They also admired him. So-shon along with Phoenix were walking their way when suddenly someone called out to the girl and said hello to her. The guy introduced himself and said his name was Changjong, and it was an honor to meet the Poison Phoenix of 5 dragons and 3 phoenixes. Seo Chong at this time was wondering who else it was. Madam Hai told the guy that he must be from a small branch of the Tezen faction. And she was pleased to meet him. The girl asked what he wanted. Changjong said that before he explained he wanted her to let him introduce his companions. One of the Sunsan faction's lone sword group named Kwok. He said that the phoenix was very beautiful. The second of the Hansan faction's flower sword group named Anan. The girl said hello to Miss He. So-shon glanced at Anan and couldn't figure out if the girl was really a novice of the Hansan faction. Of the 5 evil factions using the way of the sword, the Hansan faction is in a very bad relationship with the Hosan faction. All because the 24 chopped plum petal style was founded by the excommunicated novices of the Hosan faction. Since then, the Hansan faction had had painful feelings for them, right up until now. Xiaoshan realized that it didn't matter how much they hated them. Meanwhile, Madame Phoenix asked who was next. Changjong replied that the rest of the outstanding personalities had gathered from each faction, and since they still had 6 more days, he wondered what the Phoenix Sama thought about strengthening the bonds of friendship between them. He also reminded Madam that this didn't happen every day. So-shon looked at him and thought he was a real retard. Jangjong asked Seo-chong what funny thing he said to make him laugh so loudly. Then Seo-chong asked him if he had decided to make friends instead of paying attention to his own people in the remaining 6 days. Suddenly, Anan started laughing and called So-shon a dumbass. Since for the novices of Hassan's faction, not knowing even the basics of friendly relations in war is the bottom. And it looks like Hassan has sunk even lower. Seo-chong looked at them all carefully and concluded that there was not 1 but 3 arrogant people in front of him, mirror copies of each other. Upon hearing So-chong's opinion, those got even angrier and started throwing profanity in his direction. So-shon warned that he would only need to use 1 finger against the guy who called him a bastard. Humiliated by So-chong's words, those had already raised their swords before Lady He began to speak. The girl told them to stop making unnecessary fuss and get down to business, and in the process the war would resolve everything. She also added that it will end up with someone using their subordinates as a shield because they can't demonstrate their martial art. Therefore, one should let this situation go. Madame Fennec asked her to excuse her in case they misunderstood her, and she would recommend sharpening the blade and thinking about it again. She also said that she hopes they focus on the war rather than trying to get closer to her, as she wants nothing to do with those who are willing to bury the future of Murim. So Cheng said that he too should quickly finish his business that he had come here for so that they could each go their separate ways. Afterward, Choi Ren told Soshon that she wanted to show him something. The girl said that she brought this when she heard that Soshon would be participating in the Seven Blades War. The guy took a look and said that it was interesting. Madam, he was watching from the side at this time, then she came over and said that she was curious about what they were chatting about. Soshon replied to Mrs. Phoenix not to worry as it wasn't something she would use. And she would find out about it in 6 days anyway. Soshon asked Choi Ren how the training was going. Choi Ren replied that the boy had fully instructed them, so there was nothing to worry about. Soshon then asked her to be ready to surprise the Murim, since they would be in the vanguard and could glorify their names. Choi Ren replied that she could already see the envy in the eyes of her comrades. At this time, rumors spread around the base that the Poison Phoenix had told off the guys from the San, Lone Sword, and Flower Sword. The information was twisted to say that the Phoenix told those three to wake up so they wouldn't wet their pants. And not without reason, she is a poisonous Phoenix, for her tongue is also poisonous. Some wondered if she wasn't famous for her caustic remarks, and even though she was right, she went too far. And what was to be expected from those who used poisons? After these rumors, the warriors were afraid to say a word in the presence of the Poison Phoenix. Seo Chong was even upset that he wasn't mentioned in the gossip. But Madam Hai behaved very dignified and didn't pay attention to it. Soshon dared to approach the lady with the conversation. She asked him what was wrong. Seo Kong timidly replied that it was just gossip, and if that's what she's worried about. Here, lady, he interrupted the guy's monologue and said that if he thought she would stumble because of this when the battle started, he was wrong. She added that she's been used to it for a long time and Soshon shouldn't think that she's a timid girl who takes everything personally. So Cheng's main goal was to find the spies and get rid of them. That way, he could change the course of the war. There are spies in each of the 7 factions gathered there. And in 5 days, they will begin to drag out the war in every way possible. Seo-chan would never in his life have thought he would be doing such a thing, including the fact of who he was in his past life. After a while, the spies gathered in one place and could not understand what was going on, since they were supposed to gather 2 days later. And it's not clear who the instigator of this is. Suddenly someone shouted that it was his handiwork. The guys immediately shouted, "Who's there?" It was Seo Chung, but they realized that he was definitely not one of them. Seo Chung said he was a spy who infiltrated the evil river, and that something happened, that's why he gathered them here. The boys were confused by this answer, and asked if he was definitely a spy in the river of evil. They asked Soshon how many spies were there. Soshon immediately replied that there were 20. However, such an answer didn't satisfy the guys, as they knew that aside from a couple of higher-ups, no one knows how many spies there are in the river of evil or the demon temple. And even they don't have that information, and so they told Soshon that he couldn't know that, but should have first asked why they asked that question. Soshon replied that meant they kept it a secret even from spies to prevent information leaks. The spies were already angry and menacingly asked Soching who he was and how he knew their faction's secret code. Soshon then asked the spies what they would do and say if they were in his shoes. One of the spies replied that they should capture Sochang alive no matter what, and it was okay if he lost a limb or 2 in the process. Soshon smiled and asked the guys, do they ever get any rest there in their Dark Heaven faction? Then the spies asked how he knew the names of their faction. One of the spies shouted to his fellow spies to forget about the sabotage mission and focus on catching this man. Seo Chong meanwhile assessed the situation and realized that all the spies present here were first-class masters. The spies attacked Seo Chong, and here the ringleader didn't understand how it was that 12 first-grade martial artists attacked Seo Chong at the same time, and he easily blocked all the blows. Soshon defended himself and began shouting for them to retreat back and not come near him. However, the spies of course attacked. Seo Chong dispatched one spy after another, scattering them in different directions like flies. The spies began to ask Seo Qian who the hell he was. So Cheng replied that he was sure the spies had heard that sentence dozens, if not hundreds, of times. So Cheng also added that it was better for them not to know who he was. After that, he approached one spy and used the purple sword technique. And then one of the spies realized that Soshon was using Hwasun's sword, and it was a 24-step blooming sword art, and that in front of them, a blossoming swordsman. Then Soching said that he saw a mixture of a bunch of things in front of him as well. Kunlun 13 swords of the Cloud Dragon. Tezen 99 swords of the Evening Glow. Sunsun sword art of the 9 valleys. Hansun sword art of the lone pine tree. The spies at this time wondered how such a blossoming swordsman could come alone, and doubted that he was indeed a blossoming swordsman. There are only 24 blossom swordsmen in total, and they always work in groups of at least 2. Since they are Hwasun's elite, all of their movements are monitored. The spies then decided to change their plan and authorize Sochong's assassinations by attacking in full force, hoping that this way they would overpower him. The spies decided that they would kill him first and then study the corpse. The spies asked the Sokhon again who he was and if this was his final answer. However, Soching didn't rant and used a technique that felled most of the spies. Suddenly one of the spies noticed that Sochon had struck them with poison. Then he asked Sochon even more angrily who he was. Seo-chan smiled and replied that he knew the feeling perfectly well, and that it didn't matter at all who he was. Guy left a few spies alive and told them to step in and report back. To report this unknown monster, Sochon of the Wasan faction. Afterwards, Sochong approached the spies he had killed and noticed that it was impossible to recognize them by their faces. Not to mention that their identities could not be recognized at all. The boy decided he had to go back. Meanwhile, the Murim meeting was discussing how it was that 20 first-class art masters had disappeared. Some speculated that it must have been an evil river or some demonic cult, and they must have sent assassins. A member of the meeting asked why the Namgung clan was so calm. Namgung replied suspiciously that they were suspicious of them. Suddenly, head Namgung ordered everyone to calm down immediately and shut their mouths. Namgung said that the sentries had reported that nothing of the sort had happened during the night. That means that the 20 men left of their own free will. So Namgung ordered, the first order of business was to stop doubting his allies, and perhaps that is what the River of Evil and the Temple of Blood are trying to accomplish. Also, Namgung said that he would like to investigate and war over secret writings in 4 days, and now is not the time to sort things out as they have to beef up their defenses. A participant in the meeting asked Namgung if he was suggesting that they just ignore what happened, because their brothers and students vaporized as if by magic. Namgung replied that he understood that very well, but they should know that there are times when there is no other choice. And they too had lost one of their own. It turned out that Sochon was also present at this meeting. Namgung said that if they allocated people to investigate, the ground under their feet would not be so firm in the coming conflict. Namgung was about to send a message to the center with a request to the poor man's faction. Seo-chung thought at this time that a sage of the highest calling is a great person. Seo-chung also realized that there were no spies in the Namgung clan, and it seemed to be very difficult to infiltrate the noble clans. And besides, if the spies are discovered or disappear again, the Namgung clan will be the first to be suspected, and that will sow the seeds of discord in the alliance. Sochon kept getting rid of the spies, and each one of them kept asking him who he was. Seo-chung was already tired of these questions, so he just killed them. In all this time, Sochon had learned a couple things. The spies embedded in each faction planned to gather 3 days before the coming conflict for a meeting. Also later on they wanted to contact each squad. Due to the fact that the identity of the spies in the Murim alliance was secret, they didn't know they were gone. Seo-chung realized that unfortunately, the day of the meeting was already 2 days away. If he had 1 more day to spare, the course of events would change. The boy realized that Heaven was about to get involved. The next day, the Dark Heaven faction reported that it wasn't just spies in the Murim alliance, but everyone in the River of Evil was gone, too. Sky didn't understand how that was possible. Scorpius claimed someone like a ghost was messing with them. Neba said that they can now assume with absolute certainty that someone knows of their existence. And it's unbelievable. Scorpio told Sky that if he didn't change his mind, he wouldn't end up learning anything. And that's arrogance. Scorpius said he would tell Merak and Celestial Jade to find those who knew about them and could most likely betray them. Also, the Scorpion asked the Sky to also go and find this man, bringing him alive, since his value is higher than the value of the War of the 7 Swords. 3 days later, the day came. The fateful day. For some the happiest, for others the worst. Each faction thought that the blood sacred scripture belonged to their faction. Every one of them is willing to do anything. At first, the debate and insults between the factions began, with everyone accusing everyone else. It got so bad that they attacked each other. The demon faction has set itself the goal of killing and pillaging everyone to teach them a lesson that it is the power in the faction that rules everything. The allies of the alliance behaved more restrained and began their defense. The War of the 7 Swords had begun. A real massacre began. All human factors disappeared on the battlefield, and someone found his tidbit and thought that he was now one of the best. But immediately another would run up and kill him for the same piece. Some just enjoyed killing and became a real beast. A brother marched on his brother, saying that there are no relatives in war. However, for every such daredevil there was another, real darkness and horror. It was as if the writing of blood had taken possession of everyone who was present at the massacre. Some no longer betrayed its value, but fought to the last. Suddenly, the blood writing fell into the hands of a man from the demon faction. His eyes sparkled and he uttered that the demonic arts should belong to the demon clan. The Alliance warriors saw this and realized that if the writing fell to the demons, then the entire world would collapse. So they decided that the demons would not leave alive. The demon answered them that they were only Kunlun bastards. The demon faction went for the Kunlun faction. However, unexpectedly the factions that were at the bottom of the peak noticed that the Namgun clan and the Sichuan Tang clan were heading towards the peak, and leading their march and attack was Lady Phoenix. It was a very bold and serious statement during the battle, as no one suspected that she would take part in the War of the Seven Blades. Using her poisonous technique, the girl scattered 1,000 poisonous needles that struck the enemies dead. The warriors shouted that it was an explosive rain of pear blossom needles. Some tried to hide under the bodies of the dead to save their skin. Some covered themselves with living men. Suddenly, Namgung's son ordered Lady Phoenix to stop as they were retreating. Young Namgung realized that the Poison King might not be interested in his daughter's safety, but he would owe them for taking care of her. Lady Phoenix stopped and Namgung and his squad took matters into their own hands. He wanted the enemy to taste the full ferocity of their clan's blue sky. The Namgung clan fought honorably, but there were many enemies, and every warrior wanted to take a break. One of the warriors asked Soshon how long they could keep these things on for. Seo Chung replied that they could only use it once, so they needed to wait it out. The demon faction seemed to have gone mad. They began to burn everything in their path. Their goal was to burn everything to the ground. For the demon faction it was a real fun. They set their enemies on fire and said that they turned out to be able to dance. Suddenly, Namgung appeared and began shouting how dare they do this to living people and that no blood scripture was worth such abuse. The head of the demons asked Namgung if he realized how many times they had confused their plans, but today they would burn everyone and take the sacred blood scripture. Namgung kept shouting that this was not going to happen. While the Kunlun faction was fighting with the demon faction, one of the leaders of the other faction wished that they would kill each other sooner so that they could have the scripture. Just as suddenly, an unknown person appeared and asked how dare he try to use demonic techniques for good instead of sealing them away. This daredevil turned out to be Zhongvrong of the Tezen faction. The faction leader asked what this boy was doing here, since he was expecting big shots like the One Branch Sword, Flower Sword, and Namgung Jian. Zhong said that they had gone forward to the front line, and their swords would suppress the forces of the two demonic factions and the rivers of evil. And he, Glan of the Spreading Flowers, had better surrender. Glan began to laugh and asked if he was serious about leaking his side's plans to him now. And that he'd heard that elite students were idiots, but not that serious. Blade asked Zhong how many strikes of his single branch sword he thought he could withstand, since Blade thought they were the most arrogant and ignorant jerks, and that he'd be done with this kid in no time. Young Namgung continued the battle. He ordered his warriors to show them the power of the Namgung clan. Just as suddenly, someone called out to Namgung and said that he could see that Namgung was still alive. Namgung looked around and saw Soman Ejin in front of him. Choi Ren recognized it as the lightning victory blade from the Soman clan, and then memories came flooding back to Seo Chong, Namgung and Soman. The Namgung clan is located in Anhui, while the Soman clan is in Zhejiang. Because of their location, the clans are side by side. However, as noble clans of the light and dark faction, they are enemies, they are friends. This couple is no exception. They have been in conflict since they were elite students, and their ill-fated relationship and continues to this day. Now So Chang realized that in the end, they had come together in the Great War of the Seven Blades. Young Namgung didn't understand what the Soman clan was doing here, as he hadn't heard that they had joined the war. Soshon said that this just confirms the fact that the dark faction doesn't follow the rules, and it looks like there are somewhere around 100 of them. Namgung and his squad got angry and called the Soman faction despicable cowards, and that they shouldn't call themselves martial artists at all after that. The Soman faction gloated and said that it was worth it just to look at those arrogant blonde snobs, since they were idiots seriously going to follow any rules. Soman said that he felt lucky since Lady Phoenix herself was also present here. Soman also added that he would finally put an end to this, and by killing Namgung, he would take the poison phoenix for himself. Namgung immediately gave orders to protect the young lady. No mercy on that cowardly asshole. Soman began to apply the techniques towards Namgung. Soman revealed that he had improved his lightning blade techniques and learned the 18-step heavenly blade to kill Namgung. Namgung replied that he didn't care about what Soman had learned. Since his clan's paltry tricks were no match for the sword of the Namgung clan, Soman attacked him again and said that they were the ones who would find out now. Soman used the wide blue sky sword technique. It was then that Namgung realized that he wasn't bluffing. Namgung realized that it wouldn't work that way, and at this rate, the hand of the sprawling flowers would take the holy scripture of blood for themselves. He didn't understand what he should do next. At this time, Soman continued his attacks and asked Namgung where he was looking. Namgung was lightly injured. He realized that he needed to deal with this situation as soon as possible. Just as suddenly, he heard Corin shouting. The girl shouted that everyone was about to see the missile arrow guidance system. It's specially made by the genius of Yu's mechanisms. So far, none of the warriors understood what Chorin was talking about. So Ching asked Choi Ren what that was just about. The girl replied that young Mr. Ju wanted them to shout it out when they shot. After thinking for a while, Seo Chong decided that Ju was right. After all, he really is a mechanical genius. Seo Chong was proud of the creepy things Ju did when he was given money. And then the dark faction started shouting that Namgung's faction were dishonorable. Soshon shouted back that he was aware of that. One of the warriors shouted that he could see 2 more of them there. At that time, So Chang gave the order for them to charge the mechanism. The dark faction warrior noticed that it was the cases behind the Sichuan Tang clan. He also noticed that Madame Phoenix had gone somewhere else. He immediately gave orders to destroy Soshon's warriors. An exasperated Soshon shouted that he would not allow this to be. Soshon began to fight the warriors from the dark faction. He used the 24-step plum blossom sword art. Those realized that if he was using plum blossoms, then he was from the Wasan faction. Chorin was fighting bravely at this time. The girl had defeated more than one enemy. Soshon was proud to have the kind of friends he never hoped to make in this life. At this time, Madame Phoenix landed, and with a single hand movement, she took out the leader of the dark faction warriors out of the way. After that, the girl raised her palm and released a huge amount of poisonous needles into the enemies. Those people immediately realized that it was the Scarlet Lotus poison hand. Although they hadn't heard that the poisonous phoenix wasn't shabby, but they didn't think it was that good. Phoenix looked at the mechanisms that Ju had created. The girl wondered who he was and what he did. At this time, one of the warriors shouted out that the kid from Wasan was near the poison phoenix. Then Soshon attacked them and began to destroy them one by one. They all shouted that the young phoenix was crazy and didn't understand how he had so much inner strength. Suddenly, Soshon ordered his warriors to fire. Choi Ren asked him if he had lost his mind. So Cheng shouted for them to immediately take a double shot. Soon it was heard, "Charge!" Soman realized at this moment that the spreading flower blossom blade wouldn't stand up against so many, and now Namgung was already asking his rival where he was staring intently. This made Soman even more angry. They continued their battle. Namgung landed several deadly blows that were impossible to withstand. Meanwhile, Blade had to fight the elite disciples of the 5 mountain swordsman factions. And he didn't understand how they were still alive. Glan told them that he wanted to kill every one of them, but he would show mercy once. And he asked them to give him the sacred scripture of blood, and then he would let them live. The disciples started shouting that it was all lies, and they couldn't believe him. Also, they were not going to give up. Blade started yelling, which meant he was trying to show compassion so they wouldn't die a dog's death, and they were still barking, directly begging him to kill them. The disciples began to laugh and replied that it didn't scare them, as it was obvious that he was exhausted after the battle between the factions. The palm approached Zhong, and wanted to say something to him as the guy had already pulled out his sword, and it collided with him. However, things quickly changed. Glan threw back his sword and grabbed Zhong by the throat. The other disciples at this time shouted at him to let the guy go. Glan was really annoyed with the students, as those assholes still didn't understand the situation. He couldn't understand how they had survived this long, but suddenly, So Cheng showed up. Some were not particularly happy to see him. Some thought that something had happened downstairs or something with reinforcements. Blade at this time realized that the young phoenix in front of him, however, he was interested in where the phoenix lady was now. So-chang looked him in the eyes and introduced himself. The palm felt no one behind So-chang and concluded that he was alone. And then it turns out that that sword strike was his. Glan told So-chen that he's giving him a chance to just leave as long as he's nice to him, and he'll let him live if he doesn't piss him off. Seo-chung thought at this moment that the young phoenix sounded just like a dumb phoenix, and he owed it to himself to change that idiotic nickname. Jong shouted to So-ching that if he didn't want to die, he'd better hide behind them. So-shon at that moment turned to Delani and told him that he should ask him to become a scapegoat in order to change his nickname. Glan replied that responding to acts of mercy with a death wish is sheer folly. In response, So-ching used one of the techniques and injured Blade. He got angry and told the guy that he would show him the full horror of the falling petal technique. However, So-ching only smiled in response and used the purple mist technique, with which he placed the palm on the ground. The warriors watched the battle and quickly spread the news that the Spreading Flower clan had lost. At this time, Mr. Namgung fought the head of the demonic faction and defeated him. Afterwards, Namgung asked him not to worry about him and to take care of the remaining warriors. After that, a subordinate reported to Namgung that Seo-chong had just killed the fluttering flower claw. Namgung couldn't believe it. The subordinate also added that there was a problem. So-ching handed the blood scripture to the flower sword and told him to burn it. The girl didn't realize what kind of foolishness So-shon was suggesting to her. The boy ordered her to burn the scripture once more. At this moment, Jong began to shout that young Phoenix had completely forgotten that they should not return the scripture to the Shaolin. So-shon replied that he remembered that. However, he felt that they should not do that as he was sure it would be stolen during transportation. Jong started yelling that Seo-chong was just trying to get the demonic arts for himself. Seo-chong was infuriated by this. Jong added that the young phoenix was driven by envy and was going to take all the credit. Seo-chong didn't know what he was talking about. Also, Jong said that he let his guard down a bit, but he would have dealt with that type himself too if So-ching hadn't gotten involved. At this time, So-shon couldn't figure out what was wrong with this asshole, though guys like this don't live long in a war. So-ching ordered everyone to shut up as they didn't have time for this. Jong ordered So-chong to stop. The subordinate was going to stop Jong and remind him that this guy had saved his life. And it was worth thinking about the rumors that would fly if he attacked Seo-chong. There was still no way the elite disciples could let So-ching go. Flower Sword said that she would remember this humiliation. So-chung insisted and the blood scripture was burned to the ground. In essence, the object of war no longer existed. At that time, Choran climbed to the top and asked So-chang what happened there. Meanwhile, rumors spread to the younger Namgung that So-shon had killed the spreading flower palm and burned the holy scripture to the ground. After that, Soman ordered everyone to retreat immediately. Namgung tried to stop him. However, Soman reminded him that he was in no position to pursue them now, and that they would resolve things next time. Thus, there is no object of war, there is no war itself. The warriors began to whisper that the war was over, for it is said that the holy scriptures were burned. Everyone knew that it was Seo-chan who burned the scripture, and that he was no longer the young phoenix, he was now the sword of the true plum blossom. Meanwhile, the head of the dark faction was asking a subordinate who were those spies sent to the War of the Seven Swords. The one replied that they were from the Kunlun faction, Tessan, Sun-san, and Han-san. They were all proven martial artists from the Murim Alliance and the River of Evil, 20 in the Murim Alliance, 30 in the River of Evil, and a total of 50. The head then asked what happened to them. The one replied that they had all been killed by an unknown martial artist, and that he had received orders from the Celestial Orb and had traveled to the Highlands to personally investigate. The subordinate said he arrived 2 days before the war began, but found no spies and the war was over. The head turned to the heavenly scales and said that he expected that he would not allow the blood-sacred scripture to be burned and would even take it away, but the latter did nothing. The subordinate fell on his knees and asked his head to kill him. The subordinate replied that he still had much to do and could not afford to lose such talent. The subordinate kept asking for the head to punish him for his incompetence. Then the head replied that instead, he had kidnapped, tortured, and killed his own relative. Through gritted teeth, the subordinate told the ringleader that he was deeply grateful for his mercy. The head smiled evilly and replied that he was glad to hear that. After that, he summoned the celestial sphere to him. The head asked him how his arm was. The latter replied that thanks to his clean cut, he felt no pain and was deeply grateful to him for his attention and mercy. Then the head went to the main man and asked him to tell him his opinion about this So-shon. Toth told me his not bad, but he thinks it's mostly about luck. Then the head asked what he meant. The one told him that before the battle on the highlands, the spreading flower palm had already been exhausted by the battle with the demon temple. On top of that, he had underestimated Seo Chong because of his age. Seo Chong wouldn't be able to defeat a martial artist ranked in the top hundreds with just luck alone. Therefore, they should pay attention to this. The head suggested that it looks like Murim are beginning to sense the coming of a turbulent age around the world. Talent is being announced. The head ordered him to be promoted to Class 2 on the kill list and to begin surveillance. Kill him as soon as you get the chance. Young Namgung informed Soshon and Lady Phoenix that the Murim Alliance had given the order, that the three of them needed to return to the Alliance's main office in Hefi. Phoenix then asked if they really wanted an explanation. Then Namgung explained that yes, neither the Sage of the Highest Calling nor he knew what had happened at the place where the sacred scripture of blood lay. Choren asked Soshon what about them. Soshon ordered them to go back and tell the head what had happened in the war. Choi Ren accepted the instruction. Meanwhile, rumors had spread that the true Plum Blossom sword was very capable. Someone had even heard it from the disciples of the Five Mountain Sword factions themselves. Some argued that he must have beaten the Poison Phoenix fair and square. Soshon heard these rumors, and how delighted he was when he heard amidst it all the words, Lotus Detachment, the sword of true Plum Blossom. At this moment, the Phoenix asked Sochang if he was aware that he had a very creepy face right now. That it gave her goosebumps. Seo Chong laughed and replied that they say people turn green with envy. And no wonder she got goosebumps with a tinge of green. Phoenix gave him an angry look and ordered him to continue if he wanted to cough up green blood. Soshon told Phoenix that on their way to the Murim Alliance, they would get to see his friend the Wise Dragon. Seo Chong thought he should not eat with this woman just yet. Soon, they arrived in Hefi. Murim Alliance. Soshon looked at everything around him and enjoyed the peace as the War of the Seven Swords was about to develop into a great confrontation between the light-dark faction. But it was over in a day, lives were saved. And they continue to live on, changing the future. Soshon realized that no one knew how this influence would change everything. Suddenly, someone called out to Soshon and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Seo Chung turned around and saw in front of him the very same Mr. Strategist. Of course, it was Sang. Sang replied that there was no need for formalities. At this time, So Chang realized why he had been nicknamed the Beautiful Jade Prince. Sang remembered the events that had happened on the Yangtze River. He still can't forget the day he lost So Ching and Zhu. Soshon apologized to Sang and said that they should have returned as soon as possible. Sang replied that he should be grateful to So Ching for everything, and they would talk about it again. Sang smiled and said that he wasn't really in a position to have a long conversation with him. He wished So Cheng a good rest. He would visit him tomorrow. Meanwhile, news had reached the River of Evil that Swordhead Namgung and True Plum Blossom Sword had arrived at the Murima Alliance. The head of the River of Evil didn't realize who the hell this guy was. It also didn't fit in his mind that he was only 18. And it looked like the Wasan faction had gotten themselves a guy with talent, and with an unusual talent. Then the chief decided that there should be a bounty on his head. The head also learned that Blade had lost in the battle to So Cheng. The head thought Blade was a real idiot, since even though he was exhausted, he shouldn't have let his guard down. The head considered it a real shame that they couldn't capture the blood-sacred scripture. The only thing that calmed him down was the fact that all three factions had losses. He noticed that things seemed to have calmed down for a while. And he should take the chance to move behind the Lightning Rain Blade and Sword Meow factions. At this time, the Demon Temple also delivered the news that the True Plum Blossom Sword had finally burned the blood-sacred scripture to the ground. Hearing this, the head asked his subordinates if they had prepared their death wishes. He ordered Seokong to be killed at any cost. Soshon at this time appeared at a meeting at the Murim Alliance to clarify all the circumstances. In light factions, honor and shame, an important aspect. If a faction has tarnished itself, then no matter what, it must deal with the shame itself. If it does not, the stigma of dishonor will haunt the faction for generations. And the Shaolin Monastery was a prime example of this, the disgrace of the bloody monk. Shaolin Monastery had to take responsibility and deal with the case, but even they failed to catch the bloody monk, and the event haunted the monastery for centuries. That's why the sacred scripture of blood, which appeared 400 years later, it was the Shaolin Monastery's only chance to purge itself of the disgrace that had haunted them for so long. But So Cheng burned it to the ground. Wise Namgung explained that this was the current situation. But they're not here to blame Seo Chong, so he shouldn't worry, since his act wasn't so bad. One of the people present told So Ching that he should have thought a little more. So Shon replied that he understood and accepted the situation. Suddenly, the great strategist turned to him. So Cheng was about to listen to him attentively when he asked him if he minded if he strangled him. So Chen asked him to cool down a bit. The strategist freaked out and started screaming that not only was his friend making him suffer in the last years of his life, but this little asshole was also trying to endanger him. So Ching asked Mr. Strategist to calm down as he should take care of his health, and asked him to leave it to him. Suddenly, another person present told So Ching that he didn't seem to understand something, and that they had not brought him here to solve the problem, and regardless of the formalities, they would want So Ching to explain himself to the Wasan faction, and for them to appease the angry Shaolin monastery. Then Seo Chong couldn't take it anymore and said that he had an idea. Namgung-san asked everyone to calm down for a moment, as they should at least listen to the guy. So Ching continued that the point was that he couldn't say it here. This made those present even more angry and they threatened him with death. Mr. Strategist pounced on So Ching with words that he would kill him, as he should only be lightly strangled. Namgung told So Shon that they were tolerant because they recognized his merit, but So Shon should not insult them. At this time, Seo Chong didn't know what to do, and since he had foreseen it, he had prepared a solution. But you can't say such a thing in public. So Shon wondered how he could convince them. There was a sepulchral silence in the room, except for Mr. Strategist's threats, of course. Suddenly, the head of the Murima Alliance turned to So Shon and ordered him to look him in the eye. So Shon did so. Seo Chang was literally thrown into sweat by the fact that Namgung's sword was sincerely in front of him. One of the 10 thrones of the higher heavens. Namgung menacingly asked So Chang if he had a solution. Then, So Ching gathered all his strength into a fist and replied that he had a solution. Namgung then smiled and replied that that was enough then, and he was postponing this meeting until tomorrow. Seo Kong was very surprised at this decision. Namgung decided that he should take a walk with this young man. During the walk, Namgung apologized for Mr. Strategist, since he wasn't like this when he was younger. So Shon replied that he understood that, and he thought it was foolish of him to say such a thing. During the walk, So Shon didn't notice they were in a place he was unfamiliar with. Namgung explained that being the head was a tiring job. He hardly gets any real rest when there are so many people around. Namgung said that it was a shelter woven with the art of closed illusions. Namgung then added that they were lucky that So Shon was on the side of the light faction. Seo Chang was being very respectful, so Namgung told him that the only person in front of him now was an old man. So enough excitement and they should get down to business. After saying that, Namgung turned to So Ching and said that before he started, he should first see what So Ching was made of. The boy didn't understand what the matter was. Namgung applied the technique to So Ching, saying that he had a good sword. Seo Chung responded with an invisible sword aura. Namgung asked So Chang if he was surprised. Seo Cheng asked what the old man expected him to do. Namgung smiled and replied that he expected the power the guy was hiding. Seo Chun looked at him and said that he didn't plan to hide it from him. Namgung then asked the guy if he realized how much he was amazed when he saw him. They continued to fight and Namgung used the technique of endless footwork. Infinite footwork is unpredictable footwork that is the essence of continuous change. So Son realized that there was no point in watching his moves, and he should concentrate on blocking his attacks. Namgung was surprised that Seo Chong knew how to react to the endless footsteps. Therefore, the next technique from him was stronger. They continued their battle and Namgung couldn't believe that he was fighting an opponent who was equal to his strength. Having missed several times, Namgung was even angry, since he had not seen an opponent worthy of fighting him for several years in a row. Namgung didn't believe that So Chang could even dodge the 19-step immensity technique. So Shon fell to the ground and said that it looked like he was a bit lazy studying her as a hobby. So Chang's thoughts were that he was a sincere sword. However, he was only crowding him with hand-to-hand combat. Namgung told So Ching not to be fooled, since these techniques have the same value in his martial arts skills. The battle had been going on for over half an hour. Seo Chun realized that if he had relaxed for a second, he would have been dead by now. And then So Cheng gathered all his strength and used the very plum blossom technique that struck all his opponents to death. However, with one sword movement, Namgung blocked the blow and said that he could feel the light fragrance of plum blossoms through the illusory and scattering blade. Then Namgung flew back a little and told Soching that he could see that he had many secrets and talents. Then Seochang said that he had lost. Namgung asked in surprise, "Is it really that fast?" Then Seochang asked to bring any of his grandchildren and have them survive at least 3 of his attacks. Namgung laughed and replied that when he saw Seochang, he realized that he was incredible. And that was hard to believe even after the duel. Namgung saw that Seochang had reached an unlimited limit even though he wasn't even in his 20s. An unimaginable talent. Seokian looked at Namgung carefully and concluded that the old man had quite a temper. Namgung then asked Seochang if he was interested in meeting his granddaughter. Seochang, who was lying on the floor exhausted, replied that he was not at all. Sochang came to his senses and told Namgung about the sacred art of enlightened wisdom. He could not believe his ears. Since Namgung knew that the sacred art of enlightened wisdom, it was a high-level Shaolin monastery art known to have been lost hundreds of years ago, and it must be, as valuable as the muscle and tendon strengthening method is, it is still undeciphered. Namgung asked Seochang where the hell he found it. He replied that he had found it in the Valley of Poisonous Blood. Namgung was even more surprised since he knew that the Poisoned Blood Valley was in the Alao Mountains. Namgung said that it was clear to him that Soching had used immunity to thousands of poisons. Sochon then asked him if he had known about it originally. Namgung replied that the earth is full of rumors and there are plenty of witnesses. It would be easy to find out. At this time, Mr. Strategist came up to them and told Soching that he thought the guy was an empty-headed idiot, but it looks like the opposite is true. Also apologized to him for wanting to strangle him. Seochang replied that he understood, but asked Mr. Strategist to save his nerves, as this was really bad for his health. Mr. Strategist gave him a strange look and asked if Sochang was hinting at his death. Also, Mr. Strategist said to leave the rest of the elders to him and he would deal with them. The boy thanked him for that. However, the dialogue between Seochang and the strategist did not end there. The old man asked him how his grandson, the silly boy Ju, was doing. Sochang smiled as broadly as possible and replied that he was doing great. Then the strategist asked Sochang to tell Ju to grow up soon and start learning something useful. Seochang asked if Mr. Strategist had anything else to give to his grandson. However, the latter replied that that was the end of it. After the conversation, Namgung turned to Sochon and gave him advice that he shouldn't hesitate to cross swords with someone, as that was the best way to bond. Namgung also told the guy that he wanted to ask something else. Seochang immediately thought it would be about the 24-step plum blossom sword art, and then Namgung asked the guy if he was sure he didn't want to be part of their family. After a while, Sochon managed to read a letter that was addressed to Lady Phoenix. It told the girl to finish her journey and return. After reading such news, Sochon was glad that finally his journey with this crazy girl would end. The boy went to her. However, the guard said that the young mistress was not here. Sochon looked at the guard and said to him that he sees how his behavior has changed since Soching started getting recognition for his services. Since the guard used to pester him with advice on what he should do better. Also, Sochon told the guard that if he started making noise, Sochon bet that the young mistress would poison his food. The guard asked if Sochon's words were serious. In his head, Sochang realized that Phoenix would never do such a thing. However, he told the guard that it wasn't surprising that they often ran to the bathroom. Seochan once again asked the guard where Madame Phoenix was now. Since he was the only one Seochan could ask, then the guard replied that Phoenix had gone to meet a young master. Seochan wondered if it was the clan's heir. Sochon asked the guard if the poisoned dragon was at the Murim Alliance headquarters. The guard replied to Soching that he wouldn't advise him to go out with Lady Phoenix right now. The boy thanked the guard for his advice. Sochon went on his way and on the way asked the girls if they knew where Lady Phoenix was. However, the girls didn't answer anything. Sochon then approached the poison manor and noticed Madame Hai there. Only the guy didn't understand what she was doing there. Seochan hesitated for a long time and decided that it was better for him to go back. However, Phoenix suddenly turned around and said that she was coming back too. Sochon looked at the artifact ring and asked the girl not to lose it. Phoenix replied that she would remember it. Winter came and Socheng returned to Hosen. Before he could go inside, he was immediately called out. The girl said that they hadn't seen each other in a long time and she guessed that keeping her promise hadn't worked out. Seochan didn't understand what the girl meant at first. However, then came the memory of him promising to see her after a year. Sochon apologized to Nak. The girl asked what he was apologizing for. The guy replied that it looked like he had broken a promise. Nak smiled and told the guy that it wasn't his fault at all. Then Seo-chan asked where his master Yu was now. The girl led So-chan away. So-chan entered the room and told his master that he hoped she was in good health. The master was not expecting him to show up and asked him not to worry about her as he must have been tired on the way and shouldn't bow so much. So-chan told the master that he was seeing her for the first time this year, and how could he be so disrespectful? The master sighed and said she was not comfortable with these formalities and asked the guy to spare her. The master told So-ching that she had heard stories about him, and he made her proud of him. The master went up to the lad as usual, put her hand on his head and said that she could see that he had grown quite well in the past year. So-chan smiled and replied that he was in a growing period. Meanwhile, at the chapter meeting, everyone asked what had happened and if there was a difference between what the boy had said and what they knew. The head replied that he didn't, and he just wondered how impressive his skills were at such a young age. The head also added that he should meet him again later. After a while, So-chang appeared before the head. They greeted each other, and the head said he shouldn't be so prim, as he wasn't going to question him. The head told the kid that he knew So-chan was an unusual child, but he didn't see that there was so much potential lurking within him, an unlimited limit at that age. The head couldn't even believe it when he saw So-ching. The guy at this time thought that it was a good thing he hadn't sensed the divine art of the Purple Dawn. The stealthiness of this art turned out to be better than he thought. The head asked the boy when he had managed to reach the unlimited limit. So-ching said that 6 months ago he had been lucky enough to reach it while he was on the path of becoming a saint. The head replied that it was unbelievable as luck is something that can only be experienced once in a lifetime. Then the head asked the lad what Tao had guided him to the path of enlightenment. So-chang realized that he had attained it with the help of a miraculous medicine. Seo-chang said that being between life and death, he saw the sword in the falling plum blossom petals. The head replied that yes, the Hozan faction's teachings include both plum blossoms and the sword, and one should never forget the sword and the plum blossom. The head also said that he believed that the head of the Murim alliance had also noticed So-chan. So-chan replied that he did. The head then asked if he had insisted that So-chan join them. So-chan replied that it had happened more than once, not to mention his desire to introduce So-chan to his granddaughter. He also asked if So-chan liked his name. The head laughed and replied that of course that wouldn't happen since the future head of the Wasan faction couldn't get married. So-chan shouted out in surprise that he only had one master. The head then explained that one didn't have to be a disciple of a faction to become the next head. The head said that such cases are rare when a talent like So-chan's is revealed at a late stage, and in special cases, if a person is recognized as a candidate for faction leader, they can learn the divine art of Purple Dawn even if they have a master. So-chan thanked the chapter for holding him in such high esteem, and said that he would like to decline. The head then asked that perhaps So-ching wanted to think about it some more. So-ching explained that he had an interest, but that he was well aware of his position. So-chan realized that this was not his level. And what's more, it's a very difficult time. So So-chan said that he believed there was someone more suitable for the position. The head replied that he was not sure if it was a lack of ambition or just a lack of selfishness in him. The head asked So-ching to follow him, since he's still a great blessing of their faction and he can't just let him go, and wants to teach him a couple techniques. Seo-chan smiled and replied that the head of the Murim alliance had already bullied him. So he asked the head of the Murim alliance to go easy on him. The head asked him not to worry as he would teach the guy 24 steps because the head was impressed that So-ching had reached the unlimited limit with only 14. So-chang felt that this was now playing to his advantage as he would officially be able to use the 24-step plum sword art. Then So-chan said that means it is settled. He completes his journey of becoming a saint. The head explained to So-chan that he had burned the blood scripture and made quite a few enemies. Although the war only lasted a day, it did disturb the peace. It seems to have provoked disorder in many neighborhoods. So-chan realized that it was natural, as the dark heavens couldn't have been inactive all this time. The head told So-ching that he was not the only one, and many disciples are returning. The outside world is no longer safe. Then So-chan asked what he should do. The head explained that it hadn't been decided yet, but most likely they would tell him to stay here and train for about half a year. However, Seo-chan won't be able to stay here forever. The head squeezed Seo-chan's hand tightly and asked the guy if he had eaten the miracle medicine again while he was outside. The boy smiled and asked the head how he knew. The head laughed and replied that he was just called a trumpet man for that reason. So-shun smiled and said that it just so happened that he had gotten lucky and found a couple. 2 weeks later, So-shun was lying by a plum blossom tree when suddenly Nak came up to him and threw the letters in his face. Seo-chun woke up and told the girl that she seemed to be pouting at something. The girl menacingly asked if So-chun had gotten lazy lately. So-cheng replied that he could proudly say that he had been diligent all his life. He just decided to take a little rest. Seo-chong looked at the letter and realized that from the looks of it, the sword demon and his daughter were settling in fine. And the government had gotten in touch, just as he thought. Suddenly So-shun noticed a letter from the Murim alliance. In the letter the head was praising his granddaughter and said that he wasn't writing this because she was his granddaughter. So-ching said aloud that the old man was clearly overdoing it. Nak looked at him menacingly again and asked him what that gnarled face was. Seo-chong explains that it's just a wedding proposal. And it looks very much like he's trying to present it to every single unmarried woman in the Namgung clan. Seo-chun didn't understand what was wrong with Nak's facial expression. So the guy asked her if she was worried about losing him. The girl shouted fearfully that of course not. And how could Seo-chun even think of such a thing? So-chun apologized. However, he isn't stupid and felt that it wasn't that bad. Since this is something he never dreamed of in this life, a lot had definitely changed. Nak told So-shun that if he kept looking at her like that, she would. Suddenly So-shun interrupted her and asked, then she would want to train. Suddenly, the girl's master appeared from somewhere. Seo-kong was frightened. The master asked him if he had seen a ghost. Seo-chong immediately apologized to master for showing disrespect. Master said that she had only glimpsed him at the palace last time. It had been a long time since they had met in person. Seo-chong didn't realize whether master was hinting that she would kill him if he met her in person. At that time, the master told Seo-chong that she did not bite. Seo-chong then asked her why she was here. The master began to say that So-ching already knows that her granddaughter has incredible talent. And even when she fights Plum Blossom swordsmen, most of them lose within 100 seconds, and no one in her generation is capable of matching her, let alone winning. Which means master wants Seo-shan to be her partner as long as they're in the faction. So-shun replied that he had no objection and asked again if the master was sure she wanted it to be So-shun. The master looked menacingly at the boy and asked if he was questioning her discernment. Master took that as agreement. So-shun at this time thought that he would also take this chance to teach Nak a couple moves. Nak looked at So-shun, smiled sweetly, and said that she assumed they were now partners. Seo-chong went to Master Yu and asked her if she would mind giving a class. Master Yu was shocked. She told the guy he embarrassed her. And what can she teach him when he's so much more than she is? The master also added that So-cheng was even learning from the faction head. Here So-cheng began to say that if the head is the best martial arts warrior in the faction, then she is the best in the whole world. And if he can't learn from his master because he has to learn from the head, he'd better go and refuse. The master smiled and called him a trickster. After that, the master said it was worth a try. She asked Seo-chong if he knew the conditions. He said he did. Again, it was the same rock climbing training. During the training, master told Seo-chong that she couldn't believe he had grown so much, and she still remembered standing up there looking at him. Master praised the boy. Seo-kian replied that it was all thanks to her. In his head, So-chang realized that this was it, the very happiness he was doing all this for. The water spirit fruit, all his efforts to participate in the war, and the need to stop the dark skies. Everything was for this moment. Meanwhile, the master said that they were almost there. The master asked Seo-kong to climb up first and pull her out, as age seemed to be taking its toll. The boy agreed and climbed to the top. The master looked at him and thought that this child had once been so small. Suddenly, Seo-chong called out to the master and gave her hand. The guy pulled it out, looked around and said that this place hadn't changed a bit. The master replied that he was right. 6 months later, So-shun was training with the main faction. The head simply admired him. However, at this time, So-cheng realized that he was just pretending to be ignorant of the movements, and so as not to give himself away. During the training session, So-shun asked the head if things in the outside world had calmed down yet. The head hesitated and asked the boy if he was really interested in becoming a plum blossom swordsman. Seo-chan clearly answered that he was ready, so he asked the head to help him. Evening came and Seo-chan came to his master again. He asked her to forgive him for coming to say goodbye at such a late hour. The master answered him that there was no need to worry as she was not that old yet, but her sleep was getting shorter with age. Master tells Seo-ching that she would like to give him advice, but sees that it looks like it won't do any good, since this isn't the first time Seo-ching has left. The boy thanked his master. The master continued, which was not to say that he wouldn't be going alone this time. That surprised Seo-ching. The boy looked around and saw Nak in front of him. The girl smiled sweetly and said she didn't mean to disturb him. Seo-chan thanked the girl for coming to see him off. Nak, however, replied that she was here to keep her promise. Seo-kong did not understand what promise he was talking about. The master said she was going to sleep, and she was glad he wasn't alone. And then Seo-chan realized that by that, the master meant that Nak would go with him. Nak told Seo-chan not to worry since she had permission. Seo-ching shouted after master that it was some demonic art of inaction. The master waved goodbye and asked him not to call it that. The master asked Seo-ching if he was okay with the fact that they hadn't even said goodbye. The girl's master Nak suddenly appeared and replied that it was quite like that. Master Yu turned to the master and said that it wasn't too late to say goodbye to them. She turned around and replied that she had done so yesterday. On the way, Nak asked Seo-chan where they were going. The boy replied that they were going to the Valley of Ghosts. Nak became very frightened and asked Seo-ching if he was referring to the very valley where the group of assassins lived. The Valley of Ghosts, an association made up of nothing but murderers. No one knows the truth about them, and those who tried to find out ended up dead and unable to tell anything. They never fail an assignment. And they keep information about their orders completely secret. And so, despite their absurd prices and the fact that they are a very questionable group, have been popular for 200 years with people for whom you need to do dirty work. Nak asked Seo-chan why they were going there, and if he even knew the way there. The boy replied that he did. At this time, Seo-ching was only thinking about the ghost divine art. Since, the one who obtains it will rule the Ghost Valley, Seo-chan remembered what the head of the Dark Heavens had said in the future. It came as a shock to everyone that Ghost Valley, known as a neutral group, had taken the side of the head of the Dark Heavens. Normal assassins move like a shadow, whereas Ghost Valley assassins don't even have one. They were everywhere and yet nowhere at the same time. The fact that he had the world's best assassins on his side only made things more complicated. Seo-chan realized that he had to prevent the Dark Heaven faction from controlling the Ghost Valley. And luckily he has a ghost divine art. Meanwhile, Nak yelled at Seo-chan and asked if he was listening to her at all. The guy asked her to calm down and promised to explain everything later. Seo-ching asked Nak if she knew that he had visited the Tang clan last year. The girl smiled wryly and replied that she had heard that he was still nicknamed the Dumb Phoenix back then. Seo-chang looked at her ambiguously and continued, after that, he went to the Poison Blood Valley, and there he happened to find a unique Ghost Valley art. So he planned to give it to them and ask for help. Nak thought it was all complete nonsense that it was so simple and random that Seo-chan had found the unique art of the Ghost Valley. Seo-ching asked not to interrupt him as he was about to narrate something very important to her right now. Then the girl said that to summarize, somehow Sokno had encountered a dangerous secret organization that is trying to take over Murim, and somehow he managed to find out about their plans, and now he's trying to stop them. It's just unimaginable. Seo-chan replied that that was correct, and one of those plans was to take control of the Ghost Valley with the unique art he mentioned, and that's why he's trying to retake the initiative. Then Nak looked into Seo-chang's eyes and said that honestly, she found it hard to believe all of this, since he can't just tell a conspiracy theory and expect her to believe it. Seo-chan replied that he understands that. Nak then asked if the faction elders knew. Seo-chan replied that no one knew and she was the first person he told. Nak told Seo-chan that it's safe to assume that she believes him, and asked why he hadn't discussed it with someone else, since this case was not just about their generation. Seo-chan replied that they had spies not only in Wasan, but in all light, dark, and even demonic factions, and even if Seo-chan told them, they obviously wouldn't believe him. And if any of this comes out, he'll be in trouble. Nak realized that it was now up to her to keep it a secret as well. The girl also said that Seo-chan was ranting here about the Wasan faction's disciple, gaining the special art of a group of assassins, knowing that this is all a serious crime. Seo-chan replied that he understood, but it was an unforeseen situation that involved saving Murim. Seo-chan asked the girl again if she believed him. The girl replied that she only half believed him. So-ching smiled and said that it was more than he expected. The girl said that it was still strange that the special art of the Ghost Valley was in the Poisoned Blood Valley. They continued their journey, which was not easy at all, as the girl had expected. Finally, they arrived in the Valley of Ghosts. Nak asked So-shon that if this was the art of illusion. The boy looked around and confirmed it. Strangely enough, there was no data about it in his past life. But it was clear to him that they had destroyed the illusion, so nothing had been saved, and probably the records of illusionary techniques had been left to the Chaegal clan. And if anything, it was clearly nothing special to the clan. Seo-chong thought that perhaps he should have brought Shu along. However, it was quite late now. At this time, Nak was distracting the guy in every way possible. Suddenly, Nak noticed a sign that said that the unharmed living would not pass through here. Then So-shon had the brilliant idea that perhaps they could enter if they became ghosts themselves. However, the problem was that it was very problematic to learn the techniques of other factions, especially divine ones, without their permission. Ghost Valley is not an easy faction, but it's safe to say they follow the same terms. So-shon realized that he was here for the Ghost Valley, not for their divine arts. And he had never heard of the head of the Dark Heavens using their techniques. Nak asked So-shon to come back. So-shon thought at this time that he would like to get the Ghost Valley without learning their divine arts. Given how close he is, the ghosts could have already spotted him. And there's no guarantee that when he returns with Ju, they'll be here. Worst case scenario, they'll put So-ching on their kill list. And if that's the case, there's something they need to do right away. The ghostly divine art, as expected, begins with a cultivation technique involving the Great Turtle Breath Art, the Great Art of Turtle Breathing. The essence of the killer is to go unnoticed. And this great art is the core idea, as well as a cultivation method that allows those using this technique to survive without breathing. One who applied the ghost divine art technique could even stop his heartbeat. That's one of the mysteries of ghosts. They don't breathe and their hearts don't beat. They are no longer alive. Seo-chong realized that since he didn't have much time he would have to skip a couple of things. Since he only intended to enter the valley, he should concentrate on the cultivation method and footwork. Especially the footwork. Seo-chun knew that there was a path that only ghosts could take. While Nak slept, So-shon noticed that she was using the art of skin breathing. And it seemed strange to him to breathe through skin. 3 days later, Nak could not find So-ching. She shouted to him, but he did not respond. It was then that So-shon realized he had succeeded. Nak couldn't detect him even at this close range. His breathing and heartbeat worked as if he were almost dead. And without blood circulation, his body lost heat. Suddenly, So-shon shouted out that he was here. So-shon had heard that if one reached the master level in this, they wouldn't be able to find him even if he stood in front of them. The guy was curious to test it out. So-shon got ready and told Nak that he had to go. The girl was very sad that she couldn't go with him. So-shon replied that he could hardly do it himself. He asked Nak to wait for him at this place. The boy set off, moving very slowly and quietly. However, he did not realize how far he had gone. He had the feeling that he had been walking for quite some time, and sometimes it felt like he was already there. So So-chun decided to take a break. He had doubts about whether he was really going in the right direction. Each time he reassured himself that everything was all right and there was no need to worry. He repeated to himself many times, right foot first, then left, all very slowly and incredibly quietly. So-chang realized that he had stepped with his left foot. Suddenly his foot burst into flames. Barely able to cope with the situation, So-shon calmed down and made the decision to move on. Now it was clear to him why he should have been a ghost. The boy didn't know what the art of illusion was, but it was clear to him now what would happen if he moved in the wrong order. He also didn't know if he was on the right path, but he didn't want to ruin his life for the sake of an experiment. Suddenly, So-shon noticed a door in front of him, and he was even surprised that there were no traps. So-shon decided it was time for him to go back for Nak. The girl was afraid to go to the Ghost Valley, but So-shon promised that everything would be fine. The guy took her in his arms and said that they would go inside now. They reached the door, and only there the guy put her on her feet. Nak asked So-chang if he thought it was too dark. It was impossible to see anything if it weren't for those glowing orbs. Unexpectedly, So-shon warned the girl that if she suddenly encountered ghosts, she should calm down and try not to attack. And even if they attack first, she should try to focus on defense or non-killing techniques. since they are not here to be their enemies, after which Soshon added that if they do attack, the girl should not try to find them. She wouldn't feel their breath or their footsteps. And she wouldn't even feel their presence. Nak then asked if she should focus on blocking and parrying their attacks. Soshon admired the girl as she immediately found an answer which was expected of her. Soshon would like to try to talk to them before they get into a fight, but considering they're assassins for whom ambush is the way to win, that's not an option. Seo-chan is sure that they will try to attack stealthily when they see them. That's why you should be careful. They continued on their way as suddenly some voice was heard. Nak asked Soshon if he had heard it. The guy replied that he heard it too, and it sounded like it was about 15 meters or so. Soshon asked Nak to make sure she wasn't making noise and erase her presence. Since Soshon realized that he didn't know how much they would be able to spend ghosting, but it was better than nothing, Soshon peeked through the door and noticed the ghosts fighting with each other. He didn't understand what was going on here. Seo-chan wasn't sure if all of them were ghosts either. He had doubts about whether he should help or not. Unexpectedly, Nak offered to help them, since their plan is to become allies of the Ghost Valley. And they must do just that. Seo-chan looked closely and said that obviously those crazy people were the enemy. Seo-chan and Nak rushed over to help. During the battle, Nak yelled out to Soshon that these people were not so easy to deal with. Soshon advised her to focus on defense if she had a problem. So-chang tells one of the ghosts that they're here to help, and he hoped that no misunderstandings would come out. The ghost replied that he would like to talk after the fight. Nak had been fighting honorably the whole time when suddenly Soshon shouted to her that there was an attack from behind. Nak turned around in time and defeated her opponent. One of the ghosts thanked Nak. Then Soshon didn't understand what was going on at all, since ghosts were never like that, and even if someone saved their life, they would kill him so as not to leave any witnesses. And such courtesy surprised So-ching. Finally the massacre was over. Then Soshon decided it was a good time to get acquainted. He introduced himself and said he was from the Hozan faction. He also said that he was just asking to make sure if they were the Ghost Valley killers. The boy added that he realized that they must be puzzled by the appearance of an outsider. And first of all, he would like to have a word with their head. Suddenly one of the ghosts shouted that there was no such thing. Soshon didn't understand how that could be. Then the ghost said that there was one. Soshon couldn't figure out what that meant, or if it meant that they were all equal. He didn't know what about the other ghosts, but usually one person would perform, the one who represents them. The head of the Valley of Ghosts. Seo-chan assumed they were hiding him. Then Soshon turned to the ghosts and asked permission to express himself differently. He asked if there was one who represented this place. The ghosts answered in one voice that there was. Nak ironically asked Soshon if they were being too frank. Then So-ching told the ghosts that if so, could he talk to that person? Suddenly one of the ghosts poked his finger somewhere. Then So-ching turned around and saw no one behind him. The ghost was clearly pointing at him. So-ching couldn't believe it. He asked the ghosts, "What is the name of the head of the Ghost Valley?" There was silence in response. Seo-chong realized why the ghosts had not touched them during the battle and had even helped them. And then the ghost spoke his name. Nak began to ask Soshon what was going on. Soshon asked the ghosts to tell him everything they knew about the ghostly divine art. The ghosts told me that this is the first divine art of the Ghost Valley. It's not much different from the ghost art, including cultivation methods, footwork, and killing techniques. They are similar in many ways. But there is one important difference. It's the ability to control. No ghost is allowed to break free from this control. No ghost is allowed to free itself from this control, nor is it allowed to show hostility or murderous intent against the one in control. This was when So-chang realized what he meant. This was the reason why Ghost Valley had magically reformed the moment the head in his past life died. Soshon asked then who was the head of the Ghost Valley up to that point? The ghost replied that the previous head had made a protocol and they were following it. Soshon asked how long they have been following this protocol. The ghost replied that it had been 300 years. Then So-ching asked, "What do you mean? The ghostly divine art was lost 300 years ago." The ghost replied that it had not been lost. Here, Seo-chan didn't understand anything at all. The ghosts replied that the previous head had hidden it for future generations. Then So-ching concluded that the head of the Ghost Valley knew the three-eyed ghost thief. However, the ghost replied that this was not the case. The three-eyed ghost thief was the head of the Ghost Valley. Nak started screaming that it just couldn't be. The three-eyed ghost thief was the best thief in the entire world. Naturally, everyone was after him. Governor the Murim and even the common people, all coveted his treasure. The thief needed a safe haven so his enemies couldn't track him and he could keep an eye on them, since he believed that if one's actions were known in advance, they could never be defeated or caught. That's why the Valley of Ghosts was created, with supreme masters and assassins known as ghosts under his command. He was able to gather as much information as he needed. Now Soshon realized what that tombstone implied by the third eye meant. Knowledge means information, power means brute force and help. And people are ghosts. Nak just didn't have a face. So Ching asked her what happened. The girl replied that a disciple of the Hosan faction had just become the head of Ghost Valley, and he was still asking what happened. Seo Chung replied that he hadn't expected it himself. Seo Chung thought at this time, who could have known that the only divine art of the Ghost Valley bestowed the power of absolute control over ghosts. Nak was in mixed feelings about the fact that she couldn't tell anyone about this. It was hard on her heart that she would have to take this secret to her grave. Soshon reassured the girl and told her not to worry as they would only borrow from the power to save the world. Nak reminded Soshon that she still didn't fully believe his story. Soshon smiled and replied that that was enough. Soshon approached one of the ghosts and asked what his name was. The ghost replied that they were ghosts and had no need for names. Soshon explained to the ghost that he could not call him, "Hey" or "Come here." So he gave the ghost a name, Soren. Also, Soshon addressed all the ghosts and said that it scares him that they are all talking together. And now only Soren will be answering his questions. Soshon clarified with Soren exactly where they were now. Soren told him that their location was more than one place. Soren explained that there were 22 such places. Then Sochin clarified how many ghosts were present here. Soren replied that there were 10 including him. Soshon was surprised that there were only 10 ghosts. Soren told him that there were 32. But they were killed by madmen who had failed their training. Soshon then asked who the people they were fighting were. Soren explained that periodically they picked up orphans and trained them as ghosts. In the process, there is a ritual known as killing the heart to achieve the insane state. In case of failure, the person becomes insane. Soshon considered it all cruelty and concluded that the three-eyed ghost thief was out of his mind. And even a little girl like that, he turned her into a killing tool. In Sochung's previous life, the Ghost Valley was attacked much later. And not surprisingly, there aren't many of them yet. Probably the valley head who had learned his secret had trained more ghosts. Soshon asked Soren how many madmen were still left. Soren replied that they didn't know exactly, about 50. Soshon decided that they had to deal with the madmen to free these people.